All right. Welcome, everyone, to the first ever show, The Indian Jesus. I am your host, Lutch, aka The Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Big thank you to Jesse on Fire. Congrats on the rebrand. Yes, if you recognize the face, but you don't recognize the brand, I have gone from being the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast to the Indian Jesus. So a lot of the content that you've seen lately will be the same, but we are doing more. And I'm still going to be doing the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast. I do have another episode coming out next week. And then I'm going to be taking a little break just to see where the direction of this channel is going to be going. And then we're off to the races. But yeah, so you will see episodes of that, in the future. It's not going to be every single week. I do eventually want to get back to doing it every single week, and I want it to be a live show, not just a live premiere. But again, for right now, it's just I'm taking a little bit of a break with the podcast itself to really grow what it is that I'm doing with the Indian Jesus and how I will be resurrecting the second coming of common sense, very much like I have been in the last few weeks. So what I really want is for you guys to test me, bring up something, an article, a video, a something, a tweet, I don't care, something that you want me to talk about. Anybody can can plan, this big whatever and do a whole bunch of bullshit with that. But if I'm suggesting, if you suggest something and then we pull it up and I'm reacting to it in real time. Yeah, other than that, anything else that you want to know about me, about the channel, about what we're doing? But before that, I already have our first video queued up. So I don't know if y'all saw this, but it's wild. I'm just going to let it run for a minute.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson's Happy Friday.
Please do let me know if there is no sound.
We're going to bring you back to a story that we covered at the time, but whose significance we didn't fully understand then. And it's definitely worth revisiting. So just before dawn on November 4th of last year, a team of masked FBI agents wearing bulletproof vests showed up at the home of a journalist who works for the investigative media company Project Veritas. They pounded on his door. They said, "They have a warrant. Let us in." We know what happened because it was all captured on camera. Here it is.
I'm sorry, so if you're not familiar, James O'Keefe of Project Veritas is probably one of the last people actually doing real journalism. Him and the people at Project Veritas, probably one of the last organizations of people actually doing real journalism, where they go out and they investigate instead of just spending their time on Twitter retweeting and rewriting up articles about stuff that's been tweeted and actual real stuff. And this is how they treat him for it.
So another team coming. Security will split up.
Let me see your hands. Let me see your hands. It was serious. They had weapons. They barged in. They went through the whole place. They tore the journalist's home apart. There's another team coming, they said. And they were right. 2 days later, Fed.
So why? Again, what is it that Mr. O'Keefe is reporting on that has the FBI all up in arms? Must be something illegal. Must be something crazy, right? Right?
Hit the home of Project Veritas founder James O'Keefe in Westchester County. So why were the FBI coming to the homes of employees at Project Veritas? What did they do? Were they involved in a human smuggling ring? Were they bringing fentanyl in from China and killing more Americans? No. The FBI believed that Project Veritas was in possession of or had information about a diary written by Joe Biden's daughter, Ashley Biden. The FBI claimed that diary had been stolen. We now know the FBI knew that diary had not been stolen, and it wasn't. But
so first we get, I didn't even know there was an Ashley Biden. I didn't even know that she existed. First, we get the Hunter Biden laptop. but that's all fake news. I don't know what's going. Thanks to James O'Keefe, though. There's no spin in this. Let's see what's in the diary.
James O'Keefe pointed out at the time, and didn't have enough people hear him when he said it. What if it was stolen? Having a stolen diary is not a federal crime. So what in that diary was so important that Joe Biden sent FBI agents to get it back? Here's what O'Keefe said.
The tipsters indicated that the diary included explosive allegations against then-candidate Joe Biden. The tipsters indicated that they were negotiating with a different media outlet for the payment of monies for the diary. We attempted to return the diary to an attorney representing Ms. Biden, but that attorney refused to authenticate it. Project Veritas gave the diary to law enforcement to ensure it could be returned to its rightful owner. We never published it. Now, Ms. Biden's father's Department of Justice, specifically the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, appears to be investigating the situation, claiming the diary was stolen. We don't know if it was, but it begs the question. In what world is the alleged theft of a diary investigated by the president's FBI and his Department of Justice? A diary.
So everyone in American media hates James O'Keefe because he covers them. So they ignored this story and they never answered the question. But the question hangs in the air, and it's a real one, and we're quoting. In what world is the alleged theft of a diary investigated by the FBI? Why were they doing this? Well, the answer lies in what's in the diary.
Come on, Tucker, don't slow roll us. You're bearing the lead here.
Now we know what's in the diary thanks to a new piece in the Daily News, which has a copy of the diary. Josh Boswell is a reporter there at the Daily Mail. He broke this story, and he joins us with the answer.
All right.
Hi, Josh, thanks so much for coming on. What is this about?
So we've looked at the diary. We've spent a lot of time considering carefully what to report from it. And what we've chosen to report are some pretty serious things that actually the president's daughter wrote. She wrote that she was musing over whether her father was sexually inappropriate with her when she was a little girl. She mentions in the diary showers with her dad. She also talks about them being...
Hold up. Showers with her dad? What age are we talking about here? She's writing a diary, so she's not a young child. Because, I mean, if you're even, I highly doubt that Joe Biden was bathing his own kids at that age anyway. I highly doubt that. I mean, I would assume that they have people doing that. So it's not like he's, doing his dadly duties. But again, the age here is very important, because if we're talking about, some girl who's musing about something that happened when she was 2 years old, okay, well, that's not, you're 2 years old. You need to be bathed, and your parents are the ones to do that. But she's writing about this in her diary. So she's not writing in a diary at 2 years old. So that's my question. How old is she when Joe Biden is taking showers with his daughter, Ashley Biden?
Probably not appropriate. She writes that down on one page in her diary. And she also refers to being hypersexualized at a young age. There's a lot of references in the diary to her repeated spells in rehab, her relapses with drug abuse, alcohol, and sex addiction as well.
And we all know that type of stuff is directly correlated to people who have had that type of leaks in their childhood. So, not looking good. But again, it's just a story. We don't have any kind of proof. I haven't seen a diary page, but certainly not looking good.
And there's some truly kind of shocking things in there as well about how Joe cried. He was brought to tears over worry for his daughter just before a Democratic primary debate. So we can now know, because of this diary, that there are several things that would be extremely important for national security, that they not fall into the wrong hands. For example, the Chinese, right? Or the Russians, who could use this as blackmail if it wasn't published. So that's why we just decided to put this out there, and why we think that it's important that the American people know this.
Well, it's prima facie shocking. I mean, fathers don't shower with their daughters at an age at which they remember it, of course. In your reporting, did you see any potential, and I know this wasn't the focus of your piece, but potential crime that would justify a pre-dawn knock raid by the FBI?
Yeah, this was an area that we covered in
I don't understand how they're just breezing by that. Like, can we get some answers on that? Or don't do the story until you have those answers. Why are we not, like, I need to know how old she was, how old is the diary entry, all that stuff. This all needs to be understood before you bring this out. because I mean, I don't care who he is. If you're saying that somebody did these horrible things to their daughter, I would like some level of proof, some evidence. I haven't seen any of that. They say they have the diary. I would like to see that if we're reporting on it. If you can't report on it because it's, part of some investigation or whatever, great, then don't report on it yet. But let's see.
Reporting, we really wanted to find out how did the diary get from where it was to, to being published online. And it was left by Ashley in a house that she stayed in for a while after she came out of rehab. And then the next person who came to that house found the diary under the bed. And they're not actually being investigated by the FBI for stealing it. They're being investigated for selling it. So I don't know if that justifies a dawn raid on the people who got hold of the diary, who bought it from them. But the person who found it, she is being investigated for selling it. That's the alleged crime that the FBI are looking into.
Yeah, which is not a federal crime. Josh Bob.
Yeah, so that again turns it in the other way, and it's like, almost the Streisand effect. If the diary's not that big of a deal, how many of you would really care about what's in Ashley Biden's diary if you didn't know what was in Ashley Biden's diary or know what they're alleging? Very weird that, a legitimate source, I mean, love him or hate him, James O'Keefe and Project Veritas does real news. They have press credentials and they obtained the journal legally. So if there is something that the FBI has against them, again, what is it? What is in the diary? What does the FBI have? What is going on here? But we're only a quarter of the way through, so let's keep going.
As well of the Daily Mail. Great to see you tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we're going to recap a lot of what you just heard.
I do not know how old Ashley is. I believe it would make sense that she's somewhere around Hunter's age. Give or take a few years. I wouldn't imagine that she's like a young teenager now. And from this picture, it looks like she's at least, in her mid-20s. But I don't know. But thank you for joining us, Darshan.
This has been out there for a while. It should have been the focus of a lot more attention than it has been. We hope to change that. So here, once again, are the words from Ashley Biden's diary.
Okay, here we go.
I've always been boy crazy, she wrote, hypersexualized at a young age. I remember somewhat being sexualized with a family member. I remember having sex with friends at a young age.
So it says with, but in brackets, a family member. So what did the diary actually say? It might have just said like him or them, but it might have also had a name, but this also goes
showers with my dad, probably.
Showers with my dad. So, again, is there a date on this? I've always been boy crazy. And again, so that's that sounds like the language of, at least, a young teenager. Boy crazy. That's not really something you would say, once you're past high school age, I would think. At least mentally, if she's been through trauma and she's dealing with drugs and all that stuff, then it makes sense that she's speaking much like she's a much younger person than she is. But then again, goes on to say, I remember being somewhat sexualized with, and again, in brackets, a family member. So who was that family member? The only person, I mean, it very easily could be Hunter, or really any number of other people. So again, I don't want to jump to conclusions there, especially because it does say specifically, I remember having showers with my dad, probably not appropriate. But again, when is this from? How old was she? What's going on? Because if she's saying I remember doing this at a young age, it has to be that she's looking back on what she considers to no longer be a young age. So Darshan says, how long ago was this segment released? I believe this was from last night or this morning. Yeah, the 17th. I don't even know. Yeah, yesterday. Yesterday. Of course, they would bury this on the Friday news. Friday news. Always good for something that they're trying to hide.
Not appropriate. So Ashley Biden wrote this in the context of her struggle with sexual compulsiveness in later life. And she attributes those compulsions to the fact that her father took showers with her in a way that was, quote, not appropriate. Now, we have no reason to doubt that what she wrote is true. She did not write this for public consumption. She wrote it in a diary that, as you just heard, she accidentally left behind in a halfway house in Palm Beach, Florida in June of 2020 during the presidential race.
Isn't that so Biden? To just not only have that in a just a thing, whether it's a laptop or a diary, and then just leave it somewhere, as if it doesn't have global, like nation and international global political effects. Like, what are you doing? Keep that shit on your person at all times. What are you doing?
The woman who took the room that she left, a single mother, found that diary under the bed. Now, if you are the father of daughters, ask yourself, is there any explanation for that behavior that is justifiable? And there's not. It's sick and it's horrifying.
And again, we have not heard an age. We have not heard an age. We've heard that from the diary, Ashley herself said she thinks it was probably inappropriate. Fair, but we don't know when that's from. We don't know how old she was when she said that. Because if she is saying that now, like if she said that, let's just say she said it yesterday. She said that yesterday, it was released yesterday. Let's say that's the case. Then we're dealing with somebody who has a lot of issues and, not all her own fault. And maybe because of this stuff, but she has a history of drugs and sex addiction and, just not basing off of Hunter. We understand they don't have a great family life. Having never heard of Ashley Biden before, I don't know if she's a champion for her dad. I don't know if maybe Hunter was the favorite and she's, it could be any number of these things. But it also could very well just be she accidentally left her diary telling the real horrible truth about what's going on at a halfway house. Somebody found it and sold it to Project Veritas. That could also very well be the case. I wish they would get some of this. Is what I hate about corporate news. This, I'll culturally, I definitely call out the left a lot more, but this is half of a report. This is the report that this should be the draft to the editor. That's like, okay, I want to do this story. You've got a bunch of pieces here. And again, we're only, halfway through the video or something, but it's just like, we're not really, this doesn't give me much information. It's kind of scaring me. And it's kind of making me look at Biden in a weird way, which is exactly what Fox News wants. But it's not really giving me concrete information. But, let's see if he's just further burying the lead.
Ashley Biden doesn't say how old she was at the time she showered with her father, but obviously she was
So figure that out, Tucker. Figure that out. That's what you're supposed to be doing. We're all asking that question. You figure it out.
Old enough to remember doing it. And by the way, little kids don't take showers, they take baths. Inappropriate showering with your own daughter? If that's not child molestation, it is definitely close enough to justify a police visit. But the police have not visited Joe Biden. They're not investigating this. Instead, the FBI is breaking into the homes of journalists who brought it to public attention. And now, according to the Daily Mail, again, you just heard this, the feds are investigating a woman called Amy Harris, who had the misfortune of finding the diary. To be clear, none of these people committed crimes, certainly not federal crimes, and yet they are being harassed and tormented by federal law enforcement because they embarrassed Joe Biden and spilled very dark secrets to the world. And the effect is to intimidate everybody else in the media out of covering it. And that's why you're not seeing media coverage about this anywhere.
That's another good point about why I'm bringing up this particular article. I saw somebody else talking about it earlier today or yesterday, and somebody in the comments was like, "Oh, Tucker." It's like, yeah, I get it. I know the bipartisanship. I know the corporate media stuff, but it's like, if you can't even put that past to see, get past that to see what it is that these people are saying, then how can you have a criticism of them? How do you know what to criticize Tucker on if you've never listened to anything that Tucker has said because he's Tucker? All that does is show that, oh, you're the one who heard somebody say Tucker's bad and you won't listen to him. Whereas normal people can watch this, understand its value, and then also be like, give me the rest of the information. This is an incomplete report.
It's enough to make you reassess stories that you have read about Joe Biden in the past that we probably didn't take seriously enough. But in light of this, we take them very seriously. In the run-up to the last presidential election, several media outlets did run stories, and they included videos and photographs and first-hand testimonials that documented Joe Biden's habit of touching young women, often in ways that made them visibly uncomfortable. A lot of people laugh this off. It doesn't seem quite as funny now. You're seeing a small selection of those pictures on your screen right now. In a particular,
Well, I mean, I never thought it was funny. I always thought it was weird how, like, especially, I guarantee they're going to show it, but the picture of that redheaded girl where he's like pulling her in and sniffing her, and it's like, dude, what are you doing? And people are not cool with that. Zach, nice to have you. How are you doing today? Zach says, I never took a bath with either of my daughters, not nude, ever. Even though infancy, 6 months, always wore underwear while bathing them or with them. However, Zach continues, my wife thought it was strange that I was uncomfortable being nude. Zach says he had some issues as a child, so I found it strange. I think that's perfectly, that's perfectly logical for, you to be doing, whatever is comfortable with, whatever you're comfortable with. I don't think anybody would have an issue with you being nude with your own daughters at that age, but if it makes you feel comfortable to slap on some boxers, do your thing, brother. It's the complete opposite that we're worried about. Zach continues, she needs to come forward about what age and more details if she wants to defend her father, in my opinion. I absolutely agree. Regardless of what she wants to happen here, we need more information, because the story so far is that this is her private diary. She left it at a halfway house, and the leader of the halfway house sold it to Project Veritas. So regardless of what she wants to happen from here, she needs to come out and say something. Because again, I can see this being something to, I want to hurt daddy who's never there for me. I want to hurt daddy who did these things to me when I was young. Or it could be, despite the fact that daddy did these terrible things to me, that's our private stuff. I don't want that out there. In either case, Zach is right. She needs to come forward about what age and more details. More details. Absolutely.
particularly creepy picture from 2015, Joe Biden leans in uncomfortably
This is
close.
exactly the picture I was talking about. This is exactly the picture I was talking about. What are you doing? How is this not? Has anybody here not seen this photo before? Has anybody not seen this photo before? It's just. I don't understand how, I mean, we've all got it's not like I've been talking about this particular picture all year or anything, but I definitely spoke out about it when I first saw it, and people just seemed not to care. People seem not to care. And, this is stuff that I was talking about in the lead up to the, Darshan's never seen it. Yeah. There's a video where it's even worse. They're on stage at some event, and he is holding her like that, and then he pulls her in. He pulls her in real close to sniff her even more. I could be mistaken. I don't think I am. I could be mistaken, but there's another girl where he has your comments. Come on. He has his hand on her, kind of like you would put your arm around somebody in a normal way, but instead of going over her shoulder, he went underneath and he's grabbing right under her breast, and it's like to pull her in. Like, this is, and again, when we look at videos of Donald Trump shaking people's hands, and it's like, that thing, it's like, is that a mind game, or are you just a weird dude who doesn't know how to shake hands? Early on, I definitely would have been like, what are you doing? Now that I'm thinking back, the businessman of there's no way he's not doing that on purpose. But point being, it's so funny how everybody had an opinion about that. But some people didn't even know about this. There's whole compilations. We can pull that up next. But there's whole compilations of him just being inappropriate with
to the
children.
daughter of Senator Chris Coons of Delaware during a signing-in ceremony. Joe Biden also frequently comment on the physical appearance of very young women. Here's just one example from May of 2019.
What I'm going to do, if you give me an address, I'm going to write you a long...
This is you can't see it in the clip, but I'm pretty sure this was like a young college student, or excuse me, a young high school student.
Longer answer and tell you the exact things I would do, okay? Okay? Promise? I'll bet you're as bright as you're good looking. I tell you.
And everybody laughs.
To be clear, Joe Biden has not simply over the years, in recent years, been accused of making women uncomfortable. He has been accused of rape. You remember that a former Biden staffer called Tara Reid, whose story, again, we probably didn't take seriously enough, alleged that when she was 29, Joe Biden pinned her against a wall and penetrated her. Now, she was immediately attacked by Democratic partisans. You're a liar.
I was always, again, I'm not trying to play partisan sides. I was all like, hey, whatever happened to this lady? Either A, we need to figure out, was she actually, did these things happen to her from the guy who we're about to put in office, or she's making shit up and she needs to be prosecuted. But no, she's just gone.
Because actually they don't believe all women. But then a phone call, a contemporaneous phone call that Tara Reid's mother made to Larry King's show corroborated the fact that happened. She said her daughter had left Washington because of the actions of a, quote, prominent senator. Now, at the time, the media just buried the story or laughed about it. Joe Biden responded by promising to be more mindful. And that was it. This is from April of 2019.
I've always tried to make a human connection. That's my responsibility, I think. I shake hands, I hug people, I grab men and women by the shoulders and say, you can do this. And whether they're women, men, young, old, it's the way I've always been. The social norms have begun to change. They've shifted.
It's the way I've always been. We've always just slapped bitch. Can you imagine? Oh, wait, you don't have to imagine, because you saw exactly what it was when Trump was doing the same thing. And again, I am not here to cheer for Trump. I'm not here to champion Trump. I'm here to point out bullshit. I'm here to point out bullshit. And if we go all the way back, what was the very first thing that everybody was able to jump on Trump? Thank you, Chris, and thank you for joining us. I really appreciate you being here. If we go back all the way to what people originally jumped on Trump for, what was it? Does anybody remember? It was him on that bus with Billy Bush. And what did he say? When you're this famous or whatever, they let you, which is called consent, they let you grab him by the... That was enough for everybody to call him the worst person ever. And he's a pretty shitty dude. That I'm not saying isn't the case. They all are. But that's my point. Is that how come we jumped on that there? But here's just, that's just how it's always been. Okay, cool.
And the boundaries of protecting personal space have been reset. And I get it. But I will be more mindful and respectful of people's personal space. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I've worked my whole life to empower women.
I've worked my whole life to empower women. I just care too much. That was his explanation. And a lot of people bought it. But in such a way that...
Before we even go on, I want to... Come on. So we've got here a nice compilation. I'm hoping Dashawn's still here. Nice compilation of Joe Biden being a creep.
For their trust and confidence. We've got a lot of thanks to give out here. First and foremost to my perfect wife, Stephanie.
That's his.
You're turning 11. You're beautiful. Just remember, no dates till you're 30. My dad used to say you got one job. I have a beautiful sister like you guys. I swear to God, he used to say you have one job. Keep the guys away from your sister. You're in trouble. Hey, Bridget, how old are you? 16. I hope you got big dogs around the house. Big dogs. Remember what I told you last time I saw you?
Keep watching.
No, not smile. No dates till you're 30. I tell you what, honey, what I'm going to do, if you give me an address, I'm going to write you a longer answer and tell you the exact things I would do, okay?
So again, this is, okay, yeah. This is who he's talking to. I don't know if you can see that. Let's see if I can make that a little bit bigger. But this is, an ear and the hair right here. This is a child, a young child.
Promise? I'll bet you're as bright as you're good looking. I tell you.
What's up, TP?
Okay, over here. Washington Post, New York Times. Hey, girls, remember, no dates.
Wow, so Indie Film, thank you for joining us, says the shower thing has been for at least 6 months. Here's a picture of Joe and Ashley when he took her on the... Yeah, I hadn't heard of it before. This is the first I'm hearing of it. So do you have any other information on like when the diary entry is from, when these showers were occurring, anything like that? Please, clue us in, because we don't know what the fuck's going on over here. We're just watching Joe Biden be a creepy motherfucker.
Over there, Mary Lynn. Hey, Mia, how old are you? Remember, no dates to your 30 years old.
Again, see, with this is Hillary Clinton. So please don't think that I am trying to take sides here. This is Hillary Clinton. I don't care at all what happened to this woman. But does this seem like an appropriate way to engage somebody who's not in your family? What are you doing? And look at his hand. It's not like he's got his hands around her like a hug. He's got his hands like that, around her ribcage, around her torso.
Can I have a picture with just the kids?
Absolutely.
Can I have a picture with just the kids?
Yeah. Come on. You get right in there. Come on.
My mother, Joanna.
Mom, I want to know what you're drinking. God, let me look at my sister. I'm serious.
Thank you.
This was that girl from the original thing. Let's see if this is the one. But again, look at her face. She's smiling now. She's already been grabbed, and he's already whispering. So she's just now turning into realizing what's going on. Leaning away.
All right, nice to see you guys. Thank you. See you back home, I hope.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay? What's this child's name?
This is my goddaughter.
Just remember, no dates till you're 30. Jump in the middle.
Does anybody know what he's saying? No, what, till you're 30? You just asked how old she was, and the answer was not 30. So whatever you're saying is not appropriate. No sex till you're 30. No blowjobs till you're 30. It was fill in the blank. What are you saying, and why are you saying it?
You come right on this side of mommy. No, you come over here. That's it. Keep going. You're standing right next to me. And then we're going to have Daddy put his left hand in the Bible if he can. God love him. Lucky man. Lucky man.
He's having fun. Thank you, sir.
No serious guys.
He's, oh, you lucky man. You lucky man. Usually, you say that when you're talking about the guy's wife. Who is he looking at? The tween. What is she, 12, 13?
Thank you.
What a beautiful thing. That's how old Mike's over there. You're going to switch there. You should come here.
There we go.
Yeah, you got it? Okay.
Gotta get her right in front of you, and then look at that hand. Look at where that hand is. And this might be the one where it's slowly going to go up, 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 and then squeeze.
Spread out a little bit.
It might not be this one, but... And she's like, what the fuck is this?
We're going to look up the photographer up top. Oh, there it is.
I don't know if you saw that. But he used that opportunity when everybody look up. He was he had his hand on her. Everybody look up, and he went like that. Look at it again.
We're going to look up the photographer up top. Oh, there it is.
And look at her trying to fix it like, And then again, oh my God, I didn't even see that. Look again with the face, the way the smile that she has for the picture, the way that it drops when she's like, oh my God, get me out of here. Oh, like, this is the president of the United States. Well, good thing Trump is gone, though, right? Good thing Trump is gone. So let's see if we get any more information from this report, or if Tucker's just gonna, tell us more reasons to be mad at exactly, Darshan. It is what? And been going on for years, been going on forever. I don't expect that we're going to get, we got another 6 minutes of this video. I don't know how much we're going to get, how much information we're going to get from Tucker. It's probably just going to be more of how dare you? Who does this? People do this? That's how Tucker fills his time. Zach, absolutely disgusting behavior. Absolutely.
His own daughter believes made her sexually compulsive in later life, which is a classic symptom of abuse. It's time to reassess this. As Joe Biden said the words you just saw, his own daughter, the same daughter's life was collapsing. She was campaigning for him as she was going to rehab. And it's worth noting that right after Joe Biden's apology came out.
So again, that going back to the point of what Zach said earlier about if she wants to defend her father, saying that she was somewhat recently coming out, doing work in the name of getting the Biden name better. That was a terrible sentence. That's not looking good. Zach, thank you for stopping by. I will be here all night through the UFC card, start to finish. So if you're off work, come on back. We will likely be here. Thank you, brother. All right.
Yet another woman publicly accused him of sexual misconduct. That woman is called Vail Conert-Young. And she said that when she was a White House intern, Biden, quote, put his hand on the back of my head and pressed his forehead to my forehead while he talked to me. I remember he told me I was a, quote, pretty girl.
Now, does that seem in line with the compilation we just saw? Seems like it to me. Now, as an adult and just putting, on the press's forehead, I mean, that's not a huge deal. But it is still creepy and should not be allowed. Is it the end of the world? No. But it's still creepy.
So at this point, no more benefit of the doubt. This man's a creep. Well, Biden was doing the same thing to his daughter in the shower, was he? We know that he showered with her in a way that she felt damaged her. If there's anything that deserves an investigation, it is this. But of course, the FBI is not looking into it because Joe Biden controls the FBI. Instead, they're trying to cover it up. And by the way, this is at least the second time that Joe Biden has used the FBI to hide drug abuse and allegations of sexual misconduct with minors within his own family. And both those stories came out this week. The FBI also swooped in when Hunter Biden violated federal gun laws and was accused, according to his own text messages, of being a, quote, pedophile by his girlfriend / sister-in-law,
Tucker, saying these words on my stream.
Since she was within the family. Of course, the FBI never charged Hunter Biden with anything and said they hid the existence of his laptop for more than a year, despite the fact that laptop contained evidence of multiple felonies, not least numerous FARA violations. And FARA is a law.
All right. I don't think we're going to get anything more out of Tucker. And that's the thing with corporate media is that you're simply not going to get the full story of anything. That doesn't mean that there's no value in understanding what is being said and what's going on in the world. MK, thank you for joining us. What is going on? MK says, creepy, but he's also been a top politician forever. He's probably trying to be a mentor. And that, going back to the, this thing that he said himself, I do believe that.
And win by the shoulders and say, you can do this. And whether they're women, men, young, old, it's the way I've always been. The social norms.
That's not a good enough excuse. The fact is, people are not comfortable with that. And the landscape is changing. For better or worse, it's changing. And you have to understand that, especially if YouTubers and random people on Twitter are going to get canceled for the small bullshit, then you certainly, as the leader of the free world, need to understand how these things are happening. And that maybe 50 years ago, when you were in politics, it was okay to put your forehead on another, female coworker's forehead and tell her that she was pretty. Maybe that was okay. But I don't ever remember it being okay to do that kind of stuff to children. That's for sure. MK says, in regards to that lady, obviously it could have been an uncomfortable, could have also been uncomfortable for her. He definitely needs to learn the times. Yeah, he needs to learn a lot. It's scary that he's just out here doing his thing. But that's not even the only Biden news that we have. This is something from a couple days ago. There was a Biden's ex-wife. What is her name? Kathleen Buell. She came out and she spoke out for the first time, and I don't think they're related. This is from Good Morning America, but let's see if we can tie any dots. Let's see.
Is an exclusive interview with the former wife of Hunter Biden. He spoke with Kathleen Buell. She's out with any memoir.
She certainly is, George. And Hunter Biden has, of course, attracted a great deal of attention over his business dealings, his troubled and turbulent personal life. Through it all, his former wife, Kathleen Buell, has remained.
Oh, my bad.
shadows,
Okay, Hunter. I was like, I was pretty sure Jill Biden had been around for a while. So this is Hunter Biden's ex-wife. My mistake. Like I said, haven't seen this yet.
Now, in her new memoir, If We Break, a memoir of marriage, addiction, and healing, she is now breaking her silence. She was married to Hunter Biden for 24 years. And this morning, for the first time, Kathleen Buell is opening up in an ABC News exclusive about her new memoir, If We Break.
The process of writing the book was incredibly cathartic. I came to own some of the decisions and choices I made, which was hard.
Now divorced from the president's son for 5 years, Buell detailing everything from watching her husband struggle with drug and alcohol addiction. At what point in your marriage did you realize that Hunter had a drinking problem?
With addiction, especially, there's so much shame surrounding it that it becomes something that we don't talk about.
We've seen images of Hunter, the ones that were on his laptop looking disheveled. Was that the husband you knew in moments at times?
Not at all. He was struggling under a massive drug addiction. And that's heartbreaking and painful. And that wasn't who I was married to.
To her decision to let him control their finances. You say you weren't really involved in the finances at all.
This was one of the harder parts for me to write and to acknowledge. It's embarrassing to say that I ceded all financial control to my husband.
Do you know why you did that?
I liked the nice things, and I didn't want to think about the cost at which they were coming. Writing this book really helped me to understand how unfair that was to Hunter and how unhealthy that was for me.
It was in 2003 when Hunter returned from rehab the first time, and he tells you something about the tax situation. What did he tell you?
That we owed money in taxes, but that he had set up a payment plan and he wasn't worried.
In the last several years, Hunter Biden's finances have come under intense public scrutiny. Biden announced in December 2020 that federal investigators had been probing his tax affairs and foreign business dealings. Sources telling ABC News part of the investigation includes Hunter Biden's work with a natural gas firm based in Ukraine called Burisma, where he served on the board from 2014 to 2019. The investigation is ongoing. Biden has not been.
So again, I don't know that there is too much here that's really going to interest us. I thought it was Joe Biden's ex-wife. So obviously that's a little bit not quite as juicy. Hunter Biden's ex, I don't really care. I barely knew that Hunter Biden existed before the whole laptop thing. But those of you in the comments, please, I am here for you. What do you guys want to talk about? What kind of stuff has been going on? I would love to show you my chops and how I do what I do. And so drop a comment on something that's been going on, a video link, an article. Let's go through it. Let's see what's out there. Let's learn something. The next thing that I had, so at 4 o'clock, I am going to be putting on the UFC fights. But I'm still happy to, I'm not going to be locked into watching that. Definitely, if you guys have other stuff to watch, other stuff to go over, other stuff to talk about, let's do it. But the next thing we are going to be doing is checking out a Lauren Chen video. This is from a few days ago. And again, something that I thought was pretty relevant.
Hey, Lauren here, continuing this channel's Pride Month celebration. I thought today we could look over some data that seems to suggest that a large portion of the young people who today call themselves LGBT aren't actually LGBT and instead are only identifying as such for political reasons.
And this is something that I have been saying has been going on forever. Not forever, but as long as this whole gender bender thing has been a thing. Again, I've been calling it the new goth. That you see pockets of young girls all becoming queer together. And I'm all for it if that's your path in life. But there has to be some way for us to differentiate when people are experiencing mental health issues versus when they're just going along with a thing. Especially when the next step in that thing is taking irreversible drugs or having surgery to mutilate your body.
Of course, there is also always good old-fashioned attention seeking, which is really crazy because I feel like in the social media age we are living in, the best way to get attention is actually by putting out controversial, politically charged YouTube videos. So we have this really great article published by Colette called Progressivism, Sexuality, and Mental Illness by Eric Kaufman. And we're going to be going through some excerpts of it, but I highly suggest that you go and read it in its entirety. And basically what this article does and why I think it's so interesting is that it looks...
So let's put that on pause to talk about this. MK says, what's your thoughts on the crypto landscape? I thought I heard you and Jesse talking about it last week on his Fight Companion. Yeah, I think we were. So I am not. I have a significant. Like I spent most of my unemployment money from when I was in when we were all unemployed for the Rona. I spent all of that money on crypto. It was more money than I was making at my job. So all of the extra money that I didn't that I wasn't making for my job, but I was getting from the government, because what could be the possible negative effects of that? I put all of that into crypto. So I have a bit of Bitcoin, Cardano, Ethereum, Ethereum 2, Solana, Polkadot, a couple other things, and it's not doing great right now. But what you need, and I don't know how well versed you are in crypto, MK. But I've only been in for the last couple of years, so it is definitely not looking good. But I got in when we were at like 5960K, right near the all-time high. It was FOMO, and I was like, okay, I got to get on this. We may never see prices like this again. Silly me. But, the idea is that even then, people were talking about the 2017 crypto winter, where we were seeing prices, just, half of what they are now, if not even lower. And then, I think, I don't think I have any Harmony. I don't think but I haven't really been, I've been putting money into the channel. So that I'm not, paying bills and food and stuff. I haven't really been adding to my portfolio, but I was up like 30% of what I invested. I was up like 30%, and it was a good, few $1,000s that I had put in originally. So I mean, I was doing really well, but the thing is, it's a long-term investment. Michael Saylor I just watched a video of Michael Saylor on some show, about the crypto report or whatever. And the person was asking him like, well, look at the charts. Are you still happy that you bought all that Bitcoin? I think it was like $59 billion. Michael's MicroStrategies, I think his company is. It was like, billions of dollars that they put into Bitcoin. And he was like, absolutely. I have no regrets. Everything is doing, Brian, I appreciate that, but I'm not just Indian, and I'm not just Jesus. I am the Indian Jesus. But I do appreciate you coming, and I do appreciate the opinion. So we're just answering MK's question about the crypto landscape. And so yeah, right now it's not looking good. But as Michael Saylor was saying, it's not. He doesn't worry about what's going to happen in the next 20 weeks or the next 20 months. He's looking at it on a time frame of the next 10 years. If you're looking at crypto by the day, by the week, by the month, and even by the year, then you're more of a crypto trader than you are an investor. And I didn't realize when I first started how much of a distinction crypto people. I don't really consider myself crypto people, but I am in the market. But some people who are balls to the wall on it really don't like when people mix up investors versus traders, because investors are more like, okay, I've thought about this, I have a plan, I'm doing my plan. Whereas traders are more like, okay, what can I do and how can I move and what's going to happen in the immediate short term. And it's just a different way to approach the market. Neither is right or wrong. I just think that I'm not going to spend the time to learn how to read all these charts to the degree that I'm comfortable, putting money in on something that's low because I think it's going to go up 10% and then sell there and then wait for, I'm in it for the long term. And I think the changes in the daily, weekly, monthly prices are going to be insignificant when you zoom out and you see that in 10 years, it's over $100,000. That money wasn't what I was using on rent or food or anything like that anyway. So yeah, the landscape is not beautiful right now, but Rome wasn't built in a day. MK also says, "Yep, I've been buying. Made my largest purchase a couple months ago, so losing my ass currently. Yeah, hoping over the years it works out. It absolutely will. It absolutely will. There is so many things that would need to happen that are very unlikely, and I don't know exactly what they are. I just, there's a lot of institutional things that would have to happen for the central banks and the government to take over the Bitcoin system. It's already too far gone for them to get in on the ground floor, so to speak. So whoever Satoshi is or was, that definitely is a big deal. Holding that much Bitcoin for so long, we can assume that that person is likely dead, because who would not be moving that money once it goes up to 60K and you got billions and billions of dollars and you're not touching it, you're not selling any of it. I mean, damn, that's impressive. Or you're dead. Okay, so I agree. The amount of education to properly trade seems out of reach for me. Well, that is 1000% how I felt about crypto in general when it came to when it came to learning stuff. When I started, I had no idea that you even had to or that you didn't have to buy a whole Bitcoin. That's where I started from. And it just so happened that when I was starting, there was this channel, BitBoy Crypto, which now is not the greatest channel for crypto, but definitely helped. And it had this Bitcoin for Beginners series going on. There's also a couple other channels, but this is a 63 videos from the moment that I decided, okay, I'm going to learn about what crypto is and what it can do, and I have this money and it's just sitting here, and I've just, somebody just put it in the context that, like, if you just have money sitting in a savings account, because they're printing all the money, that money is losing its value. And so once I understood it that way, I was like, okay, I got to get rid of this cash, and crypto makes the most sense to me. So I started with this video here. Why not? Let's watch that one. But to just show you, there's a whole list of stuff here that as I learned more, I was watching different stuff. This is a playlist on my channel of other people who know what they're talking about crypto and about how, what's happening, and seeing what's going on day to day. And how that affects that and all that kind of stuff. So let's dive into this first video here that's on the playlist. And same thing, this lady she knows nothing about crypto, and let's see if he helps her out.
You want to hear something real weird? I'm going to tell you something real weird about me. So I never had any background in finance ever. Actually what I did was I ran a nonprofit for kids who were drug addicts, like teenage boys, for years. And I just love helping people. And so I never thought in my wildest dreams this is what I would be doing. I actually did this thing where back in 2008, where I had made fun of people that were in finance, made this little video because it was something I would never be interested in, never be involved in. It was right when the financial crisis was going on. And then years later, this is what I do.
So I was the same way with crypto when it first started, or before I got into it. I was like, what the fuck? This is nerdy shit. Who cares? I have money. Why do I not a lot of it? But I mean, physical. I have money in my bank account. Why do I need to worry about this? Which is now I know a ridiculous thing to say.
It's so weird because I knew nothing about any of this stuff. And just over the last 4 years, really just reading every single day and learning about it. And it's it really starts to open your eyes. You really get empowered when you start to know what money is and how it works,
Yeah, absolutely. So true. Because it is so intimidating, especially for a woman. It's not something that people really expect you to be interested in or really know anything about.
Yeah.
BitSwap is the hottest new way to trade tokens. Crawling all the top. My name is Ben.
Every day on this channel, I show you how to make money in cryptocurrency. If you like money and crypto, make sure to hit that subscribe button. In this video, we're beginning a weekly series.
Me too, man. Me too. If I had a little bit more free cash, I'm a dog trainer, and right now, I guess just with the economy, people are not willing to spend the money for high-end dog training. So my work is very slow right now. I work Saturdays, but here I am because I don't have any clients today. So I don't have a lot of cash coming in at the moment, so I haven't been able to take advantage of these prices. What I do hope is that we are kind of in the middle of that this crash, so that in a couple let's say months, there is still an opportunity for me to get those barrel bottom prices before it starts going back up. And I heard somebody say they expect this crypto winter to run through December. Again, you can never tell anything about anything. Nobody has a crystal ball, you just gotta kind of, sometimes it's just about going on what you feel. And then again, when you play that with the larger idea that you're backing up and you're looking to make a long-term investment, then you don't really have to. If you believe in the fundamentals, if you believe in why Bitcoin is a good idea or why Ethereum is a good idea, then the price of it at any given point is it shouldn't really matter too much, because we're not there yet. This is like investing in YouTube in 1999. Like it for it to be doing well in 1999 is not really a metric of how ubiquitous YouTube is today. MK says, hard to justify spending extra money when there's pending financial uncertainty in the new future. Exactly. Yeah, something a little different. New haircut. That's funny. That is funny. Welcome, Jimmy Dean. Thank you for coming to the very first The Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. We are MK was asking about the crypto landscape. So I thought we would just take a look before, because we have a full hour before the fights begin. And like I said, we could still watch stuff during the fights. I don't mind doing that. This is not necessarily going to be a strict fight companion, but I will have that on no matter what we're doing. I will definitely be watching that. But yes, we are doing something a little bit special where you guys can suggest a video, article, whatever, and we'll talk about it. So right now we're just we're checking on some crypto stuff.
Where we're going to be walking someone through what it's like to know very little about cryptocurrency to hopefully by the end of this series becoming an expert. So let's go ahead and jump right into week one.
Okay, I don't think I answered this, MK, but he said hard to justify spending extra money when there is pending financial uncertainty in the near future. That's exactly it. I could afford to put in maybe like $50 a week into the market and be fine, but especially because I drive for work, the rate of change of the prices of things, I need that buffer. And if I need to spend an extra $200 in a week because of gas, because of this or that, I want to have that on hand. I don't want to have to sell my crypto to have to get that. I have a moderate position. I'm happy kind of with where I am. And again, I see the prices going down in the near future, and then in long term, I see them going buck wild. So even if I only have, let's say, $10,000 originally invested, I think that's going to be at least tenfold in the next 10 years. Very likely a lot more than that. So I haven't really even looked at the card yet. Should we do that? Should we jump into that, or should we save that? We'll save that till right before. I want to see. I want to show you specifically, MK. I want to show you this video, and just to show how accessible it is, and how much this lady doesn't know anything, and why this specific playlist that I made for you guys is a good place to start if you want to know enough to decide. Okay, is crypto something I want to do or not? There's so much to learn, But you don't, when you come into it knowing nothing, it seems like you have to know how the blockchain works, and you have to know what, every little thing. You have to know the tokenomics, and it doesn't work like that. You just need to know the basics, but nobody is going over the basics. But it wasn't until this that I was like, all right, I'm going to collect everybody talking about the basics. And as the playlist goes on, it gets more and more in depth. But because of the way that I've placed these things, then you learn it all as you go. And this absolutely isn't everything that there is to know about crypto, but that's not the point. The point is, if you don't know anything and you just want to get in there and learn, okay, this is something I want to learn more about, or no, this really isn't for me. MK says, yeah, I hear you. Thankfully, my work pays for my fuel. Oh my God. I would love that. But I'll just say, let's just leave it there. I don't have very many nice things to say about the gas situation at work. But yeah, I mean, to expect, especially prices today, I don't think it's out of line to say that in 10 years that we won't see 100x on Bitcoin prices. And especially lower coins, not necessarily like your shit coins, but again, things like Solana coming up, Polkadot, those things I got in pretty low. And I mean, again, I haven't really looked, but everything's low now. And then the stuff that's coming out now, that's that's all coming out now. It's all going to go up way more than the ones that succeed will go up more than Bitcoin does, because Bitcoin has already had a lot of growth. Whereas these coins that, are 0.00002 cents, I'm not suggesting you invest in those, any of those, but keep an eye on the ones that are going from 0.0000 to 0.000 to 0.000 to 0.0 to 0.0. You know what I mean? So the playlist, no, is not all BitBoy. BitBoy I found to be a little bit more about his channel than about giving you accurate information in terms of what's going to happen in the markets this week. But as a starting place, I couldn't think of anywhere better.
Actually found out about you through my partner watching YouTube videos on the TV at home, and I heard your voice in the background, and I was like, who is this guy who's like so animated and actually makes it really interesting to actually learn about crypto? I just want to know more. I just want to know the basic things and share that with people. So
yeah, and we get a lot of requests to do very beginner friendly content and try to understand on a basic level what cryptocurrency is, what Bitcoin is, what altcoins are, what's an NFT, what is DeFi. So we thought this was a really good opportunity to kind of just do something different than we've ever done on the channel. And so, okay, well, let's just get started. So yeah, I think that money is probably one of the most misunderstood things in the world. And the reason for that is because we're just kind of fed what money is, right? Like, you think of paper, you take for granted what that paper represents. And, money is a much bigger concept than just paper or coins. And you go back all throughout history and you see, of course, money started with bartering. You just trade one thing for another without having a medium of that exchange. Really what money actually is on a fundamental, very basic level is it's a form of communication. It's explaining to someone, hello, I would like that. I have something that I value equally to what you have, and then you make that trade. But understanding the monetary system in the United States, and especially across the world in general, the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, for instance, is a really big thing to kind of unpack. I think though one of the biggest things
already you can see her kind of glossing over, like, whoa, what were you talking about? And this is him trying to break it down in its most fundamental form. And he does do better, because again, he's just trying to give more of an overview at this moment. But it's complicated stuff, and they don't teach you. They don't teach you this stuff in school. They don't, you don't have an understanding of civics, of the Federal Reserve, of money supply, any of that kind of stuff. MK says, yep, I basically stick with the smaller cryptos. Wish I would have gotten into Ethereum in 2017. Yeah, don't we all? I think my buddy was telling me to at $20 to jump in. At the time, it seemed like it was hard to acquire. That it's definitely gotten easier to acquire over time, with your Robinhoods and Coinbases and stuff. But yeah, same thing. I mean, like I said, I bought my first Bitcoin purchase. I think the price was like 59K, 59 point something K for my first Bitcoin purchase. And yeah, that was not a great price. And then again, not realizing when I went to UFC 272 with Jesse, I paid him in Bitcoin, even though it was lower than the price that I bought it at. I was like, wait, is that a good thing? Or is that, wait, should I hold it because it's, and I just, but now it's half the price that I paid for him. So technically, I really only paid like $750 to go to to go to Vegas with Jesse. But it's the newer dexes, the newer like again, your Coinbases, Geminis, Robinhood, Crypto.com, those places make it very easy to get the bigger cryptos, but they have a much smaller list. KuCoin, put that KuCoin. That's a good app that is a little bit, oh, I forgot to change my Twitch thingy. It's a little bit more advanced. It's not as user friendly, but the fees are way lower, and the process is or excuse me, the number of cryptos you can get is a lot larger. I didn't really understand how to possess it. Yeah. Or as in what a wallet was, or even exchange. Exactly. And it's exactly where I was. And that is where this lady is. And that's why, again, we don't have to go through, let's see where we are here. What do we got here? Go on the Nixon, talking about that. So, okay, let's start with him talking about inflation, the stimulus checks, because that's what really got me, that got me in there.
That means for my dollar that's in the bank, like if I've got 10 grand in the bank or $1,000 in the bank, if they pump out $1 trillion tomorrow, what is that actually doing to my money in my account?
Really, the people that are getting
exactly. This is exactly where I wanted to start. This is where the notion of I have $1,000, but what that $1,000 can buy today will need $2,000 to purchase the same amount of shit in 6 months, in a year, in whatever period of time, and it's getting worse. That is what inflation does, and I knew this, but it all these things were just, I know what inflation is. I understand supply and demand. I understand inflationary currency, but I didn't know how to put them all together. That's what this is doing.
I don't feel like understand what's actually happening. But the people that need it the most, they're going to go out and spend it immediately. They're going to get the $1,400. I saw TikTok the other day, and it was kind of a joke, right?
And again, he's talking about the stimulus checks from the Rona,
where the girl said she needed her stimulus check to go get some crab legs, and like pretty funny. We all love crab legs, right? Doesn't everybody love crab legs?
I love crab legs.
So I get it, but this is not the kind of money you want to go and make a purchase of something that you don't need, especially if there are bills that you have to pay or whatever. People get excited about that $1,400. For some people in the United States, for a lot of people in the United States, a $1,400 check is a big deal. And so when they see that much money hitting at one time, they may only get $300 or $400 a week at their job. So $1,400 can be like a whole month for them. And so they see that check and they look at the money and they're like, oh, that's good. I can go get something with that money. People that hold dollars, if you hold dollars, you're getting punished for holding those dollars. The people that are winning right now, they're holding assets. They're holding assets like cryptocurrency. That's what separates Bitcoin from a lot of other, things. Is Bitcoin is an asset, but it's also property. You own that Bitcoin when you buy it, unless you buy it. There are places you can buy it where, like Robinhood app here in America, where you don't actually own it. You can't withdraw it. But for most places you're going to buy Bitcoin, you're going to own that asset.
That's one of the big things that I really need to do, because all of my money, all of my crypto is sitting on Coinbase. So if anything happens to Coinbase, tens of thousands of dollars gone. And I haven't done it. I know that I need to get a cold wallet that I'm sure he'll get into, and take it off the exchange so that it's on, just like a USB drive that I own. I just haven't done it though. It's just too easy for it to be there, and to have my like the prices and the portfolio amount just in my app, so I can see, okay, how much is my portfolio worth? And how much of my, like, how much Bitcoin do I have? How much is that worth? It's really easy to see it that way, but it's also really, really risky.
So by simply taking your stimulus check and putting that money into an asset instead of holding it in cash, you're going to end up much better off. Your money is getting more worthless over time, and assets are going up in value. But the people that can afford assets generally are the people that don't need the stimulus checks. So it's kind of like a circle of punishment where the people that are the lower, economic class in America or across the world, they get punished by the money printing. But the people that already have the money, they're buying assets and they're protecting themselves when the economy does crash. And so, if you just think of supply and demand, right? Supply and demand is the most basic rule of economics. If there's not very much of something and a lot of people want it, it's going to be very valuable. If there's too much of something and people don't want it, it's not going to be valuable. And so when you're looking at assets, they're more on that side of things that are going to be valuable, while dollars, they're making more all the time, meaning that there's going to be a higher supply of it, but the demand doesn't really change for dollars. There is a population increase, right? There's more people on the planet every year, but it doesn't match with the level that the supply is going up.
So in your opinion, that $1,400 stimulus check, what if that was you? What would you do with that stimulus check?
Put it into crypto.
It's tricky because there are people that actually need that money for bills to survive. There are people out there that haven't paid their power bill in 2 months. There's people out there that haven't been able to work. They live in these states that have been shut down. For those people, it's the system that kind of keeps them down because they get that check. They can't do anything different with it. All they can do is kind of get out of their current situation. And that's where they never can feel like they can breathe. But for people who don't have to immediately spend that stimulus check, it's going to be way better for you to take that money and to put it into Bitcoin or put it into another top cryptocurrency, not a super speculative one. I would even say it's better to put that money into gold or into the stock market than to keep it in cash. And I can only tell people what I tell my family. So if we go back to, I would say, I think it was over the summer. I was having some
before it gets into that, that's something that I, once I had this realization about what money, what's happening to money and how I need to protect myself against inflation and all this kind of stuff. The question about gold versus stocks versus crypto, that all came up. And the reason that for me personally, that crypto is, I don't have any stocks and I don't have any precious metals. I would like to change that, but I just, again, you have to find somebody who's going to sit down with you and take you through all this stuff, just like we're watching right here, so that you know what you're doing. I mean, I assume, buying gold is a little bit more simple in the sense that, it's gold. There's only one of them. You just buy it. But, the stocks and what's a good time to buy what and when and how much society and just people's behavior affects that. It just felt like crypto was a little bit more of a safer hedge against that. The people who are in crypto are paying more attention because most people are just not in crypto. Most people are no coiners. And that's just, that's not bad on them. I'm just saying it's just a fact. So whereas pretty much everybody understands what the stock market is and on a basic level how it works. So I felt like getting into the crypto market specifically was, again, getting in that ground floor type of thing where, the stock market is already set. The winners and losers are already there. The people who have a leg up already have a leg up. The people who got in on the ground floor are riding those waves, and I'm going to be the one on the other side of the rug pull. So why do you say this, MK? MK says I'd be worried about storing gold and silver. You mean like physically storing it in your house? Because I mean that definitely is, if that's what you mean, that definitely is a real thing that I wouldn't have thought of, a couple years ago. Where now, when we're really looking at the end of civilization, the end of modernized society, and we might be going all Mad Max, then yeah, absolutely having a store of gold, having a giant safe or just a fucking bag of coins, that is heavy. And it's heavy. And so yeah, you have to be able to move it around or protect it. And if you have so much gold that it's larger than you can literally stand in front of, exactly, Brian, exactly. It also makes you a target because if you have more gold is gold. It's not it's worth a lot. So a very little bit can be worth a decent amount of money. But when we think about the idea that money is going to shit, then to have a real store of gold that's actually something that you can depend on has to be a significant amount. And once it gets something that's larger than you can stand in front of physically, then Brian is exactly right. You're just a target. It's just whoever's got the biggest gun is coming to take it. Whereas with your crypto, then you've got your wallet, and there's a passcode that is, I think, 12 words, a series of 12 words, or a phrase of 12 words that you're not supposed to tell anybody. Now, the negative part about that is because it's so secure, people will usually write down their passcode, and store it somewhere safe. But people have forgotten, and especially people who really got in on the ground floor with Bitcoin, and they didn't know that you could that it would go anywhere. They might have thrown a couple $100 at it when it was a few cents per Bitcoin, or a few dollars per Bitcoin, and then it's on some hard drive on a computer that they forgot about, and they threw away the computer. And we've heard stories of people searching, actually going to the dump and searching through all of the shit, searching the entire landfill to try and find their hard drive, because there's so much Bitcoin on it that they didn't think at the time would be worth anything. But once it went up to 60K, it was worth billions of dollars. And the thing is, if you can't get that hard drive or that wallet, and if you can't remember those words, the passcode, that money's gone. There is no backdoor. There's nothing that you can do about it. MK says, I live in a safe neighborhood, but just seems unsafe. I'm also in my 40s, so I doubt anyone would ever know. But to actually use it would be a pain in the ass. Yeah. I mean, I think in the context of assuming that we're on some sort of a societal downfall, is it really going to get to Mad Max levels? Probably not, but it definitely could. Probably not, though. Then you're not likely going to be paying for things in gold necessarily. You'll probably be you'll have your store of gold. The same way that people use crypto now is that you have your store of gold. You transfer little bits of your gold into money to you, whatever the currency is, whether it's dollars or Bitcoin, to use with other people. But I don't necessarily think that people are going to be trading gold rocks anytime soon. That doesn't seem realistic. Yeah, the Bitcoin pizza. Someone's paid for a pizza with the ridiculous amount of Bitcoin. No, actually, I mean, there is it's. I want to say it's in April, Bitcoin Pizza Day. It was the first ever purchase of somebody actually buying something using Bitcoin, not taking their Bitcoin and turning it into US dollars and then using US dollars to buy what they want, but to actually pay in Bitcoin. So of course, this was in like I don't know, like 2010 or something like that, when the price of Bitcoin was very low, and so to buy a pizza with it, he probably spent the equivalent of like 3 Bitcoin, because at that time that would have cost the $18 or plus, for your toppings and whatever. But of course now those 3 Bitcoin, even right now, those 3 Bitcoin are over $60,000 just for the 3 of them. And then at the peak, then it was a lot. So you definitely bring up a good point about wanting to end himself, but the idea is that a lot of people in the space are real, true believers. That guy likely has so much Bitcoin because he believed so early on and has seen that yes, he didn't get the best value for it in hindsight, but he was crucial to the culture of crypto. For us to say that we can actually use this is a real thing. I bought a real, because that's what everybody says, even to this day. Like, okay, well, what do you do with it? How do I buy stuff with Bitcoin? It's like, it just needs adoption, and adoption starts with one person accepting it. And so I definitely, again, that person probably wishes they held on to their Bitcoin, but they are immortalized in the legacy of Bitcoin as the first ever person to start us down this road of using Bitcoin as a serious currency. MK says, right. Just seems like with crypto, there's convenience there. Everything can be exchanged at home. Yep, absolutely. And you know, not even that, but you don't need a lot of technology, and you don't need to be at home. You know, you can use anybody's computer, just like you know, and then again, comparing it to gold, it's just antiquated. But in the meantime, the value of gold is still the value of gold. So I would never tell anybody not to buy into gold. But I do remember Anthony Pompliano, another great person to know if you're in the crypto space. I don't believe he is necessarily a Bitcoin maximalist in the sense that he only has Bitcoin, but he definitely thinks that Bitcoin is the best. And you know, he's like, okay, well, what percent? If you put a number on it, what percent do you believe in Bitcoin? Is it 1%? Is it 10%? Is it 50%? Is it 90%? Okay, well then you should put that percent of your net worth into Bitcoin. And then what was the other thing that you said? The powers that be hated that the little guy was making money. Yeah, exactly. But shit, I forgot what Anthony Pompliano. I was going to say about Anthony Pompliano. I lost it. Yeah. Maybe it'll come back to me. So let's watch the video. And again, guys, if there's something that you guys want me to talk about, drop some links, drop some topics. I'm here for you.
Conversations with my own family, like my grandparents and my uncle and you know, my dad, and we were talking about the economy, and they said, well, what should we do? And they weren't all in on cryptocurrency yet. Okay, they all are now. Okay, but they weren't all in on cryptocurrency. I told my own family, my own flesh and blood, I told them, get out of cash. Anything you can do to get out of cash. So if people want to buy gold with it or stocks, I understand that. I would argue that definitely Bitcoin is, you know, the best proposition though.
Yeah, absolutely. And in saying that, I mean, it's so easy to say, you know, Bitcoin or whatever, but what are the kinds of platforms that you would actually suggest to people who have no idea what they're doing to get on and to buy those assets?
Yeah, for Bitcoin, you know, there are a lot of different exchanges that you can use to buy it.
So this is exactly what MK was talking about earlier. It says something along the lines of percentages of belief. Yeah. It was something else after that though. I'm kicking myself. Oh, I got it. Okay, I got it. So he was saying that on the tail of that, you know, the percentage, like let's say you are hedging against, you know, you believe that you have 50% confidence, let's just say. So the other 50% of your net worth, you're putting in other assets, whether it's cash, gold, or anything else. Unless you believe those are going to do better than Bitcoin, then you are wasting your money in something that you don't fully believe in. So there's definitely the aspect of diversification. But again, if you believe wholeheartedly that there's no way Bitcoin's not going to be the main currency, the best thing in the world, then it doesn't really make sense for you to take 10% of your money and put it in Ethereum, or 10% of money and put it in gold, because if you really believe, you know, X, Y, and Z. But I definitely don't subscribe to that, but I do think it's very, because of, you know, the notion of nobody has a crystal ball, and you know, if you're doing well, that's and you're stable in the sense that you have a wide variety in your portfolio, and you're doing well. Maybe you'd be doing better if you had all of it riding on Bitcoin, but that's also a different type of lifestyle. If all of your money is in one single asset, then you can't, you know, you can't plan on how that money's going to do, because as we've seen in the last couple of months, your net worth could just tank. And if all of your money is in Bitcoin, then you need to be using some of that Bitcoin to transfer back into USD or whatever your currency is, to be able to buy things, since we're not quite at the you know, we're not quite at the place where you can just buy things with Bitcoin. So Brian says your belief could finish you financially if you thought like that. Exactly. I don't think. I think diversification above all. You don't need to have the maximum amount of money in the world. I think having the 50th max in the money, max amount of money in the world, and being diversified is way better than the possibility that you may be the richest person ever because you have all your money in Bitcoin. But, and exactly, Brian, everything else is just gambling. MK says, makes sense. Diversification seems to be the safest. Absolutely. Work in real estate. That's another great way to hold assets. Yeah, that's another one that I haven't, where do you start? Where do you start? I just don't know where to start with that. My parents have had properties before, and I think I would, I think based on what I know very little, it seems like it would be a good fit for me. But again, I don't know how to get into it. Yeah, everyone needs to diversify, and anything else is just gambling. Well said, Brian. Okay, though, on the constant work. That's the other thing. Is it so? It's a lot of work, but you have a relatively flexible schedule in terms of when you do a specific thing, right? It's not like you have a boss that is you have to report here at this time. It's more like you scheduling things with other people, right? Or am I wrong about that? Well, you are answering that. Let's move on here.
The best places in the United States, at least, to buy it is Coinbase, Binance.us, and then also a CashApp is a really good way. If you were to buy Bitcoin on, let's say, PayPal, that gets into the argument of, where you can't withdraw your money. You want to be able to withdraw your Bitcoin because, once again, it's all about ownership. You're going to own this Bitcoin, and you want to be able to pull it out in case, like, what if the economy crashes, right? If you're still relying on something where you don't own it, and you're only making money in US dollars based upon the price going up or down, which is what it is on PayPal, then you're really not in a better situation. You're still dependent upon the dollars. What about in Australia? What is the top app that you guys use there to buy cryptocurrency?
We use CoinSpot, and I didn't find out about CoinSpot. My partner Ross did. He was like doing all of his research and found the best couple of little spots to little apps to buy safely as well. Because I feel like it's money. Like people are so concerned. They're like, what if I put my money into this app and it just all goes? It's like there's so many pros and cons to doing it online, and once it's gone, it's gone. But it's like we use I find CoinSpot very, very easy to understand, and it's just great seeing those dollars go up on your wallet.
Yeah. So what was that kind of like when the first time that you bought Bitcoin and you watched the prices? Like what was kind of the awakening moment that you had about Bitcoin?
It just really, once I started to grasp it a little bit more, like it makes no sense to me now to just have money sitting in my bank account.
Exactly. And that's the thing is, it might have been Pomp, or it might have been this guy who was saying the best way to get in and see and feel around, once you do some research and I understand this is something that I kind of want to get into, then you don't just, buy a whole chunk and wait to see what happens. You put in $5 at a time, put in $5 one day. The next day, see what happens with it. See how you feel when it goes down. Make sure this is something that if you want to be a trader, then you have to deal with the emotions of those daily fluctuations. If you believe in the tokenomics and all that good stuff about the technicality of what any crypto or but specifically Bitcoin is, then you can be a little bit less focused on like we talked about earlier. You can be a little bit less focused on the day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month prices. And just, hodl, as they say, HODL, hold on for dear life. Just buy and hodl. Let's finish what she's saying just in this part, and then we'll move on to something else. Unless you guys want to keep going.
And for someone that I never really grew up with any sort of massive amount of financial understanding. Like we don't really get it in school. I didn't really learn it from my parents. So to start learning all of this and sort of how it works it can feel very overwhelming at times. And it's just like, what do you believe, or what apps do you use or whatever. But the more and more I sort of grasp an understanding of it, it just makes so much sense to have the assets and not the cash.
Yeah. And I think that's a really good point that you make about, once you get it in and you watch it and you're like looking at your money in the bank, you're like, it's I always say it's a Trojan horse. I love talking about this. Like I got a lot of my family into cryptocurrency by just giving them free crypto. And I said, look, download this app.
Yep, that's what I was talking about. I wasn't sure if it was him or Pomp, but yeah, this is exactly what he said. That so MK is taking my boy for a hike. Good shit. Good fathering. I like that. Like the new name channel. keep up the good work. I'll check back in later during the fights. Thank you so much, MK. I really appreciate you joining us and giving us another tangent to go on. So again, we'll just finish a little bit more of what this conversation is, and we'll move on to something else. Please do drop something in the comments that you would like me to talk about.
Take this crypto and it never fails. Within a week, they're calling me like, hey, about this. Because so many people, like, they don't understand Bitcoin. In the next episode, we're going to talk a lot about Bitcoin specifically, what makes it unique, what makes it special, why it's a total counter to our current financial system. But what happens is you give it to them, they don't understand it, but they see the money, they see the fluctuations, and they start to get a little interested, and then they start wrapping their heads around. I'm sure you've encountered people that you talked to before because you're excited about this new world of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, and they didn't really seem to get it. Have you gone through that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was that person when Ross started talking about Bitcoin. I was like, is that even real? Like, is that still?
Why, yes, Brian. I am not. Well, I will leave this chair. I'm gonna stealth pee, and I'm gonna have to take the dog out at some point. But this stream is running from now until the end of the UFC card. I'm going to be here the entire time. I'm going to try to see if even while I'm taking the dog out, I can jump in on my phone, and we are going to keep it rolling. This is the very first, the Indian Jesus stream, and we are doing it big. That's exactly why I want you guys to suggest something, even your own channel. I want to show you guys exactly what I'm going to be doing with this channel, exactly what this channel is going to be about. And usually the Fight Companion is not going to be part of this channel. That's because you will find me over on the Talking Shit podcast YouTube channel on the Filthy Casual MMA Watch Party that usually happens every Saturday, but the host is off is not able to do it this week. I didn't have any clients today, so I figured let's do a mega stream to show everybody the Indian Jesus is for real. So stay tuned.
Of things like I actually thought it was just some weird scam. That's what I thought it was. And then Ross started talking to me about it and giving me an understanding, and it's just crazy. Like it's not fake money. It's not as much as what people might think it is. And I know that it is overwhelming. There's so much to learn, and it's people putting their money out of their accounts, which that's all they know in their entire.
I really would love to. But I think, because I've gotten a decent number of subscribers from that channel, the Talking Shit podcast. I've made good friends with the hosts. If you've seen Captain Paul on this channel, he is the co-host of the Talking Shit podcast, and that's the Fight Companions, or they call them watch parties, are kind of what they do. So I don't really want to make a competing thing. I don't want us both to be on our own channels. I would rather, if anything, we could switch off and stuff like that. But that's their lane, and I think it's important to respect the people who have shown you the way. They've helped me a lot with this channel, and they let me come up and talk on their platform for 7 hours a week. So that has definitely helped me in terms of just what I do on my own channel, how good I am on the mic, which is getting better. If you hear me saying ums and ahs and and stuttering and stuff, I'm getting better at that stuff, and that is largely because I spend 7 hours a week on air with the Talking Shit podcast, and that is a great benefit to me. So I would love to keep doing my own, and anytime they cannot do one, I absolutely will be here, assuming I'm not at the event or something. But then again, then Jesse does his, and if everybody has one, I would the community aspect is a big part of this. So even if you guys were going to leave Jesse's stream to watch my stream, which you're not, then I would rather hang out with you guys in the comments of Jesse's stream than sit here by myself and have a couple of you in the comments. You know what I mean? I like that we have a small community feel for this, but with the Fight Companions, when we're not like, we're kind of just sitting there watching, and the notion of, kind of doing my own thing is not 100%. Now, If the Indian Jesus blows the fuck up, then I don't think that they will have any problem coming onto this platform to do the companion just to help out their channel, and I would happily do that. So, but that's this is day one. This is day one. We're just figuring all that out. Let's move on. So again, this is from the Crypto for Noobs. I would this is the Crypto for Noobs playlist that is on my channel. So just click through on my channel. You'll find a whole bunch of different playlists. One of them is If You Care What I Watch. Just every morning, this is my routine. I open YouTube. Subscriptions. Hey, look, that's me. And then I go through until the very last one that I watched. And then I go through and add every single one that I like to my watch later list. And then I go through, and whichever ones are good, I add them to the list. I just want to have a something that we can all watch together, even if we're not actually watching it together. So Brian, I would love for MMA to be my bread and butter, but I don't have. I don't train. I don't do anything like that. And then there's just too many people in my immediate circle who know MMA a little bit better than I do. And aside from that, there's so much else that I want to talk about than MMA. It would be very limiting. Now, somebody like Jesse is very good at tying other cultural and political issues into MMA, and maybe I'll be able to do that in the future, because I do definitely know a lot more about MMA than most other things that I know about. So that would definitely be something I could build it, and they would. I definitely could do that. But again, then I want to talk about the cultural issues that are important to me, and that if you build a community of MMA people, and then you start talking about stuff like fake LGBT progressives, then it's like, what are you talking about? So if this channel blows up, maybe I'll do the Indian Jesus MMA. Only you guys can help. I need those numbers. I need those subscriptions. I need those views. I need that watch time. And when I start, when I can, I will absolutely love to do that. So let's, do you want to start that over? No. So yeah, basically we'll just start from here.
Best way to get attention is actually by putting out controversial, politically charged YouTube videos. So we have this really great article published by Quillette called Progressivism, Sexuality, and Mental Illness by Eric Kaufman. And we're going to be going through some excerpts of it, but I highly suggest that you go and read it in its entirety. And basically what this article does, and why I think it's so interesting, is that it looks over different studies that compare the number of people who call themselves gay or bisexual versus the number of people who actually participate in gay relations. And spoiler alert, there is a big difference between the two. As we have gone over before in previous videos, the LGBT community is seemingly exploding. And as Eric explains in his article, a recent Gallup survey found that roughly 21% of Gen Z Americans who have reached adulthood, those born between 1997 and 2003, identify as LGBT. That is nearly double the proportion of millennials who do so, while the gap widens even further when compared with older generations. Also,
so again, we had started this video. Thank you, Brian. It's good, right? It definitely could be, but I barely have the time to do everything that I want to do with this channel. So again, I'm going to be focusing on the Indian Jesus period, and then if we have time, if we have the people, if we have the following, then you better believe the Indian Jesus MMA is definitely going to be a channel for sure. That is for real. If once I start some growth, that's directly where I want to go. But all in good time. All in good time. So yeah, we were talking earlier about how trans or queer is the new goth, and 21% of Gen Z, which is double the millennials, and I think the millennials double the Gen Xers, and so on and so forth. I think it was Bill Maher who was saying, at this rate, we'll all be gay by 2030. It's like, yeah. That doesn't seem biologically consistent, that all of a sudden there's so many people for so long that were LGBT and it was just the social norms that prevented all of that. And now that everybody's okay with it, all of these people that were already queer are coming out. The numbers just don't make sense. Like the percentages of any type of identity wouldn't work out like that if it went from it not being okay to be that thing to it being okay to be that thing. But, far be it for me to tell anybody how to identify. That's exactly what. I mean, you're joking, Brian, but this is exactly part of what Lauren is about to get to. Is that if you are an upper class, not like like middle upper class white female, then yeah, you've got the female card because everything's about oppression Olympics and who's a victim and this and that. You've got the female card, but you're white and you're not poor. So how do you garner this attention? How do you garner this victimization value? Becoming queer. And you don't even have to do anything. You don't have to have any surgery. You just cut your hair, change the color, and pick a new name, and that's it.
Abigail Schreier, meanwhile, reports a 1,000-fold increase in trans identification. That does not actually mean that there was a 1,000-fold increase of people doing things like taking hormones or going into surgery, even though that has increased a lot. And the reason for this is that a lot of the people who call themselves trans are actually just non-binary or gender fluid, and their transness doesn't actually require any transitioning, say for maybe, I don't know, a plaid shirt or maybe putting on like combat boots and getting a short haircut. Basically, what I'm referring to is trans trenders, people who call themselves trans pretty
Trans trender? That's my new favorite word. You're a trans trender.
Much because it's the cool thing to do. Well, it turns out that a similar phenomenon is also happening with sexuality, i.e. people wanting to call themselves gay or bisexual or pansexual or whatever it may be so they can be part of the LGBT community. But meanwhile, if you actually look at their behavior, they are just straight.
Straight? Oh, I didn't know she was going to say it.
Just like a trans trender might actually just be a tomboy. As the article continues, a granular look at survey data on same-sex behavior and LGBT identity shows that identification is increasingly diverging from behavior. More importantly, those who adopt an LGBT identity but display conventionally heterosexual behavior are a growing and distinct group who lean, unsurprisingly, strongly to the left politically and experience considerably greater mental health problems.
No way. No way. The queers are on the left? What a surprise.
Problems than the rest of the population. By contrast, those who engage in same-sex behavior are more politically moderate and psychologically stable. And to be clear here, I'm not saying, and neither is the author of this article, that gay people or bisexual people don't exist. Instead, what we're talking about here is the phenomenon of left-wing people who call themselves something other than heterosexual, but when you actually look at the partners they have, they seem to be seeking exclusively heterosexual relationships. And what I find interesting is that as letters have been added to the LGBT community, like queerness, for example, the Q, this type of behavior has not only become more common, but it's actually become, acceptable. Like you don't have to justify or explain how you're LGBT. You can just call yourself queer, even though you may be a female who only wants to date males. And it's like, you can't question that because you are.
Because then you're transphobic. And exactly, that's the gothness of it all, is that, for instance, depression and anxiety has gone through the roof in the last couple decades, but there's not as much to the notion that people are just doing that and claiming it and saying that they have depression or anxiety for the attention, because that's something that is, I guess it's more measurable, but it's also more well defined. We know what depression is. We know what anxiety is. What exactly is queer? They don't have a real definition for this stuff. And so it's a little odd that, we are allowing this to just settle in as a societal norm. It's weird. It's weird. It is a mental illness, but it's not. You're not mentally ill to say, oh, I'm a straight girl and I'm not getting enough attention, so I'm going to call myself queer so that I can get attention. That's not mental illness. That's just wanting attention. But because we, the normal people, the rational people, are not allowed to question whether, you're anybody's gender identity, then if we're like, hey, wait a minute, you present as a girl, you were born as a girl, you're only interested in males, what's the queer part? That's transphobic to even ask. So they just get that win. They just get that, like, now I'm in a minority group. I'm in a marginalized group, and I'm oppressed, and you have to this and that and that. You have to use my like. There's no truth but power. There's no truth but power. On the left, there has been a lack of actual values, and the only thing is power. So if you can get power over somebody by ironically, putting yourself into a marginalized group, then, why not? Especially when you don't have to get any kind of surgery, date anybody you don't want to date, look any different than you already do. You can just claim it. It's like the episode of The Office where they're talking about bankruptcy, and Michael Scott's like, I declare bankruptcy. It's like, yo, that's not how that works. You can't just say it and then it is. You have to actually do something. And so if Michael Scott really was able to get rid of all of his debts just by declaring bankruptcy vocally, why wouldn't you? And so the question extends to these young girls who feel some type of way. If you can fix that, quote unquote, fix it, in a Band-Aid way, not a long-term way. But if you can fix that in the immediate by just claiming to be queer and not need any kind of proof or a difference in action or anything, you just declare it like Michael Scott and you're all good. Well, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you?
Part of the amorphous queer category. This is something that I at least have noticed quite a bit on social media among activists or celebrities, but now we actually have data to back up the fact that, yeah, a lot of these people who are calling themselves pansexual or whatever, they are actually just straight. As Eric explains, a growing share of LGBT identifiers engage in purely heterosexual behavior. Figure 1, drawn from the General Social Survey, shows that in 2008, about 5% of Americans under the age of 30 identified as LGBT, and a similar number had a same-sex partnership in that year. By 2021, though, the proportion identifying as LGBT had increased 11 points to 16.3%, but the share reporting same-sex relations had only risen 4 points to 8.6%. LGBT identity had become twice as prevalent as LGBT behavior. So basically what we have here is a sizable number of people who are calling themselves LGBT, but who are not really acting very LGBT. And before we go over why exactly this might be happening, I do want to say thank you to today's sponsor, Keto with a Warren.
Sorry, girl, you ain't getting sponsors off of me. Come on, Jesus Christ.
Without actually sum up with people under 30, basically we got a bunch of people saying they're part of the LGBT community without actually acting LGBT. So now the question is, why? And that's kind of hard to answer, especially on an individual level, but we do have some more telling figures to go over. As Kaufman continues, and I quote, the trend toward greater LGBT identification has been particularly pronounced for young women, among whom there are 3 bisexuals for every lesbian in the 2018-21 period. Among young men, on the other hand, gays outnumber bisexuals, and the LGBT total is only half as large as it is for women. So the explosion in LGBT identification has happened way more among women than among men, which really is not surprising for several reasons. The first off being that women's sexuality is way more fluid and easily influenced by society than men's. And the reason why I say this is because a while ago, I actually did a video talking about nature versus nurture when it comes to same-sex attraction. And we looked over some studies that looked at twins where at least one of the twins was gay or bisexual. And you see, if being gay or bisexual was something in your genes and you were just born that way, what we would expect to see with twins, identical twins specifically, is that there would be a 100% chance of both twins being gay or straight or bisexual. But as it turns out, that's not the case. You do have situations where one identical twin might be straight and another might be gay, indicating that nurture, at least for some people and to some extent, does affect sexuality. And what is really interesting is that having different sexual preferences among identical twins is actually way more common for women than it is for men, meaning that when it comes to sexual preferences, women's are more easily influenced by nurture.
Hold up. The, what do we got here? The Donald Cerrone and Joe Lozon fight is canceled? Oh no. Let's read this. What do we got here? The fight between a pair of UFC lightweight luminaries seems to be cursed. For the second time, Donald Cerrone and Joe Lozon has been canceled the day of the planned bout. Lozon had to withdraw because of a non-weight cut related medical issue, the promotion said. The contest was scheduled at UFC Austin. So I'm not fighting Cowboys running on Instagram. The freakiest, weirdest thing happened ever. I weighed in officially. I got set down and I got to put my socks on, turn my knee out, and my knee locks out. I've dealt with meniscus injuries on both knees, but this knee in particular had it cleaned out a bunch of times. But when it does lock up, I can usually straighten it out. It unlocks totally fine, 100% immediately. This time, I'm now surrounded by all the fighters, commission, cowboys in the room. I'm not trying to make a scene and let people know that no, there's not a problem with my knee. Eventually, I end up hopping on one of the cornermen's backs, acted like I was choking him like we were joking, but I couldn't stand. Couldn't walk at all. Cerrone and Lozon were supposed to fight at UFC 274 in Phoenix in May, but Cerrone got ill, forcing cancellation. And then it was scheduled for April 30th, but it was moved from that date to today, but it seems it will be moved again. Then it just talks a little bit about them, but man, that sucks. I really wanted to see that fight. I was just trying to figure out which Vegas, it's UFC Vegas what? That's what I was trying to figure out to put it in the thingy. But anyway, I figured you guys that might be relevant to y'all. I wonder if they're going to be starting any later. I don't know. I wouldn't imagine that they are, but just so you know, Joe Lozon and Cowboy Cerrone is canceled. Let's get back into this.
Than men's. Already being familiar with that study is the first reason why I'm not surprised by
Brian says Cowboy needs to retire. That was the entire point. Both of them need to retire. Both of them need that retirement fight. There's no reason that Cowboy should be fighting people like Conor McGregor. I mean, even before we saw the leg break, before we saw the boxing stance, his comeback was that first comeback after he'd been gone for a while. And, it was a weird fight anyway. But that's not the kind of fights that we want to see Cowboy in. We want to see him in fights that he can be competitive. And he's just past his prime in terms of competing at the highest level. He should have left after the Conor fight. Well, again, the point was to have this one more fight with an old guy. Joe Lozon's an old guy too. They're both gonna, go out on their shield, and they're both retired tonight. That was the idea. But now it's like, are you really gonna a career like that? Both of them, but specifically Cowboy, a career like that, and then you're just gonna walk away off a canceled fight? It doesn't. You gotta have a finale, and it's not like he wants to stop. So they're definitely gonna reschedule that. But oh man, what a bummer. I was gonna say I would watch all the like embedded and stuff, but I just UFC's so bad with the copyright stuff. There's no way we'd be able to get through that stuff. But again, suggest a video or an article for us to go through. Drop your own channel. We'll go through that. I'm here for you guys. In the meantime, we are checking out why there are so many dang queers
numbers. But the second thing is that because women more so than men tend to be left-leaning and progressive politics now are so pro-LGBT whatever, if progressive people are just saying that they're LGBT for attention or to see marginalized or trendy or whatever it may be, it would make sense that this would happen more among women because more women are progressives. Which brings us at this point to the almost cliche way that more and more women are calling themselves bisexual when really they're not. I mean, ladies, like thinking a woman is pretty does not make you bisexual. There's a difference there. This is a really interesting part of the article. It reads that furthermore, the GSS data show that bisexual women are the fastest growing category, accounting for a disproportionate share of the post-2010 rise. And a closer look at trends among female bisexuals in figure 2 shows that an increasing share of them display conventional sexual behavior. In 2008 to 10, just 13% of female bisexuals said they only had male partners during the past 5 years. But by 2018, this was up to 53%, rising to 57% in 2021, i.e. most young female bisexuals today are arguably LGBT in name only. Yeah, you heard that right, folks. This was not always the case, but today the term bisexual amongst young women has become so watered down that most of these young women who call themselves bi actually exclusively have male partners, which is really not a surprise for anyone who's been around young white women, or specifically young white women in college. So many really is seemingly, if not politically motivated, then just attention motivated. It's a way to set yourself out from the crowd. Because, being a woman is really not that.
All right. So we get the point. The fact is that this is simply a trend. I mean, it's just something that is a trend. It's not a phase, Mom. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. So from Tucker back to Tucker. This is Jimmy Dore. Jesse actually sent this to me earlier, and I haven't watched it yet. I figured I would do it live with you guys. So let's see what Jesse has sent me.
I went on Tucker Carlson.
What?
Yesterday, and people don't like that I talk to his audience. So, Jimmy, why do you go on Tucker Carlson? Because they won't invite me on CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, any of the other ones. I will go bring the message anywhere they will have me. I'll go.
God forbid someone talks on
identity politics, and they care more about. Learn how
we get it.
co-opt identity politics. Everybody, like the brother, and there's things Putin on Putin. And so here we go.
Are you keeping a list of all the things Putin is doing?
Oh, Brian, my homie. What is good, brother? I didn't realize it was you. Good to see you. Good to talk to you. Glad you are here. How you been? How you been? Yeah, we Brian and I, we got into some danger in Vegas for UFC 272. Went out there with Jesse on Fire, and it was an awesome fight. That was the Colby Masvidal fight, and we got to see it live. Was not Colby? Was it Colby Masvidal? Yeah, Colby Masvidal. And then afterwards, everybody just went to sleep. So me and Brian were like, "Yo, we got to do something here." And I'll leave it at that. But we had a good ass time. Still alive. Glad to see you. Yeah, if you didn't hear before, I am doing the I think that was you who asked, but I am doing the fight companion. So we are just going to go through this video, and then the fights will be on. Glad to see you,
Russia's
brother.
very powerful. They control a lot of things. They overthrew our government. They committed a coup on America. They control the gas prices, and Russia's responsible for our inflation. And let me just tell you, last time I checked, Russia couldn't get their good vodka into Trader Joe's. So I don't think they're really controlling everything like they say they are. Okay. So the Democrats right now are in power. They have complete control of government, and like all politics.
I don't know what that means. Can't get their vodka into Trader Joe's. What does that? It just means they don't have power, I guess. I was just telling. That's what I was just saying earlier to Jesse. That I don't know. This guy is just not my brand of comedy. I think he does a good job being a pundit. I think he does a good job presenting cultural events, and he can be funny. But as a comedian, I never really liked him as a comedian. So I just never really watched his stuff. But I didn't realize how in depth, in the weeds he was with this stuff. So it's really cool to see that. So let me do this. Let me change some. Yeah, Brian, do you know which UFC Vegas, like what number it is tonight? That would be very helpful.
Politicians, they don't want to take the blame for anything. They want you to blame everybody and everything, or anybody and anything, for the pain that you're feeling right now, except blame them, the people with the power right now. And so that's why everything comes back to Putin, because Putin is a proxy for their Trump hate, right? And you said Larry Summers blamed January 6th on inflation, which is an old Clinton advisor. So what they don't want us to realize is that we have a unipolar government, right? So if you vote for Joe Biden, you're voting for Goldman Sachs. If you Mitch McConnell, the same thing. You're voting for our oligarchy. And they don't want you to know that. And as soon as people wake up that we've been being screwed by the same billionaires that control Joe Biden, that control the Republican Party, that's what scares them. They don't want us.
See, he's going in. And this is not the part where he's, cracking jokes. He's doing the damn thing. And the joke at the beginning was pretty silly, but he's laying into him now. Not
So
laying
they don't
into
want
him.
me on your show talking to your audience, telling them that people on the left, we smell a rat, and we know that Joe Biden is completely controlled by the oligarchy and the corporations. And right now, the American people are paying the price. What are we paying the price for? Not for Putin's inflation, not for Putin's gas hike. This is Joe Biden's invasion. This is NATO's invasion. This is Joe Biden's policies. These are Joe Biden's policies that are wrecking the dollar, that are propping up the ruble to it's stronger than it's ever been, and they're blaming a foreign country. Imagine if Trump did that. They'd be making jokes about it every night on the nightly news. Of course, they're not. On the nightly talk shows. But of course they're not. They're all coddling. You saw Jimmy Kimmel have to coddle that old man, the guy who probably got stuck in a couch before he left that place. This is who's, and you know Joe Biden's not making the decisions. We all know that he's mentally impaired, and we all know that Kamala Harris isn't making those decisions because she also can't speak in clear sentences. So who is really running the country? Well, whoever runs the Democratic Party, which is a handful of billionaires, those are the ones. So if you're paying a higher price, they did a controlled demolition of our economy with the COVID lockdowns, and nobody wants to take responsibility for that. COVID lockdowns, which Johns Hopkins University proved,
See, again,
zero lives.
and again, this is cool, but like they're only going to give you so much time on Fox News, and so you've got to spit out everything that you can, and you've got to make all these points. And for somebody who pays attention to this stuff, you're not going to get anything new from it. Aside from the fact that Ashley Biden's diary said that Joe Biden was taking showers with Ashley at a young age inappropriately and over-sexualized her. Tucker showed us that, but we didn't get any real evidence. We didn't get anything other than the fact that Tucker was saying it. And the fact that the FBI, Project Veritas did their job. Project Veritas did the job of getting video of the FBI coming to James O'Keefe because the people who found the diary at the halfway house where Ashley left it sold it to Project Veritas, which is legal. The FBI decided, let's break down the door and we got to get that back, even though it's completely legal. So we got that, but that was Project Veritas. That was Project Veritas who did that. What other than that, Tucker just really kind of said, well, maybe it's this. I don't know. What could possibly be in there? It's like, that's what I'm coming to you for, brother. So I do have the fight stream going. It is open. Oh, we are just starting. Let's see. I just want to see if they're going right into the first fight, or if they're doing their bullshit in the beginning. So let's go through one more before we actually go into our fight stuff. We have our good friend. If you don't know who Awaken with JP is, he does these skits, and a lot of them are just hilarious. And this "We Lie to You" news is a very common skit that he does.
Good evening. We'll be taking a break from reporting on how the January 6th committee is attempting to create an insurrection by reporting on an insurrection that never happened, to give you the full scoop on what the hell is going on with the ratings of the network news shows. Who's the king and who's the peasant? Tucker Carlson or Anderson Cooper? Stay tuned to find out. And we'll also be taking a look at where our news show ranks in comparison. Mediate published cable news ratings for Wednesday, January 8th. What were the results? Well, they'll probably surprise you. You'd expect that CNN would lead the way with at least 81 million viewers. But unfortunately, Dominion wasn't doing the polling. What the polls did reveal is that Fox News obliterated the competition. And no matter how much CNN identified as the winner, the viewers identified CNN as the loser. By far. CNN topped the bottom of the charts with 517,000 viewers on average per primetime show. And Fox News came in with 2.57 million viewers per primetime show. Is that almost 5 times more viewership than CNN got? I think the Great Reset's lost its inertia. Now it's yet to air, yet we believe CNN will...
And again, somebody was asking whether it was, I didn't realize, whether it was me or whether it was Jesse, why we're listening to Tucker. Well, it's because that's where the news is. And even at that level, as I was just complaining that we didn't get enough, that's more than we got from CNN. That's more than we got from MSNBC. That's more than we got from the Washington Post. So, take a look here. We're looking at Megan O'Leary talking about the fight being canceled.
Soon be reporting on how Fox News averages 2.57 million white supremacists per primetime show. And we look forward to convincing you that that's true as soon as we get the green light. But let's break the viewership numbers down for a better look. At the 10 p.m. slot, CNN's Don Lemon pulls in 439,000 viewers. Impressive. Compared to Fox's 10 p.m. slot filled by Laura Ingraham with 2,045,000 viewers. Now, according to real-life statistics made up and given to us by George Soros, she only gets more viewers because this country has a major problem with women who don't have penises, taking away opportunities from women who do have penises. And Laura Ingraham is part of this problem. This just in! We're also still supposed to not know what a woman is. And in the 9 p.m. slot, you have CNN Tonight coming in with 474,000 viewers, compared to Fox's Sean Hannity with 2,519,000 viewers. What? That's over 5 times what CNN.
I mean, it just, corporate news is done. It's done. It's a dying industry, and it's only a matter of time before, the entire thing crumbles. And so, being a YouTuber used to be such a silly thing, but now all of the most serious people in the space are on YouTube.
This is why equal opportunity isn't right. We need equal outcomes. It shouldn't matter which show people want to watch more. We need equanimity, where you have to watch the shows you don't want to watch just as much as you watch the shows you do want to watch. This is why socialism and communism works so well to make all people equally poor. This just in an effort for the NBA and NFL to become even more woke, we have early reports that they'll soon be announcing a socialism model of scorekeeping. This is where teams will end all games tied with an equal number of points, regardless of which team played the game better. This will ensure the social justice of equality of outcome. Makes sense, right? The new equality of outcome scoring system is coincidentally scheduled to go in effect in the year 2030, which is the exact same year that Klaus Schwab says you'll own nothing while he's happy about it. In the 8 p.m. time slot, CNN's Anderson Cooper comes in with...
I assume everybody knows, but if you don't know, the quote is, "You'll own nothing and be happy." But he just said, where Soros said, was it Soros or Charles Schwab, that you'll own nothing and he'll be happy about it. Goddamn right.
An impressive 637,000 viewers, compared to Fox's Tucker Carlson, who barely edges him out with 3,145,000 viewers. I wonder why CNN is the loser by far across the board in ratings. One theory is that Americans are getting tired of tuning into propaganda that works against them and would rather tune into honesty that works for them. This is obviously dangerous behavior, and it's looking like shifting the ratings back to where they should be might require us to do another pandemic, the wheels of which are already in motion. Stay tuned, because fear sells. Right, CNN? That's all fun and games, but the viewers of our show want to know, where does We Lie to You News rank in comparison to CNN? Well, given that CNN is a massive operation with over 4,000 employees and an operating budget of many millions, and we're just a 2-man operation, let's find out. And to be generous, we'll take a look at the viewership of our show compared to CNN's top-rated show. Again, Anderson Cooper with 637,000 viewers on the June 8th broadcast. Comparing that to our recent news episode entitled "We're Here to Brainwash You," which was released right around the same time the polls took place, our show came in with 1,015,011 viewers, which kind of makes it look like we get more views than CNN's top-rated show. But that's just a one-time thing, I'm sure. So let's take a look at some other samples. The news episode we released right before that one, entitled "We Treat You Like a Moron," came in with over 842,000
nobody's
viewers,
watching,
which I guess is...
Move on. This is an atheist creator, genetically modified skeptic. When I did my last video about the militant atheist stage of the journey to atheism, it was from this channel, and it was while this guy had started he was doing a video while he was there, yeah, I know, but replay, fights haven't started yet. We're watching commercials, so just moving it along.
I learned to read, but before I was able to reason for myself, I learned what my loved ones believed to be the most important fact there is to know about life here on Earth. I had been given an ultimatum. I could form a relationship with someone who I could only learn about from ancient stories and perhaps also from the occasional still small voice in my head, hardly distinguishable from my own conscience, or that someone would send me to a very bad place. Trusting so completely those who explained this to me, I quickly decided that the relationship was the obvious choice. It wasn't long afterward that I began hearing fuller descriptions of the bad place I had avoided. Loved ones and teachers speaking before captive audiences of elementary school children painted graphic scenes of torture and anguish. Sometimes traveling evangelists would stop by, furnishing these scenes with colorful details which I'd failed to imagine on my own. This kind of torment was, I was constantly reminded, so painful and inescapable that no matter how paralyzing my regular nightmares about it were,
All right, guys. So the fights are beginning. Gonna move that over here. Go full screen on that. And from here on out, we are watching the fights. So there is gonna be a lot else going on. It's not just gonna be me sitting here and giving little little I want to talk about it. And if other stuff comes up, if you watch the Filthy Casual MMA Watch Party, it's we definitely talk about a lot of different stuff than what is on the screen at the time. But we are always paying attention to the fights. So we got Kyle Dawkins, and I already forget the other dude's name. I just had this open. Moron. There it is. Tail of the tape. Roman Dolidze. There we go. All right. So I am I want to lean towards Dawkins just because I feel like he is a stronger fighter, but I've definitely seen a lot from Dolidze that I think it's gonna be a good fight. I think it's gonna be a good fight. Brian, who you got? Opened as a 175 favorite and has gone to 250, 245. So interesting little bump. Yeah, like I was saying, Dawkins is seems like the more well-rounded fighter. Dawkins definitely has more experience in the cage, and oh, that's where I saw him. This guy was on Contender Series. I always say these Contender Series dudes are crazy, but I believe Dawkins also came in on the Contender Series. So round one, the beautiful Brittany Palmer. Let's get this night going, baby! Cheers to whoever is drinking legally. All right, round one. We're at 58, 57, 56, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51, 50. Little leg kick. I think Dolidze has is a power guy. I think he. Ooh. Headbutt right off the bat. Ooh. Dolidze came in hard on that one. Oh! I told you, Dolidze's got that power. Knocks him down, cinches up the choke, or is trying to. Dawkins is defending. Kind of in a 50-50 position. Yep. So Dolidze is at home here. Oh, beautiful knee coming over the other side. Wow. Wow. And that is how you do that. Amazing. Amazing. Interesting. Whew. That was nasty. That was nasty. That beautiful knee. Oof. Oh, that's what it was. His first time in front of the crowd, not his first fight. But they were both. All right, so let's mute that. And what other goody goods do we got? That one's a little bit slow.
President Twitter, they clearly lied to all of us to say that the board would only be engaging in advisory capacity for the government. Well, then why are you advising private tech companies?
Right.
Yes, it's like that's a lie.
Well,
you lied.
Everybody involved with this tried to play this game of like, what are you all worried? This is
Right.
we're not even like really doing anything at
Right.
all. But also the fact you're killing this is like literally destroying democracy.
Yeah,
like they were trying to have it both ways.
Right.
And now I think we're seeing more evidence that there was a lot more going on here than they can
Literally
never
destroying
answer
democracy.
just in a direct manner
It's like,
what
what
this
do you
thing
do?
actually did, which was a gigantic red flag to start with. I mean, I really do think the more that underlying conditions deteriorate, the higher inequality skyrockets, the more stressed people are in their personal lives, the more we suffer from addiction, depression, inflation, taking a bite out of your budget, all of that stuff, the more crazy people are going to behave. And the more that it gives credence to the argument that from the elites that basically the problem is the people, we need to crack down.
Yeah.
And so you get into this cycle where, yeah, you can highlight a lot of truly deranged behavior, no doubt about it. You can make a plausible case like these people have gone mad. What the hell? We can't let them just like say whatever they want, do whatever they want online. This is going to be insanity. And so the further you go down this path of deteriorating underlying conditions, pushing people into, extremes and madness, the stronger their hand becomes for these types of crackdowns. And that is a slippery slope to a very ugly place. It is a, free society versus a police state. Which one do you want? Are you going to accept that there are going to be people who can post total nonsense, insane conspiracy theories?
Let's see what he's saying. Jalize's on the mic. Oh, let me run that back. I always love to hear the
I'm here with Roman
post-fight.
Roman, look at the Georgia flags up there. To come out and put this type of performance, how good does it feel?
Of course, it's very important for me because last my fight, I wrestled 15 minutes, and Michael Bisping didn't like it. I want to say hello, Bisping, first of all.
Oh.
And I can hit heavy hands, and I can kill everybody here.
Ooh, coming on hot.
Generally, you do a lot of your work in the clinch. Let's take a look up here. But it's usually the wrestling from the clinch. This time, you landed a beautiful left hook, and then you landed a knee from the clinch. Was it important for you to do more of your striking tonight against Chris Dawkins?
For sure.
That knee was just perfect.
I can knock out people!
You absolutely did knock somebody out tonight, Roman. Roman, you have now won 2 fights in a row. No injuries, no damage tonight. How soon would you like to get back in here?
Hey, Dana! First of all, in my debut, I knocked out guy and didn't give me bonus. This time I waited. And please
call him for the bonus.
I haven't fought 1 year. Now I'm back.
Congratulations on the massive victory. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Roman Dolidze.
Nicely
His
done.
volume turned all the way up. He has
Nicely done. That's how you use your time on the microphone. That's how you use your time on the microphone. You, this is the first fight of the night. First fight of the night, but yet, he's still making some kind of splash. He's still making some kind of splash. Very well done. That was a crazy first round TKO. That knee on the other side, right on the button, put him down. So those of you who are just joining us, we are watching the entire fight card, but unlike some other people, we're not going to sit around with our dicks in our hands in the meantime, in between fights. We got some fun stuff to watch. So let's see what's going on in the world. Censors Twitter elites media lied about the DHS board.
That they're going to say things that are outrageous and sometimes act on those things in real life, in the real world too. Are you going to accept that as a price for having an actual democracy, or are we going to be sort of led down a garden path towards authoritarianism? And that's what's happening.
On the election stuff, it really does, scare the hell out of me, because like I said, look, I think that if you believe the election was stolen to me, I don't really know how to help you, honestly. But that's not also on the government to censor and to work with the tech companies in order to make sure that those don't get a hearing. I honestly think that they're doing us all a favor by watching 2000 Mules and be like, this is the bullshit case that you guys have.
Right, this is what you got.
That's I always consider it. I'm like, oh, wait, so this is what you got?
That's why
I'm like, okay, yeah. It's like, all right. The bamboo ballots in China. I'm just like, all right, okay, sounds good. It's like whenever people start selling me whatever their latest essential oil or thing is, you just nod politely. You're like, okay, that sounds good for you. That's my point, which is that having it all.
So, Julian Assange, they've been wanting to extradite him to the United States. So they've been trying to kill him. What's happening to Julian Assange is a warning to anyone else who ever wants to tell the truth about the government. That's what's happening to Julian Assange. Because what Julian Assange did was tell the truth. He's in prison, and they're trying to kill him for telling the truth, not for lying. You can lie all day long, and they make you president.
Facts.
Yep. Just like Joe Biden. So, announcement today. Breaking, UK Home Secretary approves extradition of WikiLeaks publisher Julian Assange to the United States, where he could face a 175-year sentence. A dark day for press freedom and for British democracy. The decision...
175 years?
...will be appealed.
That's insane.
Edward Snowden tweeted that out and said, hard to believe, but it looks real. Every serious press freedom group in the world has protested this. Mm-hmm. Sure, every serious press freedom outlet did, but how many of those are there? 3? maybe a couple garage comedians. It is an appalling symbol of how far the British and American government's commitment to human rights has declined. How can we condemn authoritarian abuses abroad like this? Well, we can't. The answer is we can't, and we just do lip service.
Stop engaging in whataboutism. We can.
Yeah. Oh, whataboutism. That's what people say.
Don't take my criminal record into account.
So Assange defense tweeted out, if Julian is the first to go down, you all will go down with him. That's his father said that, John Shipton. He said to the press in regards to press freedom. Well, anybody who wants to do journalism will go down. But luckily, in the United States, we don't have many of those people. We have billionaire-funded corporate media and the people who are willing to suck the corporate pipe to do propaganda. That's what we have in America. And then we have people like us, and the corporate media smears us as alt-right white supremacists because we're the counter to them.
I mean, I don't even have
I'm starting
much
to fear for the future of our democracy. So here is the. I'm going to read this. I'll read this. This is what WikiLeaks. This is what they tweeted out.
Oh, this is directly
from. This is a dark day for
WikiLeaks.
press freedom and for British democracy. Anyone in this country who cares about freedom of expression should be deeply ashamed that the Home Security has approved the extradition of Julian Assange to the United States, the country that plotted his assassination. Julian did nothing wrong. He has committed no crime and is not a criminal. He's a journalist and a publisher, and he's being punished for doing his job. It was in Priti Patel's power to do the right thing. Instead, she will forever be remembered as an accomplice of the United States in an agenda to turn investigative journalism into a criminal enterprise. Foreign laws now determine the limits of press freedom in this country, and the journalism that won the industry's most prestigious prizes has been deemed an extraditable offense worthy of a life sentence. The path of Julian's freedom is long and tortuous. Today is not the end of the fight. It is only the beginning of a new legal battle. We will appeal through the legal system. The next appeal will be before the High Court. We will fight louder and shout harder on the streets. We will organize, and we will make Julian's story be known to all. Make no mistake, this has always been a political case. Julian published evidence that the country trying to extradite him committed war crimes and covered them up, tortured and rendered, bribed foreign officials, and corrupted judicial inquiries into U.S. wrongdoing. Their revenge is to try to disappear him into the darkest recesses of their prison system for the rest of his life, to deter others from holding governments to account. We will not let that happen. Julian's freedom is coupled to all our freedoms. We will fight to return Julian to his family and to regain freedom of expression for all of us.
What's up? You're just joining us. We are watching the fights, but there's not one on right now, so we're just watching some stuff. Suggest a video.
So let me bring in our guest, the host of Assange for what is
Action
it?
for Assange.
Action for Assange. I had it right. Misty, tell me what's your reaction to what happened today?
Well, I mean, it's not surprising, obviously. I mean, Priti Patel is an incredibly corrupt individual who has really nefarious ties to intelligence and all of that stuff. So it's not surprising. It is nonetheless very depressing. This does set a really terrible precedent moving forward. And I don't think, honestly, that people are even able to comprehend the implications of this moving forward, because they've done a very good job of burying the story and then also running a very successful smear campaign against Julian Assange. They've turned him into this kind of comic book villain. So often I talk to people who hate him, but they can't really articulate why. And it's because there has been this ongoing decade-long smear campaign against Julian Assange, and so people have become kind of apathetic to his situation, and they're therefore also unable to see the kind of broader picture and how this impacts everybody. It's not about Julian Assange. Yes, he's being used, as you said, he's being used as kind of the warning to everybody else. But this is about silencing all of us. This is about taking away the right to know for all of us. And he is just being kind of used as the proverbial head on a stake to ensure that anybody who is ever considering having that level of courage again will think twice about it.
Well, let's remember what he's actually in prison for. So, but anyway, the appeal is likely to focus on grounds such as the right to freedom of expression.
So we got Deron Wynn is walking out at the moment. I'm gonna keep this going until we get, we don't until the actual fight starts. But he is walking out, and he's looking pretty confident. He's looking pretty confident. A very stocky dude fighting Phil Hawes, who's another stocky dude. So I think this is going to be a very grappling heavy fight. But we'll see.
And whether the extradition request is politically motivated, of course it is. Patel has been considering whether the U.S. extradition request met remaining legal tests, including a promise not to execute him.
So stupid.
So this is why this is all happening. The saga was triggered in 2010 when WikiLeaks published a series of leaks provided by then U.S. Army soldier Chelsea Manning, as well as a dump of more than 250,000 U.S. diplomatic cables, some of which were published in The Guardian and elsewhere, like the New York Times, containing classified diplomatic analysis from world leaders. So they took Julian Assange's work and they published it. And the Barack Obama administration wanted to prosecute him because he was exposing their war crimes and the war machine that Barack Obama and George.
So Brian's taking Deron Wynn. I think I think he does. I don't know. Phil Hawes has got some power, man. It's gonna be tough. I'm very interested to see what the fuck. Oh, tell me you can only play in one window at a time. That's annoying as hell. Come on. There we go. I'll just have to reload that. Yeah, but we got now Phil Hawes is walking out and he looks very calm, but he is a little bit of a skip to a step, and I did not know that he was from Jersey. So I have changed my my vote, and I'm going with Hawes because NJ all day. That's how we do. Some volume on this.
Against Kyle Dawkins, this guy is a dangerous guy when he's on the money.
Yeah, especially in the first
dangerous guy when he's on the money.
You gotta really keep your hands up, really be on your defense. He has so much potential ability. Even in his last fight that he lost, he looked like he was cruising against Chris Curtis. His technical ability.
So let's
his
get
savvy,
this up.
his smart, and honestly, his athleticism carries him. One of the issues that when he's been touched, he's been able to be hurt. And I think that is his willingness to fight. You know, Phil Hawes, if he is on his game, I think he truly has the potential to be one of the in the UFC.
A lot of potential, but all right. So let's see the tail of the tape. Both 33. Phil Hawes has 4 inches of reach and 7.5 inches of reach. Did I say that? 6 inches of height. That's 7.5 inches of reach. Not sure if that's what I said, but you know it. You got I'm following you now. I'm with oh yeah, you said you're taking Deron Wynn. All right, yeah. So whoever loses owes the other one a joint. Let's see. Oh, he's looking more ready than he was before. He's the underdog. Let's see.
And
across the octagon, his opponent fighting in the red corner. Also a wrestler, he stands 6 feet even.
Yeah, both. Oh, they're both. Oh, I was like, I saw Jersey again. I was like, oh wait, they're both from Jersey. I know Deron Wynn is DC's boy. He's always talking about Deron Wynn.
Here is Phil.
No hype. What kind of name? What kind of nickname is that? Herb Dean.
Can you tell the fans are excited inside the Moody Center? Deron Wynn, all business for the former U.S. national team wrestler. Phil Hawes, decorated wrestling past as well.
That jab right there, that's going to be the key for Hawes all night.
Yeah, very important that he keeps his range. If you're a taller athlete, you have got to keep Deron Wynn at range, not allow for him to get close.
That jab's heavy. How do you take away the jab being the shorter men, DC? You've been fighting.
Oh, nice little elbow. Frontward elbow coming out there. Beautiful. From Hawes.
You got to try to time that jab and throw some kicks. Move his head. Not a lot. I mean, but this is Hawes, right? Like I said, Hawes is so talented. If you fight him and let him get comfortable, he can do this all day.
Okay, I thought they were gonna be going straight to the grappling, but we're getting some action here. Getting some smanging action. Not that I don't like grappling, but you know, with two wrestlers, you're not really looking at some
Wynn's looking for that takedown, so he's just going to keep the jab.
high-level BJJ. It's just whoever can hold on.
That looks like the game plan for Hawes right now. Nice right hand, Mike.
But I think if you're Deron Wynn, you got to throw more of those kicks. He just threw a nice outside kick.
Wynn starting to get busier. Counter elbow from Hawes.
Hawes is trying to time elbows when Wynn enters. Watch your fingers, Phil.
Hawes for several fights now.
I just called UFC Vegas Fight Companion, but it's in Austin. Maybe that'll get more people. Oof, nice little. Hawes is sharp. He's got sharp strikes.
And the thing about Phil Hawes is this, right?
Ooh! Oh! Knocks Wynn down! Going in for the kill! All right. A little bit of nice patience there.
Deron Wynn is standing at range, and he's getting picked apart by Phil Hawes.
If you watch me on Filthy Casual, I'm always complaining about guys who are, you know, getting a good shot and then rushing in and then wasting their opportunity because they get too close and they get tangled up. Phil Hawes did a good job. Ooh, another strong overhand right. But Hawes did a good job of using that opportunity.
That if he doesn't throw too many long combinations, you don't give Deron an opportunity to interrupt one of those big right hands in the middle of his strikes.
Ooh, again with that straight right.
Wynn is struggling to keep up here with Hawes.
Ooh. Oh! That was to the back of the head. Oh, my God. Oh, so, Brian, what you smoking on? Or rather, what am I about to be smoking on?
Get a hold of that clinch.
Get to the clinch. He's got to slow down Phil Hawes. Because right now he's getting picked apart.
Nasty, another elbow.
And that one opened him up a bit more with a cut.
They look like they should be in different weight classes.
Everything is poking at Deron Wynn right now. He pokes, then he drops the right hand or drops the elbow.
He's also not overexerting himself. He's staying very calm and he's taking his time and not rushing in for the finish and getting himself gassed out.
It's like target practice right now for Phil Hawes. Wynn has got to do something to change this.
Yeah, he definitely has to change that. That's for sure.
I like to read on the leg kicks and mix that to your hands and then shoot. Like you're saying, DC, get longer. If you're Wynn, you got to be longer.
You heard him again.
Wobbly legs for Wynn. Still throwing back though.
He's tough.
Oh,
elbows are nasty from Hawes. It feels like Wynn has not seen these types of strikes.
Another elbow. The pocket elbows are what are really making the difference.
You can tell that in this camp, Hawes realized that he was going to be close. And in close, you got to be dropping little elbows and everything. And right now, that's what's causing Deron Wynn so many problems. Wynn has got to throw some outside leg kicks from range.
because he's not able to get the Hawes with his hands.
40 seconds to go in the first round as Wynn skips back. It's another big right.
Also, we haven't seen any attempts from Wynn on a takedown.
I was just going to say that. Why are you still trying to be on the feet when you're getting pieced apart? Wynn should be looking for
You may find one of those big overhand rights.
That's what he's
the takedown.
You read on the kicks first.
Like, that's all he's got.
The kick if you're Wynn, follow up with the hands. But Hawes is so patient. He's keeping the range so well.
Oh! Oh my God! I mean, the man can eat a shot.
He's got a great chin and he's insanely tough and durable. But right now, you cannot take this type of.
Oh! That one hurt him.
Whew!
What a round! What a round! That was easily Hawes' round. I mean, you know, clearly, Deron Wynn is not on the same level. Let's see, we got the replays here. Nice little jab. Bam! 1-2. Perfect to drop him.
These elbows were nasty from Phil Hawes. Behind the head here on that shot.
Phil Hawes impressive. We will be back with round 2 after a quick break.
Your hook is landing, but we need to.
Whew, that was wild. Brian, you sure you still want to take that bet? Because don't really look like your boy's doing too well. Don't really look like your boy is doing too well. Definitely first round to Phil Hawes and Jay all day. I don't see how Deron Wynn is going to come back. He absolutely has to use the wrestling, but he doesn't seem to be able to get inside. Oh, come on, Herb. Bringing in the doctor. Weak shit. He's fine. I mean, you definitely could argue that this would be a place that, you know, right now we don't have the social norms for it. But this is the kind of situation where you're like, oh, shit. All right. If we don't put something up this round, maybe this is the type of situation to throw in the towel. I know that's not going to happen. I know that you just don't do that. But I'm saying if we allowed that, this would be the place for that. Oh, man. Question mark kick to the face. And again. Another question mark kick, but another head kick. Oh, all right. When coming back with something, but you got to get to you got to get him down, or at least try. At least show him that you can.
Now Hawes is throwing kicks. Now Hawes has mixed it up.
Yeah, Hawes is opening up more. I'm sorry, I'm at 23, 22, 21, 420, 419, 18, so on. Living wild, Brian.
Wynn's corner telling him you don't have to stand at range. You got to get all the way in or all the way out. But Phil Hawes is working his distance.
Ooh. Uh-oh. See, and there you go again. That's how you know Hawes has. Oh. That instinct. So he can smell the blood, but he doesn't rush in and end up in a grappling situation. He's keeping his distance,
And honestly,
picking his shots.
Even if Deron Wynn gets hurt here, this is better.
Oh! And Hawes gets the takedown. This is the last place you want to be.
But he was making it a little bit more dirty as he was trying to approach Hawes.
He's got that hand.
Deron Wynn's got to move down. He's got to go to 170. He's just too small.
Wynn's got to get to his knees and go to a basic wrestling stand-up. Fight the hands, get to his fingers. Phil Hawes is doing a great job of controlling wrists and getting busy with his opposite hand.
Those left hands are sneaking under.
So I wish I knew more about, you know, whether, you know, jiu-jitsu itself to see if is there something being set up.
Much exhaustion to this fight. When you're eating those shots there, you think you're resting, but you're not because you're getting punched.
Back to the feet. Oh, and teeing off. They are teeing off. I was so wrong. I said this is going to be all grappling, and it's been all striking. Ooh, that looked a little low, but maybe not.
What Wynn's doing well this round.
At least Wynn's getting his hands on him now,
but it's taking away a lot of those jabs that were landing in the first
and he's doing better. He's slowing Hawes down.
Making such a huge difference as well. We haven't seen him use a lot of these strikes.
Yeah.
Hawes has really switched up his style for this particular matchup, and you can see it.
Hawes is really good everywhere.
Oof. See, this is where you throw in the towel. This is where you throw in the towel. Deron Wynn is not winning this fight.
These elbows of Phil Hawes tonight, they are insanely
4 times as many head strikes. I mean, come on.
The ones you cannot train for in the gym.
Like Dean said, you don't elbow your partners.
Wynn is starting to find something.
Oh, okay. All right.
Wynn's bringing it now. All that
There you go. Now Wynn's coming out, using that, finding his distance, maybe.
he's staying here.
Seconds to go, round 2. Hawes is staying busy, gets the knee up top after a shot to the body. Oh, and another one.
Oof. These boys are going at it.
No idea, I was still standing. Well, that tells you how miserable his training camp was for this fight. When your training camp is miserable, you're prepared for things like this, and that's what we're seeing. But it's still not going.
So much for fight of the night on the last one. So much for fight of the night on the last one. Sorry, Delize. I think Phil Hawes is at least taking, I mean, you know, maybe he'll get performance, but this is definitely the fight to beat. Oh, again with the head kick. Oof. Come on, yeah. Okay, stop that. Good stoppage. Okay. Woo! Oh, my Lord. That was scary. That was scary.
I don't think Phil Hawes has ever looked better in a fight. He had a tough guy in front of him, a guy that was not willing
Yeah,
to
never. That's the best Phil Hawes has ever looked. That's the best Phil Hawes has ever looked. So, yeah, Brian owes me a joint. Let's roll that fatty up, baby. Woo. All right. I'm hoping Phil Hawes has some, you know, something on, to say on the mic.
Be a damn good show.
But what, did you jinx him? Is that what you're saying? So while we are waiting, so what I want to do is, oh, I have that here. No. So if I play this here, does this stop playing here? There we go. That's what I was looking for. All right, so now I got this open here. No? I'm trying to get ESPN to play on both my screens so that I can keep an eye on this while we watch some other shit. But I guess I'm stuck. I know you good for it. I know you good for it. You proved yourself out in Vegas, boy. Hell yeah. We made a night out of that. But I did not expect that fight to go that way. I expected a lot of wrestling. I expected a lot of holding on. I didn't necessarily think that it would be a boring fight, but I definitely didn't see you know, that level of striking. Fucking Ultimate Fighter. Does anybody watch The Ultimate Fighter? I tried to watch The Ultimate Fighter this season again. And it's so dumb. Even just fast forwarding to the fights and just watching the fights, it's just like, was that for this? I didn't see if you put that up before, but it's just a dumb show. Like, they kind of focus on the coaches, but not really, and they kind of focus on the contestants, but not really. It's all about the fights. All right, let's see. What is Phil Hawes saying?
Many a time this fight was scheduled. You guys finally get in the octagon. I don't know if you've ever looked better. How good does it feel to put this chapter behind you?
It feels good, you know, coming back off of L, you know.
First of all, I want to thank God. Without him, none of this is possible.
Well, thank God.
You know what I mean? UFC for having me here. You know, I
Right,
appreciate you guys
right,
showing
right.
up,
So
you know,
promote yourself.
everybody, but it feels good to get win. You know, let's take a
Like,
look
this
at
isn't just a chat. This moment isn't for you and DC to just have a chat. That's not why they're dedicating airtime to this, especially on pay-per-views.
Yeah, my coach Dorian Price, he helped me a lot with my elbows for this camp. You know what I mean? I thought it was gonna be a crucial part and pay dividends today. You know, when you're on your game, you are as talented as any middleweight in the world. How good does it feel to put together a performance like this that goes across the entire fight? Even in the last fight, you fought beautifully up to a point.
Yeah, Brian. I mean, you know, we're not desperate for fights, but the other thing is, before last week, I think we had a string of just rather plain and boring. Oh. Hey, Mick, let me get London.
Puts the horns up to get
I mean, better than nothing, but
he has now won 8 of his last 9 fights, and he took the long road. Appeared on the Ultimate.
No, I'm saying, especially on pay-per-view, though, fighters still don't, you know, use their time on the mic to promote themselves. They just say, "Oh, well, you know, I just want to talk about how I'm feeling," and yeah, I get that you want to thank the people that you want to thank, but don't you think more people would see the thank yous on your Instagram if you make better use of the time while you're already in front of people? So, New Year, thank you for joining us. How are you doing tonight? It says, dude, I would love to see you make UFC videos. You have a lot of knowledge about the sport, and I think it would increase your views. Brian was saying the same thing earlier. I might have to start. Where is it? The Indian Jesus MMA channel. That might very well be a thing. You know, the reason I'm doing this, yeah, exactly. That's what this is. That's what this is for. But yeah, the reason I'm doing the Fight Companion tonight is usually I'm on the Talking Shit podcast, doing their Filthy Casual MMA watch party, but the host of that show was not available tonight. And I just wanted to, you know, expose everybody to my my brand new brand of the Indian Jesus, and kind of show what I'm going to be doing. And I want this channel to be, you know, about culture, politics, and stuff like that. You know, MMA is definitely a big part of my life, and as I was telling Brian earlier, that MMA is one of the things that, you know, it's one of the highest things on the list of things that I know about. Not to say I know everything about MMA, but of things that I know a lot about, MMA is probably first or second. Yeah, but you know, the I don't have enough to say necessarily about MMA that I'm ready to just do a sole channel on that. So I just need to build this platform, and then it'll be an easy transition. So if I see you guys here, then we can do it. You know, Trayvon, one of Jesse's fans, he was blowing me up. He sent me all this. Why don't you talk about these videos and do this? And I was like, hey, brother, when I see you in the comments, then you know, we'll talk about that. And that's what I was saying. You know, in between fights, I want you guys to, you know, drop some videos that during the fights, instead of just chit chatting, you know, we can maybe watch some stuff that will have some meaning. So we're watching the fights, we're talking about the fights, but also there's other shit going on. You know, if only 1/3 of every card is actual fight time, that's a lot of time where we're not watching fights. And you know, before I was doing the Filthy Casual, you know, when I was watching fights by myself, I would just watch the fights, and then in between I would have YouTube open and exactly what we're doing. So with in mind, let's see what we got with this one.
Yeah. Got a new show for y'all. We got a damn good show. Damn good show.
What the
OfficialHorseTwins.com. Also, we got some new comedy shows coming. Got all kinds of shows. Got Saginaw, Michigan. Oh, that. That's missing context. We got like 50 more shows about. Behar.
Joy Behar.
Okay, that's what we're talking about.
You should change your name from Joy. Ain't nothing joyful about you. Look,
2
I'm gonna
minutes.
say something, Joy. I don't want you to take
I'm
this the
watching.
wrong way.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
But you one of the dumbest on TV.
Oh my God. Really, bro? Really, bro?
What do you think?
What?
I couldn't agree more.
How can you start that off with, I don't want to start that. I don't want to say this the wrong way. Hopefully you don't take this the wrong way. You know I mean this from my heart. You know I mean this from, sissy. You know I mean this from the heart. But you one of the dumbest. What?
As a matter of fact, you're probably the dumbest on TV. Once I think about it. You definitely the dumbest redhead. Definitely the dumbest redhead on TV. You know what? I'll take it even further. You're definitely the dumbest white woman on TV.
Oh my
No, that's an acting. That's an opinion. She's definitely the dumbest redhead. Okay. You think her hair is actually red? It's probably gray. You don't really know if she's a redhead until you pull her pants down. If she's a fire crotch, she's a redhead. What are we talking about here? We're talking about crotches. All right, so I'm gonna show y'all why we're talking about fire crotches. hey, let's not date a girl redhead, man. And that's hey, Kevin, come on, man. Oh man, you pulled it, I checked up under the hood.
These guys have not said anything yet.
I checked up under the hood. Fire crotch. Okay, there's like fire between the movies.
All right, guys, what are we doing here?
So for the same reason that we all said an AR-15. No, let me tell you. Okay, let me give you a story. There's a man in Connecticut that watched his neighbor have a home invasion and watched their whole family get killed. He built his own AR-15 because Connecticut won't let you buy them, but you can abide by rules that allow you to build them. And then he has one in his house to protect his family because he never wants to see that happen again. He is a black man. It's odd. Most AR-15 owners are former military, 35 plus married. So that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Don't, Joe.
She broke it down, son. She letting her know. She
Don't,
letting her know
Joy,
this is a
don't
black
say
man
it.
who understands his rights. They say they don't sell it. Well, guess what? I can build it and it still be legit. It's not going to happen to me what happened to the people across the street.
Teen owners are former military, 35 plus married. So that's all I'm saying. Is that they're not these crazy people.
Here's the thing.
Vince
Once black people
Michelle's
get
walking
guns in this
out.
country, the gun laws will change. Trust me.
Let's get their response after the fight. So we got, is it Vince Michelle? Eddie Wineland. Eddie Wineland walking out. So you'll remember this is the guy that Sugar Sean O'Malley starched in that, I think it was like 2 fights ago. Starched him. And that was really, people knew about Sean O'Malley because of the leg thing, where he was not the later leg thing, but I don't remember who was fighting, but he was fighting somebody. Dude fucked up his leg, and then Sugar Sean's opponent, instead of fighting a guy on one leg, does the dumbest thing you could do in that situation and takes Sean down, and then Sean reverses and wins with one leg from the ground, and then does that interview laying on his back. He's like, "I love you, Joe Rogan," and he's like, "I love you too, buddy." That was when he first got on most people's radar. I had been following him since he actually fought on the Contender Series. That was in the days. Only the real ones will know Snoopcast. If you remember Snoopcast, drop a 1 in the comments for Snoopcast. Drop an RIP for Snoopcast, because that was the best thing the UFC had ever done. For those of you who don't know, it was normal Contender Series. I think we got Tail of the Tape coming up. Okay, Tail of the Tape real quick. So we got Wineland's 37 to Stamen's 32. 1.5 on height, Wineland, and then Wineland's got 5.5 inch, 4.5 inches of reach difference. I'm still going to go with Cody Stamen. I don't see, I don't see him coming back. But first season of the Dana White's Contender Series at that time was called Dana White's Tuesday Night Contender Series. Great show, exact same premise, but you could listen to, I think it was Brian Fitzgerald and maybe Paul Felder. I don't even know because I never watched the regular commentary. Or you could switch the audio. And instead of listening to the regular broadcast, you could listen to Uriah Faber and Snoop Dogg sitting at a table in a different room where Snoop Dogg's getting lit and smoking mad blunts. And he's just like, "Oh, Mally, you just," and he's like singing lullabies, like, "You just went to sleep." That was the best thing that the UFC has ever done, and I don't appreciate that they took it away. I do not appreciate that. All righty. Let's see. Who do we got? Who do we got? I'm not seeing names in the comments. Who do we got? Eddie Wineland versus Cody Stamen. Who we got?
As is Ariani and Brittany.
Ready, Cody? Ready, Eddie?
I already know. I already know. So we are now 50. Okay. 4, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51, 450.
Well, he looks like one of those old fighting posters from back in the day. And he throws like him. Very rarely do you have a small guy like this that possesses this type of knockout power. Wineland has tremendous power. But Stamen also does.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, well, Stamen's fucking... That's his claim to fame, is his power. Oh, and there it is! There it is! There it is! Done! Done! Oh, he's done. Oh, he's done.
Let's see if we can get it out of there.
Back in the head there. Oh! See, Stamen, that's such good fight IQ. To have him hurt and not rush in and get fucked. Get tangled up, get caught with something. Oh my God. Stop the fight. There you go. Woo! Wow. I think I'm 3 for 3, right? Oh no, I'm 2 for 3. I got the last 2 right. Woo! That was wild. That was wild. If you are here, say something. Am I talking to myself? What is going on? What are you thinking about this shit? We just did some craziness.
And watch this, guys. This is what I was talking about. That is not clean, right? He hits him on the side of the head. It skirts along the side of the temple, and Wineland's hurt. It's the accumulation of a long career. And Stamen goes in for the finish, and he gets exactly
I mean,
what he told
yes, maybe an accumulation of a long career, as DC just said, but that takes away from what Stamen just did. It's accumulation of a lot of fucking punches to the face and a couple knees there, too.
It's not an accumulation of the career. Let's hope that it's the power.
Exactly.
Let's say it's the power statement for this.
Yes, okay, but you have not been hit in the way that
thank the good Lord.
Eddie's been hit. Yes.
Well, it is now 7 wins
Woo.
by knockout in the career for Cody Stamen.
7 knockout wins. Thank you, Brian. Shit. You know how fucking awkward it is. They just be sitting here talking my goddamn self.
It's your personal security.
No, I appreciate you guys being here. Even if you're just hanging out. So I just, you know, we'll, that'll be how we do this. You know, we keep this, rolling until the post-fight. And then we'll watch whatever video I got queued up. And then we'll come back and watch the fights. Isn't that better? Isn't that better than anybody else who's doing Fight Companions? Giving you entertainment while ESPN is giving you goddamn commercials about a fucking Kia?
Want to try this place?
And you say, you know what? Let's try this place instead. No sticky floor here. When you realize you've
It's
never
like
seen a
just
Broadway show. So maybe you'll treat your
not
parents.
hot enough to be like, I'm in a hoodie because it's always cooler down here than it is upstairs, but I'm kind of hot, but I'm not hot enough to take.
It's almost too beautiful to cope.
I appreciate you, Brian. I appreciate you.
It's never a question of if you're going to love.
I feel like taking off my hoodie, but then I'm gonna get cold in 10 seconds. Issues of being a tiny fucking dude. That's what we're gonna do. All right, let's see what he says on the mic.
About the sport that we love. We talk all things mixed martial arts. Find us on YouTube, ESPN Plus, wherever you download your podcast.
Absolutely. Good luck,
I'm gonna
DC.
be
You're
so
good
pissed
at
when I
that.
get cold in
Cody
10
Stamen
seconds.
wanted a banger of a performance. Check mark. Let's make it.
Oh, I think Wineland's done. He's got the gloves in hand.
Officially 59 seconds of round number 1. Referee Jacob Montalvo puts a halt to the bout. Your winner by TKO, Cody.
Eddie Wineland with tears in his eyes, gloves in his hands. We all know what that means. We all know what that means. Oh, Jesus. All right, Stamen.
I'm here with Cody Stamen. Cody, you
Let's
told
see.
us on Wednesday that this
Make
is the
use of
type
this.
performance that you needed. How good does it feel for it to work out the way that you expected it to?
Listen, DC, I feel like I've been hitting on 4 cylinders, and I'm a V8. It's been a long time
Okay.
since I really felt like myself in the cage. It took a lot to get to where I am now, and honestly, I don't know who can beat me. Honest to God.
Okay.
You were so disappointed in the last performance. You said that you needed to make a statement, and you said you would do it with the hands. What was it in Eddie Wineland that made you believe
that you could get him out of the octagon in that fashion? Let's take a look at it.
I mean, it's not Eddie Wineland. It's me. You know what I mean? I know if I let my hands go, I can hurt anybody. And I just haven't done it.
Fucking let my hands go, I can hurt anybody. Goddamn right.
And I'm at 100%. Sean, I don't have a scratch on me. I can go again in 2 weeks. Anyone, anytime, anywhere.
Not anyone, anytime, anywhere. Call somebody out. Why don't they do this?
Eddie Wineland is a long-time professional.
So if you can see right here, this man is asking to go outside. So, actually, wait. You can wait.
On the ref to stop it. I didn't.
Because I know we're going to go to Wineland. But what I'm going to do is put on a video.
You were sitting right
I'll
there.
run him outside, and then I'll be back.
Ref, what are we doing? Ref, what are we doing?
We won't miss a
And he
thing.
just wasn't stopping the fight,
Entertainment.
so, you know, I'm sorry,
Value.
Eddie, you're
That's
an
what I'm
absolute
here
legend.
for. The Indian
Such an honor to
Jesus
share
all
the
day,
octagon
every
with you and your
goddamn day.
privilege. Man, I wish
They're
you and the family nothing
recognized.
but the best, man. God bless you.
Well, congratulations on a great performance.
So again, that's not.
Texas, let's go! I'm getting fucking wasted tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up.
All right, that'll work. Let's go, Austin. I'm getting fucking wasted tonight. That's better than just I'll fight anybody, anywhere, anytime.
Cody Stamann getting it done in a big way.
Let's see. Are they going to go to
UFC
Wineland?
Fight Pass Invitational returns on Sunday,
Oh,
July 3rd. For
damn.
International Lightweight, watch the best grapplers in the world compete for a $25,000.
That's rough. That is rough. No one's ready for a call. Yeah, no one's ready for to use that time. There's people like Conor McGregor. There's people like Michael Chandler. Who else? Yeah, obviously like Chael, but you know who are fighting right now. People who have that ready. They are ready for when they win that fight, which also tells you that they already have at least visualized that they will be winning the fight. But they already have that whole speech ready. That's part of the job. This is something that Dr. Evil and I talk about all the time on the Filthy Casual. Is like, well, this is, it's a sport. No, it's sports entertainment. Every sport is sports entertainment. And this is one of, exactly, Ryan, Fight Game 101. Every sport is to some extent a competitive architecture and to some extent and entertainment. Most of the major sports like basketball, baseball, hockey, stuff like that, those are extremely high on the competitive architecture, and then the entertainment factor is lower in the sense that you derive the entertainment from how well the competitive architecture is being adhered to. But in pro wrestling, for example, that's sports entertainment as well. But the entertainment factor is way up here, and the competitive architecture is way down here. With UFC, it's right neck and neck. We know a lot of fighters who never played the game, but because they were so good, they were able to rise to the top. We know other fighters who were never that great and still aren't that great, George Masvidal, who are up there because they know how to sell themselves. And you can't know how to sell yourself and then absolutely not fight at all or not be able to fight at all. But that's the point. It's the combination of the two. So, all right. We are in between fights. Brian says, exactly. That's part of the job. Do these guys have anyone with common sense talking in their ear? They all have managers. They all have publicists. I don't understand. And not even that. Like, it doesn't even take that. We all know this because we watch Chael tell them. He will label the video with their name on it. Hey, Paulo Costa, you need to do this. Hey, Aljamain Sterling, you need to do this. So I don't understand what the excuse is. I don't get it. Hold on. All right, Marty, I'm coming. See, this guy is all up my ass. See, I want to see this. So, okay, I'm just going to go back to this. Give me... Let's see what...
Bill Gates is at it again. You know, Bill Gates is a college dropout, and he's a monopolist who stole all the ideas that made him rich, okay? And a lot of people think he's a pedophile who raped girls on Jeffrey Epstein's island, which is why his wife left him. Now, that's all speculation, but it seems pretty spot on.
So, again, I'm just going to walk the dog, and I will be right back. In the meantime, you guys check this out.
And so here he was talking about, but that's the guy who's in charge of vaccines. The guy who never graduated college. But he's with Jeffrey Epstein.
He's not a scientist?
He's not a scientist. He's not a virologist. He's not a doctor. He never even finished college. He's not a nurse. He's not even a nurse's aide. He's not a phlebotomist. So here's what he had to say about the vaccines or about COVID. Ready? Listen to this.
It wasn't until early February when I was in a meeting that experts at the foundation said there's no.
And watch how he's using he's making a lot of like dramatic with his hands, and just watch. Okay, here we go.
It wasn't until early February when I was in a meeting that experts at the foundation said there's no way, there's been too much travel without diagnosis for us to contain this. And then.
So he's saying that they didn't know that the coronavirus was not going to be contained until February. I'm guessing that's February of 2021, right? Right? Okay. Now, I don't know what, so that's what he's saying. My speculation is that they always knew it could never be contained because the virus lives in animals, which is why you can't get rid of the flu virus. The coronaviruses that cause the flu, you can't get rid of them because they all live in animals, so they can hop back and forth. So you can't you can vaccinate every deer and squirrel. They did do that though at the Washington Zoo. They started vaccinating their animal. It's the craziest thing I ever saw. So I think he's lying when he says that's when he figured out it couldn't be contained. Anyway, so here, that's not the point I want to talk about. Here, the next point is the point I want to talk about.
At that point, we didn't really understand the fatality rate. We didn't understand that it's a fairly low fatality rate and that it's a disease mainly of the elderly, kind of like flu is, although a bit different than.
Okay, I'm going to play that again. And if you're not sitting down, you should.
It wasn't until early February when I was in a meeting that experts at the foundation said there's no way, there's been too much travel without diagnosis for us to contain this. And then at that point, we didn't really understand the fatality rate. We didn't understand that it's a fairly low fatality rate and that it's a disease mainly of the elderly, kind of like flu is, although a bit different than.
How did you know, Jimmy? How did you find that out?
Isn't it weird that I knew that before him? Isn't it weird that I knew that? A pot-smoking comedian in his garage somehow knew that before Bill Gates, Mr. Vaccine.
And the experts at the foundation.
And the experts at the foundation didn't know it. Isn't that weird that they didn't know it had a low fatality rate? Do you hear what he's saying? And it mostly affects the elderly. And he said it was like the flu. That's what he said. Now, if I said those things, they take my channel down on YouTube because Big Pharma doesn't let Google and YouTube have people on that say things like that. They'll pull their ads. And so, but he gets to say it at the 92nd Street Y. Isn't that weird? Why does he get to say that? I just found this clip on Twitter. Like, how come this isn't on MSNBC? How come this isn't on CNN? How come I have to find a clip of this on Twitter and I don't even know where it came from? I know he's at the 92nd Street Y. Let me play that again.
It wasn't until early February when I was in a meeting that experts at the foundation said there's no way, there's been too much travel without diagnosis for us to contain this. And then at that point, we didn't really understand the fatality rate. We didn't understand that it's a fairly low fatality rate and that it's a disease mainly of the elderly, kind of like flu is, although a bit different than that.
So what Bill Gates is saying, this is what he's saying. This is not what I'm saying. It's what he's saying. I'm reporting what Bill Gates is saying. Bill Gates is saying is that COVID was a disease of the elderly with a very low death rate.
And I'm back. See, you didn't even notice I was gone. Let's see, where are we?
And so
with...
when you ask why I was against mandates, that's why. That's one of the big...
Hold on. Let's just check. And we didn't miss a thing. So that was in the meantime. I wanted to see the reaction to what Ms. Joy Behar was saying. So if anyone wants to go back to that, let me know. In the next video, we will go right back to that. So
let me say one more thing.
That's all I'm saying.
Here's the thing. Once black people get guns in this country, the gun laws will change. Trust me.
She was like, bitch, what?
That was like speechless. Yeah, the thing about these liberals, and Ronald Reagan said, he's got this quote, and it's so very true. The problem with our liberal friends is they know so many things that's not so. And I might be butchering the hell out of that. But you said it right. Yeah, but look at that. Go back to that black woman's face. Liberals say the dumbest things. You can be up all night and prepare to debate them. They will say some of the most.
That's a new Cosby Show. Liberals say the darndest things.
Stupid things, and you have to take a step back. Like, wait a minute. What the did she just say? Just leave your mouth hanging. Yo, pull up that clip again.
She look like she's about to pull off one of her earrings, man.
Pull up that clip
watch
again.
This right here, that's the earring pull. Like, I know this B didn't. Like, you cannot be that dang on dumb and get paid what you're being paid. For real. And if y'all are gonna say that Joy, and I can't say Joy because that's my wife's name. My wife's name is Joy, and my baby. That's my baby, baby. Why did everybody start clapping when she said that?
If that little flash is enough for UFC to claim my stream, I'm gonna flip out. Not even because I'm not even monetized. I don't care. I'm not making money from this. But let me just check, right?
That was stupid, and the whole place started clapping. That was so dumb. That was dumb. And everybody started applauding. It makes no sense.
She just told you of a black man getting a gun. I'm a black man. I got a couple of them assault rifles. Yeah, I got 2 assault rifles. Military grade, I might say. Military grade. I got a couple assault pistols. Military grade. Got some military knives. Military grade. Assault rifle.
Military grade.
Assault knives. Let me say all this military grade. Yeah, let me say this. Black people, there's millions of black gun owners in this country. Are Republicans trying to make it stricter to are they trying to make gun laws stricter? No. Who's trying to make gun laws stricter? It's Democrats. Yeah. Most of the gun violence in this country is done. Well, I would say 50% of the gun violence in this country is done by who, Joy? Black
people with guns?
People. And we only make up like 12% of the population. Not saying all black people are criminals. Yeah. There's a small subculture in the black community that makes them violent. Yeah. But are Republicans, even with that said, are Republicans trying to make gun laws stricter? No, because they understand that there's good people and bad people. You don't punish good people for what bad people do. Yeah. There's such thing as a law-abiding citizen.
This was an argument that I simply didn't understand as an uninitiated liberal. I just thought guns were bad, and I didn't know any better. And I'm still very ignorant when it comes to guns. But I have learned that I am ignorant. We talk all the time about the Dunning-Kruger effect, where if you know nothing, if this is the baseline, when you know nothing, you realize that you know nothing because you know nothing. But you learn a tiny bit, and your confidence goes all the way up here just from learning a tiny little bit. And then as you learn more and more and more, it starts to go down and down, and you're like, oh, you realize the nuances of things. Most people, that peak from here to here, they call this peak Mount Stupid. That's where most people are on most things. And I think guns and religion are probably 2 of the most egregious cases of that, where people think they know what they're talking about, and they simply don't.
Such thing as a criminal. We don't punish law-abiding citizens because of what criminals do. The inner cities, who's filled with gun violence, which is done by who? What I just said, it's done by Democrats. It's done by 50% of it's done by black people. Like I said, they only make up 10% of the population.
Who have guns? When they get guns, what? They already got guns unless they doing something else. They shooting stuff through there on straws or
I heard about this clip of Joy Behar. I heard about that clip last week, if not earlier. And I still don't know what the hell she was trying to say. Like, when black people get guns in this country, okay, well, yes, we know black people are, but what do you mean? Okay, when black people get guns in this country, what will happen? I don't understand what she's trying to say.
On axes at people, which they are not. Ninja stars, nope, they're not doing that either. What else are they doing? They're not strangling nobody.
Hold on, does it look better? Looks about the same. Oh, Jesus.
Talk.
Yeah, damn good.
Come on. All right, well, we get the point.
Much easier to ban the gun. I know you just now said because most people have pistols, but why would that make it easier for them to ban it? Simply because people go crazy over little clips. And I know he's saying, look, I'm cleaning this up. Look, I'm just letting y'all know what it is. I'm not saying everybody. This could be backed up with actual information. He ain't got to do all that. I understand why he's doing it, but he ain't got to.
But Republicans ain't pushing for stricter gun laws. Yeah. By your own statements, you're saying that gun laws are racist when it comes to black folks, and I have to agree with you because if you look at all the inner cities, all these areas are Democratic ran. There's Democratic strongholds. Y'all have the toughest gun laws because y'all want to keep those guns out of the hands of black people. Yeah, I mean, I would too. I mean, they're violent.
All right, so we are moving on to the next fight, and I missed the tail of the tape, but we've got Maria Oliveira, the 210 underdog, 25 to Gloria De Paula, another Brazilian, 250 favorite, 25 to 27. 5'6" to 5'5", both 115, and an inch and a half reach difference for Maria. Let's see what we. Oh Jesus! What the hell? Why was I so far behind? Didn't nobody tell me? Damn. All right, so we in. I'm at 320. Oh, hold on. I'm at 320, 319, 18, 17, 16, 15 of the first round. Come on, yo, help me out. I know we're watching other stuff. I'm bringing all this great entertainment, but not trying to miss the fights. Not trying to miss the fights, man.
Here we go, time.
I saw a mouthpiece come out. But
Zoom action with 3 minutes to go in the first round. Another combination for Oliveira.
And now we're seeing Gloria check that inside kick a little bit more.
Ooh. Nice. When I don't know either of the ladies versus when I don't know either of the dudes, I have higher hopes for the fight when it's two ladies I don't know. I'm not sure why. I feel like there's less space on the roster for women just because there's less, there's less divisions and whatever. And therefore we just get less people in each division and less people available for fighting, which translates to a greater disparity between each of those fighters.
Gloria has more of fundamental economical stance. She's weathering the storm essentially, really.
And we're reaching, we're also at a point where, a few years ago, a no-name female fighter, you could assume that she sucks. Now, there's girls who, they're 25 and 26. They've probably been doing MMA their entire lives. So, I mean, except for their size, pound for pound, they're probably just as good. Whoa! Maria Oliveira is dominating.
Well, because Oliveira is running straight forward with those punches, De Paula would benefit by being able to pivot like a boxer and catch her with a counter check hook. Because Oliveira just runs straight.
Who we got? I need names in the comments. Who do we got? Oliveira versus De Paula. Who do we got? I got Oliveira.
And we're seeing that leg kick land, and the kicks land because we're seeing Maria lean back. When an opponent leans, the body's open. And so we're seeing Gloria make the read on that low kick. She keeps
Nice. Just rock 'em, sock 'em, robots. Hi, Mort.
Here we go. Now DePaul's like, let's fight.
There you go. Exactly. I always like to pay attention. Who's got the rainbow letters every June? Who's got the rainbow letters? I don't care. I just want to see. Okay, both ladies are rainbowed.
Breathing heavy now. Running a lot, moving a lot. And DePaula just stayed the course.
Good clinch work from De Paula.
Hands high. Taking those shots where they came.
She ate the shots, but she didn't eat the really big shots. And that's what starts to tire out the opponent when they're moving back as well. Oliveira's moving back a lot.
Running back. That's one of the things you always say. Running back.
Oliveira's got
It fatigues you.
Is it Oliveira or no? Oliveira. I'm gonna say Oliveira. She's got that same. You used to see it a lot more with especially with the ladies. That ha ha ha. A big. All right, so missed the first minute and a half. Thanks for telling me, guys. But it definitely looked like Oliveira took that round. Is anybody out there?
Dedicated protector, precious cargo carrier, IIHS top
Not us. Me. Let me know. Me know. Do you agree or disagree? Oliveira, round one. Morty, what do you think? Morty said, come here.
Once I did tell my story,
The whole world knew about it. We're still fighting for equality.
I'm Morty, and I think that Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, you are so smart, and you know exactly what you're talking about with all of this MMA stuff. I would listen to everything that you have to say. That's so nice. That's so nice, Mort. Thank you for saying that. No problem, dude. You're so awesome.
It's always good meeting a super fan.
If I could, I would subscribe to your channel right now. Oh, there you go. Unless you want, do you want to sit here, or are you just hanging out? Come. No. All right, starting round 2. Let's go.
John Strickland takes on Alex Pineda. Doesn't get much better than that. UFC 276 from T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, July 2nd, only on ESPN Plus pay-per-view.
Very close round. DePaula landed a beautiful right hand at the end of the round.
Yeah, Gloria's right hand is looking heavy and heavier every time she throws it. She's getting closer and closer with it, so you're seeing her really bleed.
Wow, the odds. Did they switch over? I don't even remember. This is why I don't bet. I don't remember who. I can't keep track of that shit.
So square, kind of like it's almost like she squares up to go forward, like Dean spoke to a little bit earlier.
Definitely, Dean's not wrong. That's for sure.
They're both for the how they were fighting in the first round. They're both significantly slowed down. Significantly slowed down. So adrenaline draw. What do they call it? Adrenaline dump. Words. I know them. Look at Morty, such a good boy.
It's just a mixture of styles. She's a mixture of like a karate style and a Muay Thai style together, and her side-to-side motion shows that as well. But you're not wrong. There's the check hooks that Dean was calling for, but we're seeing Maria use it instead of Gloria.
Is anybody else's feed choppy? I mean, I know this is a free card, but we pay for ESPN Plus. Like, can I not get a choppy feed? Can I get some HD maybe? Can I get some 60 frames per second? Like, is that too much to ask? You're still showing me commercials.
We've seen Gloria make the reads.
It's sports.
Maria's throwing her punches, and she's confident in her defense, and that's why we're seeing so much pressure.
That's the rate of.
Jab right there is going to be
It's not
key
smooth.
for Gloria throughout this fight. If she keeps firing that jab, that'll really support her in finding Maria, who's using the footwork.
Paula trying to look for a home with that big right hand.
Cheers. If you are drinking and I say cheers, you be drinking. So, cheers.
Look at DePaula's right hand when she throws that jab. It's always right where it's supposed to be. And
Let's
that's
get
why
some.
it feels like she's getting to the target a little bit cleaner because she's sound.
I've been showing my shit on camera, but they gonna have to pay me. They gonna have to pay me.
Well, if you watch Maria, her offense is pretty much her defense, other than her movement and her footwork.
I truly would love to talk about what I'm drinking, but they gonna have to pay me. So, I mean, yeah, a lot of back and forth striking. Like I said, a lot slowed down from the first round.
And to Oliveira's credit, she has not slowed down. She's still moving and fighting.
And DC just said the exact opposite, that she hasn't slowed down. Sorry, bro. She definitely has. Like, I don't know what fight you're watching. Maybe DePaul is putting it on a little bit harder in terms of her efficiency, but they're both not as aggressive as they were in the first round, which it was fair enough.
I love the way Oliveira
But it is what it is.
throws. When they come into contact and they're close, she just lets it fly. 3-4 strikes, hoping that something lands.
Fucking baby. Missed head kick.
From Montreal to Austin,
Oliveira's got
Texas,
great movement.
those of you that just watched the
She's been circling the cage the entire time, and DePaul has not been able to set her feet. And then she'll do that. She'll stop, and so that DePaul can't get her rhythm. I like that. I like it. I like it.
A prelim fight between Maria Oliveira in the gold, Maria DePaula in the black. Very close fight so far. DePaula starting to find her rhythm, especially in the second round.
But Oliveira, for a second there, she stood still. That's not something she's done over the course of the first 10 minutes. That is when.
See that now, everything I say, DC seems to completely just contradict. He was like, we saw her slow down for a second. We haven't seen her do that. To me, it looked like she did that on purpose to disrupt the rhythm. See, she just did it again. She's either setting to throw something, or she's trying to disrupt the rhythm and be awkward.
And just out of the way,
Yeah, especially if you're Jesse on Fire fan. He just did a video last week when he's talking about Yuri, and he was talking about how most guys, they have a rhythm where you bounce back and forth. Now I don't fight, so I mean, obviously I fucking watch 7 hours of fighting every week. But ooh, nice takedown from DePaula. And 20 seconds left in the round. Close guard from Oliveira. Just covering her mouth. Dropping some bombs. Stacking up a little bit for a nice elbow. And just straight holding her nose. Dirty. I love it. But do remember, of course, as everybody just fucking left. Do remember that, like every single Indian Jesus stream, there will be panel time when you see this, and that I have dropped the StreamYard link in the comments. That is your time to come up and talk your shit. Whether you got shit to talk, what you want to talk about, especially today, since we're doing the fight companion. If you want to talk about the fights, if you want to talk about something we brought up before, you want to bring up something we haven't talked about yet, that is your time. So stick around for panel time, where you will be invited onto the Indian Jesus platform to say whatever it is you would like to say, whatever your heart desires. Right now, we are waiting on round 3 of Oliveira versus DePaula. UFC Fight Night Austin. Oh, this still says Vegas. What a moron. What a loser. All right, getting back into that round. Austin. There we go. All right. That was telling. DePaula was doing that for the crowd. And then you've seen Oliveira kind of do that as well, kind of mimicking. That's a sign of her not being as confident as she was before. She came in very confident, but mimicking the movement is it's a weird thing to do. Because if you're genuinely just asking for the crowd to be louder, the other person's already doing that, and you don't have to do that. So it just looks like you're copying her. Yeah, now they've come to almost a standstill, and they're dancing around like a first round where they're feeling each other out. Marty, lay down. What is it that you would like? Lay down. You're good. Lay down. This dog. There you go. Oliveira still got a little bit left. Stiff jab from DePaula.
Each being smart and patient here in the third round. DePaula lands the jab on that combination.
The reality of DePaula is allowing Oliveira to dictate, though. Oliveira is a much more active fighter to this point in the third round. DePaula needs to get back to going forward, moving her backwards, where she can land her strikes.
The numbers are so close that I think that the takedowns could really shift.
Why is Khabib trending on Twitter?
So it's going to be a close one for the judges on this one.
And then also with the judges, Maria Oliveira, 270 plus strikes.
UFC legend claims Khabib. Wait, what? Apparently, Khabib is coming out of retirement to fight Tony Ferguson. That is, I don't know if I feel like that ship has sailed. Michael Bisping believes if they coach tough Khabib with Jesus Christ, dude. What? That's not an English sentence.
DePaula had her hands locked under the button. She was still able to stay standing. And now it looks like she's trying to attempt her own takedown as she trims DePaula down to the mat. Great job by Maria Oliveira.
And that's super important.
So this, we can watch this.
And look,
I know.
Her back for a good amount of time, it can really secure her decision, especially with the number being a little ahead on the strike.
So let's see. There's a video from Khabib that's out, and after this fight, we'll peep that and see what's going on. Is he really coming back? Because again, even if it's a tough season, I don't really care. Khabib doesn't really speak English. They don't really show much training footage. And he's not fighting.
Sick combination there.
So they don't need to go through all the rigmarole of doing the tough season. Just have them fight if you want them to fight.
And so is the Paul. I mean, these two women are laying it all out in the middle of the octagon.
Both of them have eaten huge shots and haven't even thought about.
Yo, Paulo's got that. Paul. Why is this like red?
Well, they knew they had similar styles. And each of them
Skin looks red.
They kind of love that they wouldn't have to find their opponent.
There we go.
Oliveira finally looks a little bit tired.
That was good timing on the
but she can switch here. She can switch here.
Oh, okay. Takedown. She's got the not a body lock, but she's got her hands lock. Ends up in the guard, open guard.
She was up over Oliveira.
Paul's got feet on the hips. Bon boom, bon. What is going on, brother? Good to see you. How are you doing today? We are watching Oliveira and Paulo. We got 40 seconds left in the fight. Are you watching with us?
Oliveira's she's crazy. She wants to fight.
Oh.
That's it.
Answering the call here in the final seconds.
There we go. There we go. Oh, reversed, and now DePaul is on top. Where'd he get down? There's the 10 seconds. Yeah. I'm doing very well today, Bon. Thank you very much for asking. We have been live for 3.5 hours already. We went through some stuff before. I just wanted to introduce to everybody the brand new The Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. And then rolling right into the fights. So while we are doing that, this fight just ended. It looks like what's her name? Oliveira is going to win. So sorry to interrupt your podcast experience. I just want to remind you, if you're enjoying what you're watching, please hit the like button and subscribe for more content. And if you really love it, there's some support links in the description. I would love if you help out the channel. And back to the show. All hail the Indian Jesus! I love it. Thank you for being here. Yeah, Jesse on Fire was he offered to pay for a complete revamping of the channel. Now, of course, it's just a few images, but it's not cheap. And it's something that was on my list to I gotta get my plugs in there. So the Indian Jesus is going to be the main thing going forward. I still am going to host the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast. For right now, I have one more episode. Okay, we got the official decision. So we got a split decision, 29-28 to Paula, 29-28 Oliveira, 29-28 for the winner, Maria Oliveira. Very nice. Well, that's why I'm gonna have to do it multiple times. There we go. Why is everybody booing? Really? I thought. So let's see what they're gonna say on the mic, and then we'll check out that Khabib video.
Maria, was that fun? Maria, foi divertido?
Nossa, muito divertido. Treinei muito.
Of course, you don't speak English. Come on.
Really fun. I trained a lot for this moment.
You yelled at her. You told her to fight. You threw over 300 strikes. Was this the fight?
Over 300 strikes.
Você falou levanta para lutar. Você tentou 300 golpes nela. É essa luta que você esperava? É essa luta que eu esperava. Inclusive, eu treinei muito para isso. Para sair na porrada o tempo todo. E quando eu vi que o round estava parelho, colocar para baixo.
Yeah, that's exactly what I expected. That's what I trained for, to get at it, to go at it. When I saw things were even, I said, I need to blitz her and go for it.
She's scissoring Jessica Andrade in the back there.
Time we see in the octagon, because you seem to be having a tremendous time. Your corner's having a tremendous time. You really did bring the party to the octagon.
Exactly, Bomb Bomb.
É isso que a gente pode esperar daqui pra frente. Você
Exactly.
se divertiu, teu corner se divertiu, você veio aqui de bicona na festa de novo.
É, isso vocês têm que esperar de mim a partir de agora. Tô morando em
And she seems very personal, but it's lost. It's lost when it goes through the translator.
frente é só melhor.
Yeah, that's exactly what you can expect from me. I live in Vegas. I'm training at the PI. I got
You live in Vegas, then I look. I'm ready to be on board with her. I think she could go far. I think she could do a lot. But the fact is that you have to speak English, and it's not about, you know, xenophobia or American Western supremacy or everything like that. You know, exactly. How do you not know English? And she lives in Vegas, so I'm hoping, because she's, you know, I mean, she's not super attractive, but she, you know, she's a cute girl. She's small and marketable in that way. You know, she's a black girl. She's Brazilian. There's a lot of avenues for her, but the UFC being an American company, and then America being the center of all business everywhere, I'm sorry that English is the universal language, but it is. So yeah, you probably just made a lot of Brazilian fans. Cool. But exactly as Bonbon is saying, you will be more appealing to UFC fans around the world if you can speak English, because they'll be able to understand you. Americans will be able to understand you. The Europeans will be able to understand you. The Asians will be able to understand you. The Brazilians will still be able to understand you. Why? Because it is the universal language. Spectral Skull, what is going on? Thank you for joining us. He says, do you liken yourself to Jesus just because you have long hair? No, not just because I have long hair, but that definitely is a big influence. I am Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. And in that way, I am very much like Jesus, where I am just a humble messenger trying to bring what I believe to be true to the masses. But, you know, the hair definitely makes a difference. So let's see what this Khabib video is about. I was searching and I just opened Twitter to see, you know, whatever. And I saw Khabib was trending. Okay, cool. I feel like that was his deal too. Yeah, exactly. Right. There we go. Bonpoon. It's cool. My favorite fighter of all time. I'm a McGregor era fan, so I didn't really watch before that. But then when I did start watching, I went back and I watched all of that stuff. So, you know, I kind of want to say Conor, and I kind of want to say Izzy because he's my favorite fighter right now. But oh, honey, sweetie, baby, thank you so much. Spectral Skull, how old do you think I am? How old do you think I am? I didn't say that I found out about UFC in the McGregor era. I just became a fan in the McGregor era. Oh, I love it. Please, Spectral Skull, please coming back to this stream all the time. You are making me feel like a young buck. Add 10 years to that, though. Yes, I am 32 years old. 32 years old. Yeah, so you're not, I mean, you're older, but usually on Saturday nights, I am on the Filthy Casual MMA watch party, which Bon Boone very much is familiar with, and who chimes in with Rose is my favorite fighter. Her last fight made me such a big fan. Oh, shut up, Bon Boone. Come on, man. Bringing it old school Sakuraba or Genki Sudo. I don't know who the Genki Sudo is. But yeah, you know, it has a lot to do with the fact that I came into the sport when a lot was changing. So I respect people who brought newness to that's what we will There you go. See, somebody's adding to the conversation. So let's get into this Khabib video, and then Spectral Skull. We will pull up some janky suit up highlights. But yes, Khabib is trending on Twitter for some reason. So let's figure out why.
How have you changed as a man since retirement?
I think it's changed a lot, I stopped training every day twice. I was training all my life every day, like 4-5 hours at least. And now I'm all training only like one and a half, maybe maximum 2 hours. I gain a little bit weight, 10-12 pounds. And I changed my schedule, my schedule a little bit changed. But now I focus on Eagle FC and couple more other my business projects.
A lot of athletes, when they retire, they struggle to find that competitive experience that they grew up with, right? Training multiple times a day since they were kids. Has that been a challenge for you, or has diving into the business world met that same need or a similar need?
No, it was very hard. It was very hard for me. Even now, it's still, it's like I cannot find someone where I can enjoy, like in training, and because only when I train, I feel good.
When you train, you feel
good. Even when I go, I have business meetings with
even Khabib, who is Khabib. We all love Khabib. All right, you can have another bone here. Even him, it's hard for me to pay attention to what he's saying right now. This is apparently a huge announcement. I think he's saying he's coming back to the sport, the greatest to have ever done it, arguably. Arguably the most dominant fighter ever. And just because he's had English as a second language, it's just hard to. Now that's his personality too, so it works for him. But that's Khabib. So, we're halfway through, and I think I know what's going on.
We make some good deals, make money. This don't give me energy like I get energy inside the training, and that's why I keep training, but not like before. And of course, doing some business projects.
Does it impact you because you are because you're a dad, you're a family man, that balances it out? I mean, you're not you're not a teenager anymore, just training every day in that regard, right? Does that?
No, I'm not a teenager anymore. Long time, because I'm 33 years old. Of course, I have family, kids.
He's only 33.
I have to take care. I have my close people, like my brothers, like my friends. They keep fighting in high level, Eagle FC, Bellator, UFC. Some of them already almost best in the world, contenders in UFC, and I have business, I have so many different things where I have to stay focused,
Keeps your mind busy.
Yeah, very interesting, It's very interesting for me. And because I finish my professional career, I get some free time. And now this time I can use on every.
What that was the whole video? That was nothing. So Bamboon, what you said, can I tell you a personal life moment? I kind of feel like you're tugging my chain here, but please do. While we're doing that, let's make sure this isn't back. Okay, so we got that starting. In the meantime, pick out some highlights. Don't show it. Okay. Where am I? Should I just pick the first one? Spectral Skull. Yeah. So Spectral Skull says, "I love Khabib. I personally hate Conor. Khabib is like the antithesis of Conor." That's definitely true. And McSpaghetti ankle. They, I mean, hey, fair's fair. Well, this one looks like it's got some. This one's got 33K views. Let's see what we got. Actually, let me double check. We ain't missing anything. All right. So if it starts, just remind me. I feel like we got time here, but Absolutely. Bomboon, if you're serious, I have 1,000%. You know that when it comes to stuff like that, I will not be, you know, I would not make fun of you for anything. I mean, you were there when Anirudh said the thing that Anirudh said, and nobody made fun of him. But yeah, if you do feel comfortable, I very much would appreciate you sharing your story. Ooh! Is this the video music or is this his music? Oh, okay. I thought it was his music. Oh my god. I don't know if this is racist, but I can't like it takes me a second on each one to figure out which one he is. So I'm gonna assume we're looking at this guy. What? Oh shit, I didn't even think about the music on this. Oh well, it's a YouTube video. That has to be good then, right? Oh, maybe they licensed it. We're gonna put that on mute. I didn't think about that. I was just jamming out. This is wild. He's definitely you know, legit. Yeah, and we will come back to this in between fights. We are out. Okay, so we are a minute into the first round. I'm at 4:10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 4 minutes of the first round. Ramos versus Chavez.
Spins and high flying attacks from Ramos.
So Bomboon, what you got for me, brother? So Bomboon says, so it's been about a couple of months since my addiction stopped. Congratulations, man. I absolutely have been there. I was an addict for, is this over already? All right, let's come back to this. I need to see what just happened. Wait 1 second, because then we'll have plenty of time.
A couple of spins and high flying attacks.
Threw a low leg kick. And then Ramos. Oh, a spinning back elbow right to the fuck. Woo! Holy moly. That was wild. Okay, sorry, Bomboon. But yeah, I was addicted to opiates for good 5 years. And now I'm much better, but I cannot go a day without my kratom. And if I do, I get withdrawal symptoms. So that's fun. But Bamon says, so it's been about a month since my addiction stopped. It ruined my life. It ruined my family. I lost friends and I was at rock bottom. I was very addicted to sleeping pills, but I turned that around this year. On the 7th of May, I decided to watch Rose Bomboon. I swear to God. I haven't read this yet. We're gonna you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. On the 7th of May, I decided to watch Rose Namajunas versus Carla Esparza. I have since stopped abusing my sleeping pills. And with that fight, I watch that fight every time I need to sleep, and I'm finally happy again. Can I zoom? How can I, like, dramatically, like, come on! Come on! No, that was a good one. You got me. But, as you can see, I'm a very respectful individual. No matter how much we fuck around. Yeah, I didn't. So the Spectral Skull was that the music that was in that video. Was that do like? Would it be fair to say it makes sense that Geeky M, this person, used that music because it correlates to what those intros were? Because that dope. Love me some breakbeat, some D&B. Spectral Skull says, I have streamed on and off for like 10 years and I play copyright music all the time with no issue, but that's Twitch. YouTube is not as nice as Twitch, from what I understand. Still addicted to everything. Heard that. I'm glad you at least finished the story, because I would have felt stupid if I was like, okay, so what happened next? Like, as soon as I seen Rose, I was like, oh, yeah. You gave it away by mentioning that earlier. If oh yeah, Spectral Skull. I assume this is already a YouTube video, so it's this video that we're watching is not going to get claimed, but that person may have paid for this music. Probably not. It sounds very generic, but I'm almost 4 hours in this chair, so not trying to burn that all just because of that. But so where are we? Why are you wondering what? ESPN Plus is the worst. Okay, maybe if I'm just not stupid, and I take it off the screen. Okay, what is he saying?
I'm gonna take a knee
Oh,
for
this is
anybody.
okay. Video package, cool. So back to this. Boom, boom. I'll just do my own. Close enough, right? I would like to see, I definitely think there is room for this type of pageantry when it comes to the UFC. I think, maybe there is exactly. I think Spectral Skull says, honestly, my interest in UFC is waning. I was much more a Pride FC fan. Yeah, Dana does hate the, he wants to look professional. But what Dana loves more than anything else is money. So if, it gets more people interested, then I don't see why he wouldn't want it. But he absolutely is a very, very stubborn gay. So if he decides that he doesn't want it, then we're not going to see it. But he did say never when asked about women in the UFC. And we just watched a pretty good, well, oh yeah, there was that 2-second thing before that. But before that, we just watched a pretty good female fight. So Spectral Skull says, is it Janky or Genki? I'm going to say Janky because I don't like Genki. But he fought in Pride, K1, and UFC. Shut the fuck up. All right, all right. You got one. Leave me alone. It is Genki? That's annoying. I don't like that. But I don't want to, misgender somebody or dead name them. What in the fuck is a trans tag? A trans tag? A trans tag? I don't know what that means. I do not understand what that means. But this is dope. What? I don't really care. Hey, maybe it'll get me. Well, I am Jamaican. I don't know where the trans came from. I don't know where that came from. I feel like I am Jamaican, but I feel like I may as well just keep it because it'll bring some people in, and they're homophobic if they ask, or they're transphobic, right? So screw them. I am who you say I am. What did you guys think of this one? The Bill Gates, the trans Indian. I would say kind of like the transatlantic trading company, the trans Indian MMA Jesus. Videos to react to. What else we got? Where is Trevor? Whoever knows Trayvon, who's always in Jesse's shit, he's blowing up my DMs. He's like, you don't talk about this. I was like, all right, yeah, I'm going to be live all day today. And he gave me this video to look at, and then disappeared. And is that the end? What time is it? Is that the end of... Oh, we're on the same thing. Cool. All right. What am I looking for? I am looking for my watch later list. Yeah, I wanted to get into this a little bit more.
Never be able to true horror, the mind of anyone. Around the time I learned to read, but before I was able to reason for myself, I learned what my loved ones believed to be the most important fact there is to know about life here on Earth. I had been given an ultimatum. I could form a relationship with someone who I could only learn about from ancient stories and perhaps also from the occasional still small voice in my head, hardly distinguishable from my own conscience, or that someone would send me to a very bad place. Trusting so completely those who explained this to me, I quickly decided that the relationship was the obvious choice. It wasn't long afterward that I began hearing fuller descriptions of the bad place I had avoided.
So for those of you who don't know, for those of you who are not familiar with the Indian Jesus, I am here to bring the second coming, to resurrect the second coming of common sense. But I am also an atheist. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And someone called me a conservative. So the Indian Jesus might just be the conservative atheist that you need in your life. So let's see what this guy is saying. He said, I traveled to Jerusalem and faced my fear of hell. While he was there, he did a video about being an angry atheist and being in that militant atheist stage. And I did a video on that. Please do check that out. And Spectral says that he is an agnostic Buddhist. Interesting. Very interesting. I do have a Buddhist, where are we? Buddhist tattoo here. I do very much respect the Buddhist mentality and worldview very, very much. Well, this, I appreciate that. No offense taken at all. Spectral Skull says, not going to lie, I think atheists are kind of dumb. No offense. Is that because you think that atheists hold the belief that no God exists? Or are you aware of the fact that atheism is simply the position of not accepting any God or gods? I also am agnostic. I'm very anti-theistic. I think religion is one of the worst things to ever be a part of humanity. But if you ask me, do I know for certain there's no God? Of course not. That would be silly to say. A lot of people do, and I think they're kind of dumb as well. Von Boone says he is an atheist, but I don't believe anything that he says at this point. Spectral Skull says, my position, let me make sure we're not missing anything. Bon Boone, or not Boone, Bon Boone, the serious one in the chat. Spectral Skull says, my position is that they think they are smart enough to know for a fact that God does not exist. I am not that smart. I agree, neither am I, but that is simply not the definition of atheism. Theism is the belief in a God or gods. Gnosticism is knowledge of whatever you're talking about. So I can be very strongly against religion, and I can be agnostic and atheist. A lot of people think that you're religious or agnostic where you're in the middle, or you're atheist where you know for sure there's no God. That's simply not what it is. Agnostic means I don't know, and atheist means I don't hold a belief in a God or gods. If you were to show me proof of a God, then I would accept that evidence because I'm a man of science. But there is nothing in disbelief or lack of a belief. I do not hold a belief in a God or gods, but I don't. I'm also agnostic on that point. But Spectral Skull says, but all atheists fall heavy on the disbelief part. I don't disagree with that. Part of my whole rallying cry is that the left uses religious dogma as their new religion. They, instead of being into a church and following that stuff, they just take whatever Fauci says, whatever Biden says, whatever the New York Times says, whatever it is, they use that as their new Bible. They use that as their new dogma. And I don't like it. I hate it. And it's become more worrisome to somebody like me as the religious right was 20 years ago, when they were saying you can't listen to this music, you can't do that, you can't do that. But where are you from, Spectral Skull? But yeah, I mean, I'm sure you're aware of the fact that there's a huge bifurcation in American politics where the two sides are very, oh yeah, so England is you know, from what I've heard, not too much different, where there's a giant gap between the woke side and the liberty side. And you know, I just think you know, not a lot of people are not a lot of people who are rejecting the notion that a God or God exists are replacing that with time spent determining, okay, what if my values aren't handed to me on high by a God, then what are my values? What is it that I believe? What is it that I value? What is it that I care about? And that's a big issue in my opinion in the atheist community. Spectre Soul says there very well may be, but I very much do not engage in any of that. Fair enough. That is well, this is a great place for you to come and learn about it, because I will never shut up about it. You guys.
Loved ones and teachers, speaking before captive audiences of elementary school children, painted graphic scenes of torture and anguish. Sometimes traveling evangelists would stop by, furnishing these scenes with colorful details which I had failed to imagine on my own. This kind of torment was, I was constantly reminded, so painful and inescapable that no matter how paralyzing my regular nightmares about it were, I'd never be able to grasp its true horror. The mind of anyone, much less the mind of a child, is incapable of comprehending eternity, after all. I had no reason to fear, though, I was told. A relationship with the one who could keep me out of that place. There was no point to the nightmares, the panic, the paranoia. Not if I was sure that I truly knew him. I'm a grown-up now, and it's been a little over 6 years since I stopped believing that place is real, or that the relationship meant to keep me from it was anything more than me mistaking my internal monologue for a dialogue. Over time, the fear has faded, but on occasion, a flash of paranoia will return, sometimes triggered by something as...
So Spectral Skull says, I would rather resolve my own beliefs and thoughts on life before I start considering what group of political belief I fall into. They're definitely two separate things. But, you know, rejecting... So in America in the 90s, religion... Well, I mean, it still is, but it very much was a big part of, you know, the Republican Party, the conservative, the right of center. You know, it was pushing religion, that we need to have religion, all that stuff. Then, since then, the atheism boom, or I guess it's better to say atheism boomed. And the people who are atheists like myself, or even lesser, where they don't call themselves atheists, but if you really nail them down and ask, like, okay, do you believe this thing from the Bible? Do you believe this thing from the Bible? They don't believe in Christianity. They just follow it because people use the language in such a way that it is a replacement for what morality is. And I don't think that's a good thing, because somebody like me can see the ridiculousness of you know, there being a God who, you know, took Adam's rib and did this and did all the silly religious stories. They're silly, but they're in the same book that you tell me I need to be taking dead seriously, and I can't do that. I can't ever go back to that. As much as I would love to, I would love to be able to believe that there's some guy just out there looking out for me. I got my dad; he's doing a great job of helping me out, but he's just a man. And so the idea is that if we can separate the language of what are our values as a nation, as a people, as a society, as a civilization, if we can, even if those values come from, you know, even if those values come from religious undertones or religious roots, you don't have to be a part of a religion. You don't have to accept things that go against science. You don't have to accept supernatural stuff. And that requires you to then come up with, okay, like you said, resolving your own beliefs and thoughts on life. And I think a lot of people just stop at not believing in God. Spectre Soul says Jesus was a very cool guy. Oh, where are we? This is a highlight, right? Okay. So we're getting close. Jesus was a very cool guy by all accounts, but seems to have had very little to do with Christianity. That seems to be a church thing. I would agree with that. Yeah, I think if people just followed the teachings, not even the words themselves, because some newer Bibles will specifically highlight the words of Jesus. But even then, you can't really tell because it is nobody wrote anything about Jesus' words until decades after he was after he died. But the teachings, the values that he espoused, those are things that have nothing to do with believing in whether or not there's a man in the sky, or believing or whether somebody walked on water, or believing in an evolution or not evolution, or none of those things come into play. And so whether you do believe it, you can hang on to these American values or humanist values. Or if you don't believe any of it, you can still hang on to these humanist values. And so the fight about, oh, it's God and God did this and God did that, that's ancillary. That doesn't matter. We need to give the other, we need to give everybody a foundation. And we came from believing in religion and we went away from that. So we just can't go back. Once you understand that Santa doesn't exist, there is no going back. Show me one person in the history of the universe who believed in Santa, then found out there was no Santa, and then somehow went back to believing in Santa. That's what the right wing, at least in America, that's what they're asking of everyone, and it's just not fair. Am I the only one who can't be bothered about religion and politics? I just want to meet Lutch in real life. Yeah, I'll drop it all on you. I mean, if you don't really care about religion and politics, this may not be the place for you, but I appreciate you being here. Spectral Skull says, I went to school in all boys Christian Brotherhood. What was that like? A lot of conspiracies say Jesus went to the East in the years he was missing from history. I would say his personal teaching, according to the stuff he actually said, fall much more in line with Buddhism than Christianity. Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't think there is any need for the relinquishing the power to this higher being. We can respect the idea that, okay, there's forces out there that are bigger than, what I can do. Gravity is a bigger force than me. But that doesn't mean that I have to believe in nonsense. That doesn't mean that I have to believe in things that simply don't make sense. Fair enough. I wouldn't suggest that, Bon Boon. Listening to only religion and politics when it comes from me, I wouldn't suggest that. But if you do, then you'll be on the right track. Spectre says, lift a rock and you will find me. Split a piece of wood and I am there. Kind of goes against the institution of a church. Yeah. Beautifully said. Beautifully said. And that's why I think a lot of modern day Christians are falling away from the religion. But again, the idea is kind of like, why do we need Christianity then? Why can't we just, we can have Christianity as a thing it's there if you decide it's for you, sure. But making it seem like this is the only way to achieve morality, the only way to come to reasonable values to live by in a society is hurting. It's hurting. It's hurting. All right. So up next, we got Court McGee versus Jeremiah Wells. 37-35, 5'11" and 5'9". 1 pound difference and just about 1.5 inches on Court McGee's side. So let's see. How am I 15 seconds in already? They must start that shit a lot quicker than they used to. Anyway, I'm at 4:35. 34, 33, 32, 31, 4:30 in the first round.
Looking at any of Court McGee's fights, the number one thing he's got to do is move forward. He does not want to be moving back. It's just not, it doesn't fit his style. Yeah, he needs to be
majority of Christians I've met are far from what Christians should be. I 100% agree. And it's sad that just by using, it's because of the language. It's because of the language that we use. we talk about God this and oh, I know God is it, and I know Jesus is it, and I just wanted to and cherry picking quotes from the Bible, and it makes it so that there's this space where you can live without these morals that the religious people say that you need, because you say that you adhere to them, but you don't actually believe in them. And so similarly, those people, just like the people on the far left, the atheists on the far left who left God and then never decided to figure out what it is that they think about life and all that. Similarly, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. It's just that on the right, then we got Blake in the building. What is up, Blake? We are what? Jesus, I missed. See, she did Blake. I missed the knockout. We just missed a knockout. We had Court McGee and what's his face? Something Wells. Let's see what happened. It was 3.5 minutes. Bam, bam. Oh, just a 1-2 and then a straight right to the face. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. But yeah, this is perfectly said, Spectral Skull. I think if religion was something that we could kind of keep secondary, and if that's you, then awesome, but it shouldn't be so closely tied to general life and specifically politics. Do you like Christians? Exactly. Well said, Spectral Skull. I'm not going to read any of that out loud, but well said. Bound Boone, stop fucking with my people. I'm trying to build a party here, and you're fucking with everybody. You can fuck with me. So let's go. So yeah, with all of that being said, and now that we are once again very quickly, we've had 3 first round stoppages in a row. So on your other fight companions, you're just gonna have chit chat. You're just gonna have bullshit in between the fights. But here, I'm bringing you real shit. That yes, don't know what you're referring to, but love it. So again, we were talking about our friend who went to Jerusalem. Let's see what he had to say.
Stupid and childish as a comic panel from the late fundamentalist fearmonger Jack Chick. I have made progress though. What helped me overcome fear the most was learning about the earthly origins of the hell myth. In hope of deconstructing my fear even more thoroughly though, I decided to travel to the ancient site synonymous with the Christian hell, and I'm taking you with me. That site is the Valley of Gehenna, or Gehenna, in Jerusalem. As we make our way there,
Spectral Skull says, every single person I have met is nuanced, regardless of what label they give themselves, or and are given to them. So to say whether or not, he's just fucking with you. Bumboon, please leave him alone.
Stopping a few places along the way, I'll do my best to explain how the Christian hell myth began and why it's so connected to Gehenna. Traveling with me is my wife Taylor, my buddy Jeremy, who you might recognize from a few previous videos, and my new friend Derek.
Hi, Derek!
Okay, we are finally in Jerusalem. Some time has elapsed since the intro of this video, but we're finally here and gearing up to go to Gehenna. I thought we should talk about our upbringings and what we were taught about hell. Now, a lot of you guys already know that I was taught that it was a literal lake of fire, and you would burn there for all eternity in terrible agony unless you accepted Jesus Christ into your heart as your personal Lord and Savior.
Same.
So, I naturally did that. Taylor, what about you?
So for me, it was a place that sinners or people that didn't accept Jesus into their heart went, but I didn't see it as like a lake of fire or that you're going to be like physically burned. I saw it more as just eternal disconnection from God, and I always imagined it as this like abyss that I'm floating in and have no contact with God or anyone.
Yeah,
oh my God.
My parents didn't really say much or anything about hell, but people I met in passing in like religious classes and stuff growing up, they've said it's like a literal lake of fire, worst of the worst, like worst pain you can imagine. Every single moment is absolute torment. And,
so going back to what Spectral Skull said, where are we? The question is, how many people actually believe that hell is a physical place that you go to? Not many. And even if just the people who are Christians, how many of them actually believe that that hell is a real place among every other claim of the Christian faith? It's not how it works. They don't think that way.
gets like worse and worse. So I never bought the whole just disconnection from God thing. Like it's literal just the worst horribleness imaginable for eternity, which is just incredibly, it's the horrible thought, the whole thing. So I took it literally. Good thing I never actually bought it though, until maybe for a couple of years when I was young after that. So yeah.
Hey, Derek, I want to throw it over to you. Give Derek the guy.
Come here. Your turn.
So the question was, or what I was taught growing up. What did you think about hell? What were you taught about hell? Well, I was raised Catholic, and I don't know. It was never really explicitly explained to me what heaven was or what hell was. It was more like, good people go to heaven, bad people go to hell. It wasn't really explicitly told to me exactly what that meant. It was kind of like up to my own interpretation, and I never really had a strong connection with the church, so I never really put too much thought into it, frankly. So it never really played a bearing on. I mean, I'm a moral person, but like it didn't play a bearing on. Like, I didn't really believe that there was such places, I guess. You mean you didn't have to be scared into being a decent person? Yeah, that's you did that on your own.
Yeah,
I guess I'm lucky. Yeah. To explain where this Christian myth came from, we've got to start in classical Greece. Plato, quite possibly the most influential Western philosopher ever, taught a dualistic view of humanity. We have a mortal body made of coarse, destructible material, and a soul made of extremely fine, indestructible material. The body can be killed, but the soul, by its very nature, is immortal. What happened to a person's soul once their body? Well, we can get an idea of the Platonic view by examining some of Plato's writing. In Plato's Republic, written around 375 BCE, we find the myth of Ur. In this story, a man named Ur died.
See, you came for UFC commentary, which you are getting, and good commentary at that. But in the meantime, I'm dropping knowledge on y'all. What other fight companion you getting this from?
Is separated from his body and is taken, along with others who have died, to a place where judges sit next to holes in the sky and earth. One at a time, the souls received judgment. The just were sent up through a hole in the sky. The unjust were sent down through a hole in the earth. Those who descended to the underworld had their misdeeds punished 10 times over for a period of 1,000 years. The pure souls who ascended through the hole in the sky were...
So Spectral, Bamboon asks, just wondering, Spectral, if you're a Buddhist, do you go by all the books and what they say? And so he says, I don't know if I would say go by is what I would say, but all the books I've read fell in line with what made most sense to me and the beliefs that I had determined for myself. I wasn't like, oh, this book says that, so it's true. My interest in spirituality was ignited at an early age. My martial arts. That's not a good sentence. So it goes hand in hand. With my martial arts, yeah. And I think that is, I think personally, in my own humble opinion, that's the right way to go about this stuff. You want to be understanding that nobody is necessarily going to have the right answer. There may not be a right answer, but there's different ways to look at things. And if it resonates with you and it makes sense, then you have the choice. There's no, God to say that you have to do it this way or that way. I mean, maybe there is, but it doesn't seem like there is. And nobody, where is he hiding? And Spectral says, if you're asking that and you have, if you're asking that you have, you've got to write better, brother. Come on. If you're asking that, I have to assume you have not read much about Buddhism. Yeah, I think that's, yeah. Let's be nice. Let's be nice. Come on. Buddhism says, if Buddha appears before you on your own path to enlightenment, strike him down. Interesting. So what do you interpret from that? I'm going to keep going while you answer that. But that's an interesting sentence. Okay, so we're still here. But very interesting sentence.
For their good deeds with blissful revelry for the same amount of time.
He's just fucking with your Spectral Skull.
Committed egregious injustices were condemned to the torturous underworld forever, where savage men of fiery aspect tortured them. When souls completed their 1,000-year stints of rewards and punishments, they were each given a choice as to what type of body in which they'd like to be reincarnated, with the choices ranging from animals to wealthy rulers. They then were made to drink from the river of forgetfulness before being reincarnated. Ur was not allowed to drink and was sent back into his body to serve as a messenger to others so that people may remember to live virtuously. Plato presents this story as just that, a story. It's not some historical account. Still, it represents one version of an idea integral to the Platonic view. Souls are immortal and will, in proportion to their deeds in life, receive rewards or punishments after the death of the body. This became the common view of the soul and afterlife in Greek culture, a culture highly influential in the world of early Christians.
So, originally, Spectral Skull said, sorry, I didn't realize it was gigantic this whole time. Buddhism says, if Buddha appears before you on your path to enlightenment, strike him down. And so we were asking what that means. Spectral Skull says, a lot of people see that as negative, but I think it means you're Buddha. Everything is Buddha. So you don't need external Buddha, so ignore it. Seek nothing outside of yourself. That was Musashi, but he was a Zen Buddhist. So I don't know too much about like the doctrine and I don't want to say dogma, because I think of all of the religions, quote unquote, then Buddhism is, except for maybe Jainism, is the most far away from all of the bad things about organized religion. So I just don't think it has those tenets. But what did you say here? The Zen Buddhism. So from what I remember reading in college, there was, you'll often see the skinny Buddha and the fat Buddha, and that's why I got my skinny Buddha here. My skinny Buddha, because this is when he was practicing. I forget what it's called. It says "Follow Your Bliss" up here, and I forget exactly what it referred to, but he was like, like the notion of suffering being a virtue. And he was like eating one grain of rice a day, and so all this suffering and trying to get rid of his worldly desires and all that. And then he was just like, yo, this is dumb. Why am I doing it? There you go. Spectral Skull coming in clutch. Asceticism. Just pretty much torturing yourself. And again, Spectral Skull, correct me if I am wrong, but pretty much torturing yourself to prove that you don't need the almost as an antithesis to hedonism. That the hedonists, they need pleasure in every moment, and they need that externally. But we can go through and just sit and meditate and be happier than they are. But then Buddha was like, yo, that's kind of OD. Like, I'm trying to live. I'm trying to be happy. So he took all that he learned while he was practicing the asceticism. And then there was more that he developed. Maybe this is Spectral Skull, if you know more about this, where what led to the change and all that stuff. But that's where the fat Buddha comes in. The fat Buddha is supposed to represent the culmination of learning from that asceticism. Thank you again, Spectral Skull. And then taking that into a more realistic way of approaching the world, and understanding that you have your desires, you have your wants, you have and that's okay. And you can indulge as long as you are aware. You have to be aware of what's going on. You have to be aware of your vices, you aware of your weakness, all of that stuff. And it didn't seem that the Buddha understood that as before the asceticism, and then he went through it and he was like, I don't need to be this extreme. And that's where we get the fat Buddha from, as far as I know.
On that later. All right, it is time to go into the old city.
Jerusalem.
Given Christianity's Jewish roots, I should also explain the ancient Jewish ideas surrounding the soul and the afterlife, and really what better place to do that than the Western Wall, which is the only standing remains of the second Jewish temple. Now, early Jews, or at least those who authored the Hebrew Bible, did not have a dualistic view of humanity. When
Not
the
the early
died,
Jew.
the person did not survive. This view can be seen in what is quite possibly the oldest book in the Hebrew Bible, the Book of Job. But a man dies and is laid low. He breathes his last and is...
The Book of Job is something so important to me, because I was never taught about the Book of Job in church, in Sunday school, in any of that stuff. And it is not an easy pill to swallow when you understand what this story is. And as an adult, I can understand the point of it, kind of. It's about, it's a whole book about this man named Job. And long story short, the devil makes a deal with God. He's like, yo, I bet you I can get one of your followers to say, fuck you. And the devil says that to God. God's like, no, you can't. He's like, I bet you I can. Yo, fuck with this dude Job, and I bet you he'll curse your name. So he like kills his whole family. And then he's like, oh God, thank you for this, and thank you for sparing my livestock. So he kills all the livestock. I was like, oh God, thank you for saving my life. And like God just keeps fucking with Job because he won't curse his name. That sounds like an abusive relationship to me. But so Spectral Skull said, let me just check, make sure we're good. Oh, we're talking to Calvin Cater. We got time. Buddhism basically says, sit and switch your mind off. That's the only thing it sets in stone. And even then, there is lenience. It's easier than the book of Revelations. Oh, you mean Job? That dude was for sure on shrooms. Yeah, I mean, good question. Are there rules or vows you have to follow? Not at all. They say there are things that might help you on the path, but your path is your own, and you will get there eventually. Yeah, it's very different from Christianity, and it's much more about things that we can understand and see within the realm of neuroscience, what we know about the mind and what we know about the power of the mind and how far your mind can take you and what feelings and sensations can be brought about simply by your own mind. We take the reverence of that and dedicate, I say we, but Buddhists, the reverence of that is, okay, to what extent can we take this notion that we can control our minds to control our lives? Good suggestion. Spectral Skull says 3 Pillars of Zen is a good one. Yeah. So we are not there yet. So diving back into Jerusalem, let's see what we've got to say about Job.
No more. As the water of a lake dries up or a riverbed becomes parched and dry, so he lies down and does not rise. Till the heavens are no more, people will not awake or be roused from their sleep. I can already hear some of you typing, what about the term Sheol, used dozens of times throughout the Hebrew text? Is this not the Old Testament's way of referring to hell? In a word, no. Sheol is not described as a place of conscious torment, or even a place of consciousness at all. In many places throughout the Hebrew Bible, Sheol is a synonym for death, the grave, or a pit containing a corpse. Let's talk poetical style for a second. There's a convention in ancient Hebrew poetry called the synonymous parallelism. This is where, instead of rhyming 2 lines, a poet expresses an idea in 1 line, then expresses the same idea in a 2nd line, but in different words. You could say that here the ideas rhyme rather than the words themselves. Take Psalm 16:10, because you will not abandon me.
So that's an interesting, that the ideas rhyme, and they're not the same, but they rhyme. So the Spectral Skull says, I would say those things, talking about the 5 rules or the 3 pillars of Zen Buddhism, I would say those things are all good things not to do, all good things not to do. But unlike other, quote, religions, it does not say that if you do those things, you're fucked or you're going to hell or you're going to be punished really in any way. It's about achieving. It's not about control. You can achieve enlightenment and happiness and this and that, or you could not. That's it. Spectral Skull again. The hierarchy of the afterlife in Christianity was massively influenced by I'm bad with names. The Divine Comedy, which was a work of fiction. Surprise, surprise. Surprise, surprise. We're at the desk. We must be at the end of the prelims. It is 6:30. We have 40. It's not even 6:30. So we have a little bit of time. We are not leaving until the card is done, but with 3 first-round KOs, we got a little time to chill. So let's learn something. Let's learn something.
That here the ideas rhyme rather than the words themselves. Take Psalm 16:10, because you will not abandon me to Sheol, nor will you let your faithful one see decay. Or Proverbs 1:12, let's swallow them alive like Sheol, and whole like those who go down to the pit. In these verses, the authors equate Sheol to a place of decay and a pit, neither being a place of torment. Now, there is a bit more complexity and ambiguity surrounding this term that I can't quite communicate here, but I can confidently say non-sectarian biblical scholars do not believe Sheol to be similar to, much less synonymous with, hell. If you'd like to learn more about Sheol yourself, check out the video linked in my description. In short, then, the Jewish people, at least those who authored the Hebrew Bible, did not believe in the immortal soul, a conscious afterlife, or rewards and punishments in an afterlife. You guys feel being in the spotlight for once.
We're behind the camera for a reason.
What if I turn? What if I forgot to turn off my camera and you guys seen my brown Jesus dick? Is this a real question? Exactly. Bron Boone, were you listening to me? I just explained all of this. Was I somewhat right, Spectral Skull? I feel like, I mean, you know, we were talking about the aestheticism. I was just talking about this. Pay attention, motherfucker.
All right, there's just one more ancient way of thinking we need to understand before we get to Gehenna. This is the really fascinating stuff, at least in my opinion, the Jewish apocalyptic view of bodily death.
So notice that what I do here. This is my my watch later playlist. So I'm watching this, and this is like, you know, this is stuff I really haven't really grappled with before. So all I do is go into my playlist. If you care what I watch, boom, and I do this every single day. So even if I'm not streaming, even if I'm not around, if I'm on vacation, if I'm whatever, exactly, I'm always here to teach you something. You mean Jesus? That's what we do. You know, even if I'm not streaming, even if I am streaming, there's plenty of shit that I've watched that day that I just, you know, I maybe didn't have my own take so much. Because a lot of these people are great, you know, they're great content creators. So there's not much for me to add, but there's still important stuff that I think is relevant to living a fulfilled and enlightened life and just being happy. And this is something like that. So I'm going to add that to the list, but I want to see what else we got just for the sake of keeping it fresh. So we got to the warm-ups here with Natalie Silva, but we are still waiting. The main card is not going to be until 7, so we have a good 31 minutes. How much do we got here? All right, so here's what we do. So we put on the next video. Oh, we did that one already. So we got the next video.
So you know that Dr. Fauci is a criminal, and if you don't know, you should read RFK Jr.'s book because he's a criminal and a liar, and they funded the gain of function, which a lot of people believe led to that, created and escaping from the Wuhan Viral Institute or Institute of Virology. They're now pushing vaccines on kids, on children under 5, over 5, and
right?
What's that?
It's the boosters now.
The boosters. They're even pushing boosters, and now they have there's no science to back this up, and the science that they have is very weak. And here's what Dr. Fauci goes up against Rand Paul, and Rand Paul again is able to reveal that Dr. Fauci is basing his stuff on nothing. Here we go.
Dr. Fauci, the government recommends everybody take a booster over age 5. Are you aware of any studies that show reduction in hospitalization or death for children who take a booster?
Now, that's a good question because there aren't any. So let's see if he answers. Let's see how he answers. Let's see if Dr. Fauci is going to be forthcoming and give a straight answer to a straight question. Let's see.
Right now, there's not enough data that has been accumulated, Senator Paul, to indicate that that's the case. I believe that the recommendation that was made was based on something that if you look at the morbidity and mortality of children.
So he just said, so basically what he should have said was no. What they're recommending those for is based on an assumption, not science. He said it. They're basing it on an assumption. A freaking medical treatment for children who are at no risk from COVID. Again, remember, children are at almost no risk of COVID. It's so low you can't even quantify it. That's
being hospitalized, you mean?
Yes.
Right.
From hospitalization or serious illness. Children's risk of that is so low you can't even quantify it.
This is old news.
Within each of the age groups, 0 to 5, 5 to 11.
Right. So there are no studies, and Americans should all know this. There are no studies on children showing a reduction in hospitalization or death with taking a booster.
So now you just saw the #1 medical official in the country dodging a direct question from a senator about are there any studies scientific to back up this stuff you're recommending? And he just dodged that question. And again, no comedians are going to have a joke about that except me. None of them.
All right.
No late night comics are going to be upset about that.
Flex,
Jimmy Kimmel and the rest of Stephen Colbert, none of them are going to give a shit about this. That they're pushing medicine on people on children without scientific studies. And the news is going to report this as Dr. Fauci stood up for himself against Rand Paul. That's how they're going to report it. And that's how my jag off
Super facts
are going to fucking report it too.
Who do you hang out with? Are those jokes, by the way?
Oh, you're kidding. Oh, here it is. Oh.
Cheers. Who's
So let's
drinking?
play. I want to play that again. And there's more to
Cheers.
this.
Dr.
Fauci, the government recommends everybody take a booster over age 5. Are you aware of any studies that show reduction in hospitalization or death for children who take a booster?
Right now, there's not enough data that has been accumulated, Senator Paul, to indicate that that's the case. I believe that the recommendation that was made was based on the assumption that if you look at the morbidity and mortality of children within each of the age groups, 0 to 5, 5 to 11.
Right. So there are no studies, and Americans should all know this. There are no studies on children showing a reduction in hospitalization or death with taking a booster. The only studies that were permitted, the only studies that were presented were antibody studies. So they say if we give you a booster, you make antibodies. Now, a lot of scientists would question whether or not that's proof of efficacy of a vaccine. If I give you 10, or if I give a patient 10 mRNA vaccines and they make protein each time, or they make antibody each time, is that proof that we should give 10 boosters, Dr. Fauci?
No, I think that is somewhat of an absurd exaggeration.
Okay, he's going to say that's an absurd exaggeration. So the next logical point.
I mean, it's this, and this is, I don't know how close you guys have been paying attention to the Fauci Rand Paul interactions, but it's been a series of just smackdowns where this is the highest paid government official in the country who is determining science by decree. And we have one senator who's willing to fucking take him to task. Excuse me, Mr. Rand Paul, Senator Paul, I think you don't understand the science. I am the science. When you don't consider the droplets, then, the droplets are the droplets. This fucking asshole. And I don't care if you are jabbed or you're not jabbed or you're scared or you're not scared or you care about this variant or that variant. All I care about are you trying to make me do something that I don't want to do and that I don't feel comfortable doing. That's all I care about. So anyway, Natalia Silva is making her way into the cage. She is cute. She is cute. Wow. They did all that. You know what I bet they did? Because this is the well, at least as it is on Google, this is the prelim headliner. And it's definitely not, it's definitely not 7 o'clock. So they waited so that they can have the prelim headliner roll right into the main card. Very smart. Very smart. I like it. I like it a lot. I'd rather taken that break. Maybe learn some shit and get back to some swanging and banging. Know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Know what I mean? So who do we got? We got who do we got for this fight? I mean, we got Natalia Silva versus Jasmine Jasudavicius. I can read.
Feels a lot more
like, what kind of name is that? Restricted call. I am live on the air, and everybody who needs to talk to me should know that.
Jasudavicius not backing down.
I think she used the F word there, Fred. I know you got kids at home, so we won't say it. In the training, one of the things that I loved about Jasmine is that she said that she puts herself in the worst case scenario, tries to always start at a deficit to overcome something in training, and then if it happens,
I'm trying to get some motherfuckers up in here
on
a panel.
Put myself in the worst case possible to begin with, and then work up from there. That is so important to do because you don't know what's going to happen in these lives. You could think you're God's gift from heaven. Yeah. It doesn't matter. On this night, you never know what can happen, and so if you put yourself in the worst depth possible, and then work your way up from there, your confidence goes through the roof. So I love that mindset from Jasmine.
The best word for me when describing Jasudavicius is team. You say she brought so many people with her, 15. But before her last fight, we were speaking to her, she told us about how they run their camp like a team.
like a wrestling team. There are no individual practices. Everything is done together. So it just makes sense that all those teammates that elevate her and have gotten her to this point get to come along for the ride. Now, she understands how life has changed for her a little bit, but she said it hasn't been much. It's been more sponsorship opportunities, more people know you. But she said it's been business as usual for her and her preparation for her second trip to the Octagon.
She also sought out some training at American Top Team in Florida and said she really jived with that gym as well. And it won't be the last time she heads down to the Sunshine State. The Canadian set for trip number 2 inside the Octagon. Here's your tail of the tape for this, our featured prelim.
So we got 33.5. I got to hear it again. But she's the favorite. She's got 3 inches of height and 3 inches of reach. But also 8 years on her age. Am I behind again? How do I keep being behind when I do that?
Weighing in officially 125 pounds in 8 fights, her record stands at 7 victories.
Let's hear it. How do we say it?
Fighting out of Niagara, Ontario, Canada. Here is Jasmine
Jasudavicius, I think.
On hand.
Brittany Palmer!
Palmer with Ariani in Brooklyn here in Austin, Texas. The fans were in their seats early, and it's a good thing they were. We have had an incredible prelims card. This is our featured prelim. Jasudavicius, the Canadian, is in the red. The Brazilian, Natalia Silva, in the black.
Ooh!
He already looks better.
Slap! Oh, so for timing, I am at 440, 439, 38, 37, 36, 35, round 1.
People are going to show up. You don't know how they're going to look at so long. Yep. They can be way better. You just don't know what their style's going to look like.
Yep.
December of 2019 was the last outing for De Silva. She rides a 6-fight win streak into this matchup. Her last loss came to Marina Rodriguez back in 2017.
Who is just like
she's the contender for the title at strawweight right
she
now.
Could legitimately be fighting next.
Absolutely.
Rodriguez.
Woo! Another first rounder. Silva fires those shots out. Fires those shots out.
She's where Jasudavicius is good. She's got 2 underhooks. She's got to try to step in.
I'm going to call her Jasudavicius because I don't know any better, and I want to put vicious in that because it looks like vicious. Jasudavicius has her tied up after getting
so much
pieced
success
up.
with all of her takedown attempts in her debut. This is a bit frustrating, right? It's something new to her. And I love that Silva isn't rushing to try to whizzer kick. So many times you see athletes in this position, they start trying to step across. It works.
Everybody send Captain Paul well wishes. I am not at liberty to discuss why, but if you have access to Captain Paul, please let him know that you are keeping him in your positive thoughts.
Seeing Silva very fluent, very
you don't know who
quick on
Captain
the
Paul
outside,
is?
picking
Don't
up
fucking worry.
really. And so this kind of just changed the whole momentum of the fight.
Eats an elbow on the way out, but Silva is back at range.
Breaks the rhythm of Silva.
Yes.
Very evenly matched so far. We got definitely better striking from Silva.
To be much more comfortable.
But Sid Vicious, that's her new name. Sid Vicious.
Yeah, that left kick of Silva. Keep an eye on it. It comes
She's got the range. She seems to know how to use it defensively.
She's very educated for it. Fast, and she doesn't telegraph it at all.
Or at least Silva feels that way.
Silva has
skirting around the end.
Before her time in the UFC, 10 of 12 victories have come inside the distance. Trying to time a shot. Each of them caught a chin there with a punch.
And honestly, Fitzy, when she was walking to the octagon, we're talking about how good of an armbar she has.
Quick 1-2.
Yeah, look at her hands tonight.
She has the speed advantage, definitely so far, Silva.
Is that Muay Thai DC?
I mean, this looks like a completely different fighter than anything that's out there on her.
Ooh, beautiful combo.
She's fine. That's what happens. People show up different. And there's no way to read what she's going to do because of that. Imagine being her opponent. What do you prepare for? How do you watch film and know
Exactly.
what's coming?
When there's nothing out there. I mean,
And even though she's on the outside, Silva is the active fighter right now as Jazz Davisi is trying to plan and put something together.
The footwork of Silva is making Jasmine move her feet, and she wants to plant her feet before she throws. She's not able to because Silva's moving laterally so well, and she's not just moving, she's also striking while she moves laterally. So she's moving Jasmine into the
Silva's
big
got
shots while she
great
moves.
movement right now.
It's very clean, in and out with the kick to follow. Very clean striking from Silva.
Oh shit! Look who's in the building! You suck! You! This is an loud environment. I can't hear you watching the fights, and this is even on my other phone.
Will be attempts in the early going.
A good balance shown here from Silva.
and using the side of the octagon as a brace.
Oh, so Bondu knows exactly what the fuck is going on.
Around the legs of Silva, because right now trying to trip her is not working.
So after you spend an entire round trying to trip, do you drop down to the legs and start shooting? Right, that's the question. But what if you don't have that in your arsenal? Then
Now
it's the adjustment.
Now you're stuck, right? You got to keep going down the path. We've seen many athletes do that.
Yep.
But Jazz Davisi is, while she has the ability to control here, she has not been able to finish any of these takedowns to this point.
It's so important to not just have good hand fighting and good Greco, but you also need to have those shot attempts. You got to be able to take
5,
shots.
4,
First
3,
round for the newcomer from Brazil.
2,
Second
1.
round is
Very interesting round. I do not. How? Ooh, that's a good banner. Is this the new Jurassic Park? No. What is this? Yo, tell me this is Terror on the Prairie. The next Jordan Peele movie. I don't know what that is. But that was dope. Have any of you guys seen Terror on the Prairie, the movie with Gina Carano and Cowboy Cerrone from the Daily Wire? Dr. Evil Genius says Silva was slanging leather effectively enough to make Yaz. That's what we're gonna go with. Yaz. I don't know how to say her name either. Start wrestling for her life. Excuse me. Well said. I'm gonna type to him. LOL. I was trying to think of a good thing to call her. I like Jazz. And we're back in the second round. They're swinging again. And Dr. Evil also says Silva has hands, but she can't get off the side of the cage. She's going to lose via decision. Interesting. I think that she's actually being more active, circling. Like she is, on the edge of the cage, but until the end of that round, it didn't really seem like that hurt her. But definitely, she ended up in the clinch.
Wants to plant her feet to get a hold of her, but the movement's too much so far.
So Spectral Skull, you'll see.
In the face of Silva, you gotta get her off and get her in a box. Finally, Jasmine was able to get a hold of her. Let's
Absolutely, this is true. So has a nice quick head kick. But Spectral Skull, if you look on the canvas, somewhere they have. Okay, I need to turn this down. I can't. Whoa! You'll see Terror on the Prairie. Both Terror on the Prairie and What Is a Woman, both Daily Wire movies. Anti-woke shit, but they're not like, I mean, What Is a Woman's kind of in your face when it comes to wokeness, but Terror on the Prairie and their first movie that the Daily Wire did, it was called Run, Hide, Fight. It was about a school, and it was a crazy action movie, and it wasn't like in your face, oh, we're conservatives, oh, this is what you should think. Morty, you want to come up there or not? Let's go. It was just a good movie, and there was no wokeness. I hate this dog. Oh my god. He gets right there and then he stares at me. He's like, woo, woo, woo. I'm like, all right, come up and hang out. And then he runs away. Like, come on. So it needs to find an underhook. Let's see where that is. Woo! Nice spin kick.
Nobody's got a single leg like you, DC.
No, but
Come
I'm
on,
just
let's
saying
be
now,
honest.
you got to start making people move around. On
See,
one
look at
foot.
him. He's right here. Can you see him?
Do what you do. Let's be real.
Where are you? You
It's
can't see him.
not simple to do that.
Morty?
People learn it. You're right.
Oh, he's behind me now.
Because right now, Silva has shown such tremendous ability to spread her legs, get underhooks. It was like Aldo back in the day. That's why nobody could take Aldo down. They would use the fence to defend themselves. But it's more difficult when you get him on one foot, moving back out to the center to try and make him use the balance to stay upright.
I'm taking notes right now.
You can do all those actions, Fuji.
But yeah, look, I mean, you know, she's definitely, look at that. You know, she's definitely, who was saying, she can't get up the side of the cage, but she's, you know, she's dipping and dodging. She's not, you know, she's not stuck there. I wouldn't say she's stuck. I'd say she's there because she wants to be. And now she's just dominating. Who's saying something about dogs? Morty, come here. Look at him. I think you can see him here. No? Oh, you can see. He's right. He's right here. Morty, come here. I know you just want food. Come here. Come. Come here. Come on. Come on. Good boy. There you go. There's my Baba boy. The 12-year-old Morty.
Kind of accepting, like, oh my goodness. You can't find her. Yeah, I can't find her. I can't take her down. I can't stand with her. It's like, it's really going sideways for Jasmine.
Dr. Virginia says Silva definitely gets round 2. I don't know how you could disagree with that. That's all he wants. Oh, he's trying to go outside again. Motherfucker, we just went outside. You go hold it.
Good right hand there.
And now you're seeing Jasmine follow instead of head off. So she's not heading off, she's not following, which sets up Silva on bigger strikes as the fight moves forward. You've got to head off your opponent, meaning not following him everywhere they go. And Silva's leading the dance right now.
Well, when they follow D, it's like they go in just a circle. They make big circles around the octagon. That's why you see them doing this. Every few seconds they pass in front of us. Because she's not.
She's trying to come back, though. She's trying to come back. Silva does have nice judo. Beautiful throws all night. I think Yas, Vicious. We're calling her Sid Vicious. I like the Yas in writing, but you know, for clearly she is less talented, but it's so apparent that she is slower. She's just not there. She'll swing, Silva can just boom, nothing, and just wow, and it's just too easy. It's too easy. And then when she gets close enough, then like Spectral saying is common, you know, just flipping her over, and same with Dr. Evil, just and right onto the canvas, right onto the canvas. Woo! Interesting fight. Interesting fight. Morty, I know you have to go, but I'm running a show right now, bud. Dr. Virginia says Silva's high kick is so good. Very fast. No telegraph. Let's go. Round 3. Round 3. Round 3. Let's do it.
Very difficult spot because now for her to get
Outside
over,
leg
she's gonna have to
kicks.
do something desperate, and she's gonna try
Oh,
to get this to the ground.
she's just not there. She's so good. She fights like Izzy. I'm not saying she's on that level, but she fights like Izzy. Which is constant movement. Constant movement. Just pop, 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 pop. And it's not even that she's a volume fighter like a Max Holloway. It's she's just picking her shots.
So they passed the first test. Can the athlete respond? They didn't sugarcoat anything to her. They told her straight up, you have got to win this round. You've got to try to get a finish. Try to make this 5 minutes feel like it's the last 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes for the rest of your life. And I think that was a great message that they gave their athlete.
They also urged her to move forward. But despite the advancing early on, we've seen Silva, as she just did there, still land her shots.
Constantly moving. Constantly moving.
And Silva has logged a lot of mileage and steps in there. Her movement around this 30-foot octagon.
Takes a lot of cardio to do it.
She doesn't look hard at all.
It takes a lot of cardio to move the way she's moving.
Exactly. They're saying, you know, how much cardio it takes, and she doesn't look tired at all. She's been dancing around the entire fight.
As she does so again, there sticks a punch. Leans out and has just been tough for Jazz Davicius to find.
Damn dog. So what is gonna happen is we're gonna finish this fight, get to the decision, and her what she says on the mic, and then I will going to let something roll as I take Morty out. Seems like Spectral Skull can understand the responsibilities of being a dog owner. I'm actually a professional dog trainer. FYI. But yeah, Morty is 12 years old here. He's definitely on the back nine, huh? Are you a little old man?
Making L when you take the shot. All you young athletes try to learn wrestling. The double leg is straight in, create an angle, you're going at an L.
And especially with the octagon fence behind you, if you try to run a double leg straight in a line, they're going to get to the fence and then defend it. And that's what we're seeing here. Silva doing a great job utilizing.
It's tough. I mean, especially as a dog trainer. I feel that. Because I live alone. You know, Snuggles, what's going on? You watching the fights with us? Yeah, I definitely get that because I live alone. It's just me and him. I do have a bearded dragon, but you know, you don't really notice the difference between. All he notices are the lights on and do I have worms to eat. And but you know, as a dog trainer, I was like, you know, okay, I want to make sure that I'm mentally prepared for the inevitable. And you know, the idea was, okay, let me get a dog before, like, while he's still around, so that by the time he kicks the bucket, I've already got my next thing set up. But with thank you. But you know, with me being a dog trainer and just being around puppies all day, I don't know if I have the energy to go do that all day and then you know, come home and have to deal with my own puppy. I just don't know if I have that in me. Suggle says, I would like you to do more collabs with Anton Daniels and also the Lapeef Network. Well, I haven't done any collabs with them, and I would absolutely love to do collabs with them. But I feel like I'm a little bit small for them. So with my brand new Indian Jesus, maybe, just maybe, you can put the word in, and hey, you'll see me on with the Lapeef Network. That's what I was saying. Not before. You can't hear. That's why I'm typing them. Where are we? Got the last 15 seconds.
6 takedown attempts. Led the dance when she wanted to. Scored 2 of 3.
This is easily Silva's fight, right? I mean,
And flyweight has a new fighter to watch. The counter hammer fist nearly
I'll take it.
down Jazz Davicius. What a performance for the Brazilian. We'll wrap up the prelims when we come back.
And that is the end of the prelims. That's a rough one. That's tough. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do.
Even if you don't have to go, you should try.
We all know where the bathroom is and how to use it. Okay?
You know, the Stevensons told me they save money.
I think. I mean, it seems like it would be 3-0. That's what I think. I could see it going. You know, I could see the second round going to someone else. But let's see what. The Indian Jesus. I'm not mad at it. I'll fucks with it. Hey yo. Yeah. Not bad. I mean, you know. Not bad. So let's see. What do we got from our ladies?
Get your tickets now.
Let's go.
Featured prelim result official. Here's Joe Martinez.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the scorecards. The judges have it 30-26, 30-27.
Unanimous decision.
30-27, all for your winner by unanimous decision, Natalia Silva!
Well done. Well done. Let's see what she says on the mic. If she even speaks English. Nope.
I'm here with Natalia Silva.
Ah.
From the weigh-ins to the walk, you were very emotional.
She's cute too. She's cute.
How good does it feel for it to finally have happened?
I watch the Weasel every now and then. Not bad, but eh. And that's kind of a thing with, you know, making an MMA channel, is that there's so much else that I want to talk about besides MMA. And I think that, you know, when I'm at a certain place, I could definitely add MMA stuff into what I'm already talking about. And then I can eventually, you know, start the Indian Jesus MMA channel, which definitely is coming. It is definitely coming eventually. What is she saying? See, this is way better than having the most, like, just trying to speak English is personality. That is in and of itself is something that fans can hold on to. What did she say? Nothing is impossible. That's all. That's it.
Natália, você é conhecidíssima por ser uma especialista em jiu-jitsu. É assim que as pessoas pensavam em você aqui. Mas a tua trocação foi perfeita. O que aconteceu nesses últimos 2 anos que você se transformou nessa lutadora que fez o que fez?
Sometimes I don't necessarily want like that in depth, especially if I've watched the fight. Yeah, she switched back. But yeah, sometimes, you know, especially if I've watched the fight, I don't necessarily need a full recap of every little thing that happened. I'm more interested in the implications. So people like Chael, people like you know, Ariel Helwani, people like MMA Guru, who are just talking about, and of course Jesse, who are talking about what are the larger implications in the landscape. I mean, I could, but I don't. I don't care enough about knowing every little move that happened. I care about, you know, who won, how I'm feeling when I'm watching it, and enjoying the fact that I'm watching it. You know. So we want to get back to. Oh, that's not gonna work. Fuck. So when I get back, we will, in fact, learn what happened. Maybe.
He doesn't ask for respect. He commands it.
Maybe. But that's why he explains who really won. If you, but that's my point, is that I'm watching. I'm watching most of the time, so I know who won because I'm watching. And you know, when it comes to the X's and O's, that's just not really too important to me. John Gotti, are you like the John Gotti? Welcome. Thank you for joining us. He says, hello. Have you seen the video by Candy R on Joe Biden? Not specifically, but if it's about Ashley Biden's diary, I have been made aware of the situation. If you have more info, I would love. Oh shit! I did not see this was playing in the background. That is not good. Good thing I had the sound off. No, John Gotti, I have not seen the particular video, but we were just watching this video, which talks about, you know, which is Tucker talking about all his stuff. Well, Bomboon, I think that's fair. You know, a lot of people, John Gotti, if you got a link, we're looking for stuff to do. So Bomboon, I definitely, agree with you. But I think that's fair. Like, judging is terrible, and sometimes it's just more fun to go, on your own. But thankfully, I am not on my own anymore. Please welcome a huge friend of the channel, Darshan McAway, aka D-Mac. How you doing, brother?
Well, what's up, man? What's going on with you, man?
Not much. 5 hours deep. 5 hours deep into the stream, showing everybody what the Indian Jesus is really made of.
I hear you. I've been in and out of your streams. I missed a whole lot, man, a whole lot. But I'm pretty sure I won't let you recap. I'll go back and check it out and everything.
So what you been up to?
Nothing much, man. It was the Father's Day weekend, so doing things with the family. Right now we're getting ready to make some donuts, so I got maybe about 10 minutes left. We'll have to go back into the kitchen, but just enjoying the family, man. Taking the days off today, tomorrow. I wanted to come through, show some love to you. Plus, I had a few questions. I had some questions about the Indian Jesus thing.
Okay, let's let him fly.
I'm just. You really thought this through, man?
Yeah. Why? What you mean?
I don't know. Now, I can't say that. What I will say is this. I know you enough as far as YouTube goes to know that this could possibly work for you, but I wanted to know, why do you think that you need to go the Indian Jesus route?
Well, I mean, number one, clickbait. That's the way to, get attention. If I didn't believe that, I could back up that level of clickbait, then I wouldn't use it.
Has it been working for you?
So far, yeah. I mean, even in little things like Instagram comments, I'm getting more engagement on comments I make on other people's posts because they see, oh, the Indian Jesus, and that's like a thing. And then, the idea is that it might be a little bit gimmicky, but you come in and, even while we're doing just this, where, before I had some videos we were going through. And even while we're doing this, we were talking about this dude who went to Jerusalem to face his fear of hell. And, I feel like we can, even when we're just watching fights, only 1/3 of the broadcast is actually, it's actually fighting. So the rest of the time, instead of just bullshitting, let's learn some shit. Let's get into some interesting shit. Let's have some conversations. Let's do this. Right. And usually I'm on Saturdays. I'm on the Talking Shit podcast with their Filthy Casual MMA watch party. That's Dr. Evil Genius isn't around. He is in the comments, but I figured, hey, this is a great idea or a great opportunity to show the world the Indian Jesus is here to resurrect the second coming of common sense.
Yo, Dr. Evil, what's up? So I got you. I'm also curious to know, was this a TLA rebrand? Like, did you listen to his course and was like, yo, forget it, not doing this anymore, I'm rebranding?
No, so it was actually I don't know how familiar you are with shit I do, but Jesse on Fire. I had gone to a UFC event in Vegas, 272, and it was organized by another content creator, Jesse on Fire, who has an MMA channel. And he's just great with marketing and all of that stuff. And he was like, yo, like, you're doing good shit, but like you need a little bit more of a hook. And he was like, yo, Indian Jesus. And I was like, well, what about fuck, I don't even remember what it was now. The Indian, I don't know. It was something else, but this stuck. And I was like, And then if I just roll with that, I got my, the second coming of common sense. And I talk about about religion a decent amount. So why the fuck not?
You do. And again, I don't see a problem with it. I'm just just seeing if you're thinking it through. A lot of times I try to see how smart people are about some of the decisions that they make.
What, you mean people are going to be upset about it?
No. It has a lot to do with how much do you value life moving forward? Meaning, are you really trying to be a catalyst out there in the world to the masses, or are you just doing this for shits and giggles? Or do you plan on really having a family and then looking back and explaining to them that I did this and it was like, well, you were clickbaiting the whole time and you just did it for, you know what I'm saying? Like you just did it for the views, I did it for the money.
100%.
And the reason I say that about, like, I bring up the money part is because we hear this a lot. We hear people say you can't take it with you. And sometimes, man, just sometimes I really think to myself, how much is it really worth to become the most sought out person, the most richest person in the world, when in the very end, none of it means anything to you, but hey, I did it, but you can't take none of it with you. So it's like, when we do these things, I be wondering if people really think it through on like how they're perceived, how they're perceived in life. What he said?
So he's talking about the fights.
He's talking about the fight.
He's
Okay.
just saying, I don't agree with the odds against Emmett, and I think this fight's gonna be much closer than Vegas thinks. I do agree with that. But to your point, there's a game to be played if you're going to get any message out on really any platform, but especially YouTube with the thumbnails and the titles and the all of that. You have to have a hook. People don't have an attention span anymore. And for somebody who is 5 hours into a stream, then I have to have something that is going to pull people in the door. Right. And I can go as gimmicky as I want, as long as I feel that people aren't going to look for that gimmick and then be disappointed when they walk inside.
Right.
If you see the Indian Jesus and it's like, it's this, and it's a crazy title, and then you click the video and then you're not, you don't see something better than what you expected, then I'm not doing my job.
Right.
I'm not doing what I set out to do with this platform. So yeah, it's definitely a means to an end. But it's a character. It's something that I can embody, and it's something that will allow the things that I'm trying to say to have a little bit cleaner of packaging,
right,
and a little bit more accessible.
Well, of course, I wish you the best in absolutely any endeavor that you ever have going on. I may be one of the first people that told you put up your Cash App if you're gonna get some money, because you're gonna be about the money. Go ahead and get it.
Yep.
But I just be wondering, because every time I look outside in the world, I just be wondering, like, how much more smarter are people than me, type of deal, and what's their thinking process? Because how can I say this without being braggadocious? Like, I don't make money through YouTube. I don't even have to use YouTube. But when I found out how much money people were making from YouTube and not consistently being on there, I said, well, okay, let me build it up and see what happens, which is what I'm doing now. I think I got a few thousand or something like that. And I guess I didn't apply for the super chat button because I didn't really pay attention to it. So I found out how to do certain things through YouTube and through Twitter and through Instagram. And I go, well, as a businessman, let me just capitalize on it that way so I can spend more time with the family. And a lot of people that I see on YouTube, and this goes for you too and anybody else, you guys spend a significant amount of hours out of your 24-hour day on YouTube, and kudos to you. But I just don't see myself doing it like that. You see what I'm saying? And so for me, I just be wondering, like, how important is this rebrand for you? Like, is this the way that I'm paying my bills? Hey, D, this is how I'm gonna get my $1 million home. Hey, D, this is how I'm gonna get the Bentley. Like, I'm just curious to know how important this rebrand is for you.
So, give me 1 second. Always got to go outside. All right. So this rebrand is a huge deal to me, because what I was trying, I still intend on having the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast. That's something that will still be going on. For the moment, I'm going to take a little break because I just want to see. Sorry. the exact direction of where this channel is going. But you know, the whole point behind the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast initially was to expose people to the ideas that I would discover, and I didn't have another way to package them. And you know, I had a podcast before I Didn't Read Your Book podcast, and it didn't even have the packaging of, oh, we're talking about a book, or we're talking about an author. And I think I had some great conversations on there, but you know, I didn't get to share that because it's a big ask to get people to sit down and listen to 3 hours of a conversation where you don't really have a topic, even. So I had to figure out how to get to people. You have to get in front of people. You know, there's you remember Anirudh, right? The young Indian dude. So he was talking about how in his analytics he's got, you know, a pretty good split of men and women across his videos, but he's not getting very many views. I'm like, okay, that's cool, but you got to get in front of people before you can worry about who's you got to get people watching before you're worried about who's watching. So with this rebrand, my idea is that I'll be able to get in front of the people who would already have liked the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast, but probably wouldn't have clicked on it if it was not, you know, this gimmick of Indian Jesus.
Yeah. Well,
shit, hold on. I can't. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Can't hear you. That's me. Where are we? Go ahead.
All right. I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me now?
Yep. I had volume.
All right. All right. So I'm going to say this and I'm going to peel up out of here. You know, I come from the world of, I guess, paying for attention. And you guys on YouTube, you guys are doing it from like the grassroots of really like, you know, adding tags and hashtagging and doing clickbait. Listen, just real quickly, I had watched a Mr. Beast interview with Joe Rogan. I also watched some of his videos. And I thought that what he was saying was actually kind of BS. Because if you look at Mr. Beast's thumbnails, he does not have the best thumbnails. They're very corny. They're extremely corny. And you would think that thumbnails are the way to pull people in. But what I know about Mr. Beast is that he has other people that's invested into what he's doing. They saw some analytics, they looked into it. So it's not really, he started off from a grassroots, but there were other people that say, hey, I'm gonna put some money into you so you can do X, Y, and Z, you know? So when you do this rebrand, man, I guess look into it like the hard aspect of marketing. You know, I know you're doing it, you know, just, hey, I'm just going to do it and see if I'm going to organically grow it. But me being a business person, like that organic thing, that's out the window. You know, I'm paying for service. I'm paying for certain things. But I just wanted to hop on here real quick. I'm not going to hold you up, man. I got to get back to making my donuts with the family. So I'm going to catch you later. I'm going to be tuning in and out, though. And we'll continue this conversation later, man. I still got some questions for you.
Yeah, please. So whenever you're free, I'll be here, brother. Thank you so much for stopping by.
No problem, man. Appreciate you.
All right, peace.
See ya.
You gonna have to leave. Okay, word. All right, I got time to piss. Word up. Yeah. So Darshan asked some good questions. You know, it's tough to find that balance between, you know, what is the right way to package yourself and what's the right way to get in front of the people that you want. You know, what's the right way to put yourself out there, and where is the line between being serious and not serious? Are you, you know, is the Indian Jesus coming from an atheist? Is that something that's too gimmicky to, you know, to be something that will ever get me anywhere? Maybe, but I kind of don't really think so. I think that, you know, once people see who I really am and what I'm really doing, then, you know, maybe it's a bit gimmicky, but who cares? As long as people are enjoying what it is that they're watching, then that's what I'm here for. All right, so